Kuya Edward, maaari mo ba silang bigyan ng payo?
Good morning, family. Payong po. Wala po akong payong joke. Um, this is our seventh day na? Eighth day? Okay. Ang payo ko lang is more effort.
Thank you, Kuya Edward. Maaari ka nang umupo. Meron pa bang gustong magbigay ng pangaral sa mga kapwa natin na tumayo? Kung wala na, maaari na po kayong umupo, mga ate at kuya. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagtanggap. Sino-sino sa susunod po na community business natin, sino-sino sa ating family ang nakapag-violate ng house rules na stay awake o yung inaantok-antok during ng training natin? Meron ba sa ating family ang nakapag-violate ng house rules na ito? Maraming salamat sa mga tumayo. Sino-sino sa family ang gustong magbigay ng pangaral? Kuya King, maaari mo ba silang bigyan ng pangaral?
Good morning, family. Yun ako. Okay, yung ako man din po ay inaantok ng mga unang araw ng ating training. Pero kapag eventually po kasi is na may enjoy mo na din po, especially pag may mga activities. So, ah try nating tawag doon, isa puso yung nile-lecture and magugulat kayo na parang hindi na kayo aantokin. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Kuya King, sa binigay mo pangaral. Meron pa ba sa ating family ang gustong magbigay ng pangaral? Kung wala na, maaari na pong umupo yung mga tumayo. Sa susunod po, sino-sino sa ating family ang nakapag-violate ng house rules na be punctual? Sino-sino sa ating family ang na-late kahapon? Pati po ngayon sa pagpasok. Ayan. Sino po sa ating family ang gustong magbigay ng pangaral sa mga kuya at ate natin na na-late? Kuya Dan, maaari mo ba silang bigyan ng pangaral?
And good morning, family. And we only have 2 remaining days. No? So, sayang naman yung mga lessons na magagain natin if hindi natin mas mamamanage pa yung time natin. So, make sure na starting today, saka sa mga remaining days, mas aagahan natin. We will make sure na hindi tayo madali. Thank you.
Maraming salamat, Kuya Dan. Meron pa ba sa ating family ang gustong magbigay ng pangaral? Kung wala na, maaari na pong umupo. Maraming salamat sa inyong pagtanggap. Diyan po nagtatapos ang ating community business ngayong araw. Turn over to you, Fasi.
Salamat. Okay. All right, so we start a new topic today. And it's cognitive behavioral therapy. Okay, sino ang pwedeng magpaliwanag ano ang ibig sabihin ng o ano yung cognitive behavioral therapy? Diba, theory yun, di ba? It's one of the theories in psychology, no? Sino pa rin magpaliwanag? Ano ang cognitive behavioral model or theory? Anyone? Okay, Alban.
It's a therapy approach wherein the goal is to change the cognitive of the person because the thinking the cognitive is being changed because it affects how the person feels and how the person and therefore how the person feels affect the how the person behaves, and therefore how the person behaves affect the result. And therefore, to change the result, we go to to the root cause, which is the cognitive.
All right. That's the application of the theory, right? Cognitive. So, cognitive behavioral theory is a fusion of which two theories of psychology? Ano yung pinagsama para magkaroon ng cognitive? Ano yung theories? Okay, so anong traditional theory about how the mind works, how people behave? Sino ang unang nag-propose noon? Yes, Freud. And out of Freud's theory, we came up with what? Anong theory? Psychoanalytic theory, right? Okay. So, which deals mostly with what? The unconscious, right? Yeah? Right? The mind, and particularly the unconscious. The mind, particularly the unconscious. Okay, so what's the other? Okay, if we look at like a spectrum, focusing on the mind and the unconscious, what's the other school? Sino nagsabi nun? What's the other school? Huh? Ano yung other school? Oh, sabihin ko na, Skinner. Anong school? Behavioral, right? Okay. Behavioral. So you have one which is actually just the mind and the unconscious, and one focusing on just the behavior, right? Okay, so behavioral theories came out. Okay, and then what happens after that? Some people actually begin to fuse, right? The two theories, or hit like a middle ground, using some of the theories of the mind, and the other one is looking at behavior. Ano nangyari doon? What's the third one that came out of it? Yun yung cognitive behavioral theory, di ba? So, cognitive behavioral theory is, borrowed from, they were saying that, the mind is still very much involved in human behavior, right? And it's not just the behavior, it's a combination of the mind and the behavior. So then we have the cognitive behavioral theories, right? So sino mga alam yung proponents ng cognitive behavioral theory? Oh, Aaron Beck is actually cognitive behavioral. Yep. He specializes in depression, right? Yes. Okay. Sino pa? Besides, Bandura is another one, right? Yeah, but also, he's also social learning. Di ba? Sino pa mga proponents ng cognitive behavior? Come on, psychology. Nakalimutan ko na yung psychology ka. Wala ako sa eskwela. Kayo mga fresh pa lang kayo eh. Si Ellis. Albert Ellis, yes. Ano yung therapy ni Albert Ellis? Ha? Ano pangalan? Rational emotional, yes. Rational emotional therapy. That's si Ellis. Okay. So marami yan. If you really look at yung nila, no? So kind of yung criticism nila ng Freudian psychology or psychoanalytic, and then purely behavioral. Di ba, may point sila na hindi po pwede yung lang magkapag-explain ng human behavior. Hindi lang yung mind. It should be like a combination of both. So, then we have the cognitive behavioral theory. Okay. Then they came up with a cognitive behavioral therapy. It's actually very simple. Think of a triangle. Okay? The triangle like this, you have behavior, thinking, and feeling. Right? Okay, so that triangle is very important in cognitive behavioral theory. All right, katulad sinabi nga ni Ivan, no? The mind influences behavior and feelings, right? Okay. All right. So that's what we will look at. Okay. Ayaw. Okay. Thank you. All right. So what is it? What is cognitive behavioral theory or therapy rather? It's a form of psychological treatment that has been demonstrated to be effective for a range of problems, including depression, anxiety disorders, alcohol and drug use problems, marital problems, eating disorders, and several mental illnesses. Okay? Numerous research studies suggest that CBT leads to significant improvement in functioning and quality of life. In many studies, CBT has been demonstrated. In many studies, CBT has been demonstrated to be as effective as or more effective than other forms of psychological therapy or psychiatric medications. Okay. So that's what CBT is. Okay, yung core principles ng CBT. Psychological problems are based in part on faulty or unhelpful ways of thinking. Right? That's, you see that, right? You know, yung, di ba? Sometimes sinasabi natin, ano yung iniisip mo mangyayari yan? You know? Okay? So the mind has a lot of influence on how we feel and how we behave. All right? So there is, you know, kind of a common sense thing. You see that, we see that, right? Psychological problems are based in part on learned patterns of unhelpful behavior. Di ba? Yung habits, bad habits particularly, you know. So you can look at drug addiction as a habit. It's a bad habit, no? Okay? People suffering from psychological problems can learn better ways of coping, thereby relieving their symptoms and becoming more effective in their lives. Okay, so those are the three core beliefs of CBTs. Okay, so tingnan, ano naman ang treatment strategies nila? Okay, so the focus is in changing the thinking patterns, right? The cognitive. Learning to recognize one's distortion in thinking, right? Yung maling pag-iisip na nakaka-contribute, no? Doon sa ating problema, and then to reevaluate them in light of reality. Realistic ba yung ano, yung paniniwala mo? No? Kasi minsan yung paniniwala mo hindi consistent dun sa reality, no? Pinaniwalaan mo lang yun. And yet, yung paniniwala mong yun shapes your behavior. Di ba? Okay, so, yung palang behavior na because of that distorted thinking, yung behavior na nagre-resulta dun sa maling pag-iisip mo, ay dysfunctional. Hindi, no? Hindi adaptive behavior. It causes problems, no? Yan ibig sabihin. So, gaining a better understanding of the behavior and motivation of others. Okay? So, alamin natin, ano ba ang, ano ang motivasyon? What is driving that behavior? Kailangan maintindihan natin yun. So, they focus on understanding the behavior. What underlies that behavior? And, they look at the mind. How does the mind contribute to that behavior? Yung bang takbo ng isip ay may diferensya? So, kung may diferensya yung takbo ng isip, mag-focus tayo dun sa paano natin baguhin yung paniniwala niya, yung beliefs niya, no? So, that's part of the strategy. And then using problem-solving skills to cope with difficult situations. What happens in problem-solving skills is it's also a change in cognitive, no? It's a different way of looking at things and problem solving, no? Siguro stuck ka in doing thing over and over, repetitive behavior na hindi naman talaga, hindi adaptive, no? Pero paulit-paulit, ilang alam mo kasing gawin eh. Para bang yung mind mo stuck in it, stuck in doing. You've seen people do that. Keep repeating. Alam nila na it's not working. It's still doing it over and over and over. Like he is stuck, right? Okay, so the intervention there, cognitive behavioral, is understand, what it is, about the mind that gets him stuck. What belief, wrong belief, or dysfunctional belief is making him repeat that behavior over and over and over. Learning to develop a greater sense of confidence in one's own abilities, no? Yung taasan mo yung level of confidence ng tao na kaya niya talagang gawin ito, no? Which is across the board, no? Even in MI, di ba? We increase the level of confidence. We call it self-efficacy, no? To help a person really succeed in what he's trying to do. Okay, so those are the strategies, right, of cognitive behavioral therapy. Oh, we have more. Efforts to change behavior patterns by facing one's fear instead of avoiding them. Oh, di ba, based on this principle or strategy, what therapy did cognitive CBT, actually this is more behavioral, more behavioral approach. Anong common therapy came out of this? I'm sorry? Exposure therapy. Yeah. Exposure therapy. What else came out of this strategy? Exposure therapy. I'm sorry? Oh, systematic, which are actually now, we're going into the area of behavioral therapy, right? But cognitive, like, it's a marriage of actually, of purely like the psychoanalytic, which is the thinking part, and behaviorism. Okay, so all right, so those are actually phobias, no? Very effective in phobias. Okay, using role playing to prepare for potentially problematic interactions with others. Role playing, practicing the behavior, right? To practice the behavior. Okay, so that's part of the strategy. Learning to calm one's mind and relax one's body. So, yan, we have the relaxation exercise. In fact, maraming mga relaxation-related therapy, right? Nandiyan na yung mindfulness, yung adaptation of yoga, breathing exercises, right? Inadapt din nila yan. Because all of those things actually has effect on the physical body. How you calm an anxious person, for example. How do you calm him down? Just focus on your breathing. Grounding is actually based on cognitive behavioral therapy, which is very effective in calming a person down, right? Okay. So, who has practiced cognitive behavioral therapy? Anyone? Have you tried it in your counseling? Have you seen it work? In other words, in your practice, have you seen it work in your practice? Who has experience in adapting or using cognitive behavioral in his counseling? Have you ever tried, Ivan? And what happened?
Not really the entire principles of CBT though, Doc. It's just the activity of CBT, just like the positive self-talk and the ABC model of CBT. That's like practicing to change the thinking so that his feeling and behavior would change. So those things. And yeah, I can see it working naman po, Doc.
Saan mo ina-apply?
To my a patient in the center and private clients as well. And to myself.
Oh, you practice CBT. Okay, to yourself. Anyone else? Sino nakapag, apply ng CBT and really got some results? Yeah. Anyone? Okay. Philip, Did you try CBT? Okay.
Doc, we have a patient na na-diagnose with generalized anxiety disorder. And along with pharmacological therapy, sinabayan ko po yun ng ng CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy. So, yun lang, Doc. First, pinactice niya din yung relaxation technique. And same, Doc, yung nasabi ni Sir Ivan, yung ABC model, yung i-change mo yung line of thinking niya para mag-create ng ibang behavior. And very effective naman, Doc. So far, yung patient po natin na-stabilize na yung coping and wala nang incident na nag-occur yung anxiety disorder.
All right. So it really works in no? It works. It works in certain cases, no? I would not say that you can use CBT in every case, right? But you know, many of the really hindi yung severely dysfunctional, no? Na na problema, you know, yung bang simple problems of life ba na hindi siya makapag-cope o takot siya sa sitwasyon, no? We can use CBT yung, but you know, like people with agoraphobia, you know, no? It gets a little bit complicated sometimes, you know? But they try that, they try arachnophobia. They, exposure therapy, you know, ginagamit sa mga ganun. Okay. So it does. You know, I will not say that it will work for all types of people, all types of patients, but there is a use to cognitive behavioral therapy, no? I'll tell you a story, you know, where I was new to this, no? I was just learning CBT when I was doing my graduate school in counseling in UMKC. So one day, this was my last week in that agency. I was doing like it was an outpatient private practice, right? So I was one of the therapists there. So, and that was my last week before I moved to New York. She was my last client, actually. So she came in, right, that afternoon, and good looking black girl with a daughter, right? She walked into my office and she looked depressed. She looked depressed, no? And then I asked her, I said, "What brought you here?" And she said, "I'm depressed." I stopped smiling. He said, "I stopped smiling." And she really looked depressed, right? You could see her head and the way she was talking. And she told me, "I stopped smiling." Right? I said, "How can people stop?" So in my mind, no, stop smiling. So right away when she said that, I cracked a joke. I cracked a joke when she said that. I forgot what the joke was, but she started smiling, a big smile in her face, right? And so I commented to her, "I love your smile. You have such a beautiful smile." And then and he said, as he looked at me, "I smiled?" I said, "You did." I said, "You did. You smiled." So she was quiet for a while, and then she said, "Can you excuse me?" I said, "Sure." So I thought she just wanted to go to the toilet, right? Use the bathroom. And she took a while before she came back. And then when she came back, I said, "So, are you all right?" I said, "I." And then her whole face is different. It's like different. I said, "So what's happened?" I said, "What happened?" I said, "It took you a long time in the bathroom." He said, "Well, because I was looking at myself in a mirror and see if I really could smile." And she said, "So what?" I said, "So what did you say?" "Yes, I can smile." And you know, for the rest of that session, believe it or not, she was not depressed anymore. That was our session. Yeah, I didn't really do anything. I just cracked a joke. All right, and then you know, so even me was surprised. I was so surprised. I did believe though that was you know, when I cracked that joke, I was trying to counter yung belief niya na she cannot smile, because in my mind it's impossible not to be able to smile, right? Okay, So anyway, so during that session, she was happy and she said, I feel good. I'm okay. Uh, thank you very much. And then so she said, when I'm gonna see you again? She said, unfortunately, I said, this is my last week in the agency. Not the last week. I said, my last week is next week. I can see you for the last time next week. And that would be our last session because I'm leaving the state. I'm moving to New York. He said, okay, so I'd like to see you for next session. No? So come next week, come the following week. She came. She came with a cake. A cake, brought her daughter. So I could meet her daughter and her best friend, you know. And then we sat down in the office and she was a different person, believe it or not. She was well dressed. I told you she was like a good looking black woman, well dressed, nice little girl. And then her friend, and he said, this is my way of saying goodbye with a little cake. So this is, we'll just have a cake. So that was her way of thanking me for the whole thing. And that was like, it blew my mind that, that session, very short, that's all we did, and kind of changed her behavior. I can never forget that. That's probably the most, we are talking about brief therapy. This is the most brief therapy I ever encountered. Okay, so what happened in that encounter? Basically, I challenged her belief that she could not smile. And that belief that she could not smile got her depressed. I'm sure there were other issues in life that precipitated that, right? And because I was able to move her out of that depressive thinking, which is actually caused by her belief, right? I think there will be a lot of things that can come out of that session. Unfortunately, I could not follow up on that one. But the main symptom was actually relieved by just simple encounter that we had. And so from that point on, I really believe in cognitive behavioral therapy. I said, yeah, it can work. Okay. Yeah. So that's my little story about CBT. Okay. Okay. So the general treatment approach. Not all CBT will use all of these strategies. Okay. Rather than the psychological and patient work together, rather the psychologist and patient client work together in a collaborative fashion to develop an understanding of the problem and to develop a treatment strategy. It's collaborative. You have to really work with the client very closely, okay, in this approach. CBT places an emphasis on helping individuals learn to be their own therapists. That's true. Okay, so you teach them the skills, you teach them what they needed to do, and they have to implement it. Okay, so that by itself, if you really think about it, you have to have a highly motivated client for it to work. Okay, so yeah, just consider that, the motivation of the client. Through exercises in the session as well as homework. There's a lot of homework in CBT. Okay, that's the other thing. So that's why I said cooperation and motivation is key because they have to really do the homework. Okay, the homework exercises outside of the session. Patients, clients are helped to develop coping skills whereby they can learn to change their own thinking, problematic emotions, and behavior. Okay. CBT therapists emphasize what is going on in the patient's current life rather than what has led up to this difficulty. So you focus on what's going on currently. So in my approach, I did not ask her, okay, so what happened? You understand? I did not explore that. So the immediate issue there was she looked and was depressed. And I wanted to kind of see if I could use CBT to help her overcome that depression. I still referred her actually to our psychiatrist after that session. So I told her, here is a recommendation: go to our psychiatrist. I'll schedule you for him to see her. because he probably has real, depression that he need to. I mean, somebody needs to evaluate. So I really didn't know what happened, if she was given any medication or what. Uh, so no digging actually of the past in CBT. It's the here and now, the current issue, what's going on right now in her life. A certain amount of information about one's history is needed, but the focus is primarily on moving forward in time to develop more effective ways of coping with life. So, unlike psychodynamic or Freudian therapy, which dig up the past, the CBT doesn't really spend a whole lot of time, trying to figure out what happened to you in the past, things like that. That's not that's not their approach. Okay, so that is CBT, right? And the next is we'll talk about CBT, relapse prevention using CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, in relapse prevention. Okay? All right. Questions with this before we move to the next slide, the next topic. Questions? Comments about CBT? Okay. It's not a cure all, okay? It will work in many, it will work. You just have to be sure that, that this approach is gonna, is will work with the client that you have. Like I said, if the client is unmotivated, not willing to do anything, I don't think this is gonna work, because he has to do he has to do the work. Basically, you're just like a teacher helping him with the intervention. Okay. All right. Question.
Doc, question po sa ano. What will be your kasi sa interpret and interpose po may inclusion and exclusion criteria para maipsali doon. And interpret and interpose is mostly CBT po talaga.
Okay.
So kaya nga. So in your opinion, what will really be a proper inclusion or exclusion criteria for the use of CBT?
Okay. So to me, if the client should be been here a little longer, okay. Well, I'm assuming that if the client is here a little longer, he's a little bit more motivated. Okay, so you really have to see if the client is cooperative, will do the homework, because half of the time is actually his own thing. He's gonna implement it and observe it and report back to you how did it work. Okay, so imagine, you give a homework to your client, or say, okay, do this homework and see what happened, right? And then report back next time when you check, okay, did you do the homework? How did it go? Okay, what did you observe in yourself, after you did this, after you practiced this? Can you give us some feedback? Imagine, a resident who, number one, doesn't understand what it is that you're asking him to do, not really motivated, okay, to do anything. It's not gonna work. First of all, he needs to understand why am I going to do this? How am I doing this? What am I supposed to learn from this? Because unless he buys into it, he's not gonna do it, and it's not gonna work. We'll see, because I included in this topic some actual relapse prevention modules, no, and see, and if this is gonna be appropriate for our client. Doon sa ibang client na yung inclusion pa, yung exclusion ba, na parang, maybe some of them may not be capable of it, di ba? So I would look at more the motivation, because a person might be not really fully you know, all together. But he wants something, you know, he wants to do it. He wants to prove something. That might actually help the person. Who knows? Whereas you might have somebody there, you know, who has no mental condition, but he's not really motivated to do anything. You know, so it's hard really to judge that. So I favor like trying it for everyone and just based on responses to the intervention, then you say, okay, maybe this guy is not capable of doing that, rather than coming up with your own inclusion exclusion, you know, without really seeing if some of those people that you excluded can respond or not. So let them see, you know, and then based on the responses, make an assessment, right? That and I think that's a fair way of doing it.
Sir, for example, motivated, ganyan. Pero we have patients who are not able to read or write. They cannot do their homework. Ano pa? Sometimes even if they're able to read and write, but they still sa outpatient kasi minsan ganun pa, yung hindi
Okay.
gagawa ng homework, ayaw mag ano.
Ang,
What would you suggest na alternative pa?
Okay, the way I would do is I will ask him, who among your peers you really trust and you're close to, and you pair that person with him. Yeah, okay. You pair that person with somebody who can read and write, and they work together. Okay, so that's one alternative. We have always done that because even in the U.S. we have some people who cannot read and write, no, or may learning disability. And that works. Okay. All right. Questions, comments? Yes, Dr. Lee.
Based on what you've said po, Doc, so before including that person in a group, kasi po CBT session po in a group, so magkakaroon muna siya ng one-on-one CBT muna with the caseload manager, so that the caseload manager would really fully assess that client if he's really that motivated before include them in a group. So yun po yung nasa isip.
You can do that, but many of the exercises can be done in the group, right? With CBT, right? Pwede, group. But yeah, you can do that. You can actually, you know, do a one-on-one and just assess the client or explore with the client, you know, what are your struggles? What is it about this model that you're struggling with? What's the problem? Yeah, you still have to do that though. Okay. So for them to benefit from it, don't assume that all the residents is gonna cooperate and do it right. Like Rommel said, some people are motivated but they're not willing to do the work, and you have those residents too. So that's why I said give them a little more time in the program, because by that time you get to know the person already. The caseload manager will know more about the person, can make an assessment about the capabilities of this person. Yeah. Yes.
Sir, in the case of the OPD, sometimes, actually madalas, we get patients who miss their sessions.
Okay.
They're absent usually. Ang structure nung Entropos is pag na-miss niya yung certain topic, hindi na binabalikan. So,
Okay.
continuous lang. Basta, ano, kasi merong, parang may time lang, a number of, baga, 6 months lang. Ganun lang po. Minsan, naka-miss na ng ilang sessions, naka-tatlo, ganun. Pero kasi, we try to, tawag ito? We try to avoid yung extensions.
Okay.
In your opinion, so, ibig sabihin, hindi nila nababalikan yung ibang sessions.
Okay.
Madalas. So, in your opinion, anong pwedeng alternative po sa extension?
Okay. I don't like sequential models. I like standalone models. All right. So maybe you need to take a look at that, right? You understand by standalone? It's not sequential. It doesn't, no prerequisites. In other words, each session is a session. It can stand by itself because of that problem. no? If it's incremental ba, na kailangan na hindi mo magagawa yung succeeding unless you complete the preceding, it's not ideal for our clients, especially in outpatient. Now, in the residential, because they don't go anywhere, you can do that. But for outpatient, you will encounter some problems with that. Okay, so you may want to tweak that a little bit and see if you can make those sessions standalone. Maybe there's a way of changing that. Who knows, right? If I look at it, maybe I can see, if we can make it standalone. Yes.
Yes, sir. Sige po, sir. Pakita namin sa inyo. Although, maraming topics naman in Entrepose, standalone po.
Yeah,
Pero may
okay.
mga topics po na sunod-sunod sila na may dapat alam mo na to para mas maintindihan mo tong next 2 or 3 topics. So, hindi siya purely standalone talaga. Okay. Although, yun ang goal is standalone, pero parang yung mga early topics talagang hindi eh. Sunod-sunod siya talaga eh.
Okay, so maybe look at your programming. If you can actually do like a workshop type, and in other words, I wonder, like do 3 modules in one day. Lahat ng mga sequential gawin mo in one day. Bam, 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 and then the rest, if it's the rest are standalone, I don't know. I'm just thinking aloud.
Siguro ano namin. Baka i-try namin na sa isang punta,
Oh,
yung mga sequential
Yes.
tapusin lahat.
exactly. Kaya nga, gawin yung parang workshop for the day, Just space them a little bit, And then what you do is you do one, okay, if it's, okay, it's sequential, You tell them, okay, we have a workshop such and such day, right? We will cover a lot of things. So you do in the morning, right? And then give them time to practice what they learn. You understand? Okay, so we do the therapy or kind of training to introduce them to the module, and then give them maybe an hour to practice, right, before you teach the next one. In other words, you want to help them master the first module before moving into the next. So kaya kailangan the whole day. Okay, once you are satisfied with the response and they know what to do, you go to the next one and then you do the same thing. So you can cover probably 3 or 4 modules in one day. Right?
Yes, sir. Sir, so pwede namin gawin, sir, yung kasi sa modules na yun, may homeworks, lahat yun eh. Gawin ng seatworks na lang. Sige, sir.
Yes. In fact, that would probably work better because it's still fresh in their mind. Di ba? Mahalaga. Kasi dyan, di ba, skills yan eh. Acquiring skills and practicing the skills. Right? So, give them time to actually practice it. And then go into the next one. Anyway, so it's just like a strategy, I would say, to make it work. It's plus they save money, from going back and forth. Yeah. And then, maybe the next session is just to review. Okay, so did you apply what you learned from the workshop? So if you're the counselor, you've got to kind of, okay, before moving into other things, let's just review this. Okay, you learned this already. Did you apply it? Okay, so a session mo is just a follow-up of what they applied based on what they learned in the workshop. Stay on it for a little bit before moving on to the other modules until they have developed mastery on those 3 or 4 modules. Does that make sense? Yeah? Okay. All right, guys. So, hey, there are many ways to skin a cat. You know that, right? Yes. All right. There's a question.
Hindi naman siya question, Doc, pero I'm just thinking dun sa inclusion area ng CBT. Is it possible if we could conduct it prior to their transition to the formal rehab, like when they're still in the EMU stage, so that by that time siguro that they'll be transitioned to the formal rehab, we can already make an assessment of on whom are those people who are really motivated to be
On the CBT session.
Yeah, you can do that. So what you in that model, you do batches. Okay, so maybe a batch of new residents coming in, but they are motivated. You feel like they have the skills. You put them. Maybe some of them needs a little bit more help. Adjustment to the community. So you do it by batches. Okay, first batch, second batch, ganon. Pero kailangan talaga ma-prepare mo sila. Otherwise, you're wasting your time. Okay. All right. So those are some of the logistics, in doing this. Okay. All right. Cool. Okay. Questions? No?
So, Doc, more or less, in CBT, you are also incorporating the principles of MI, right? Okay. With what you've said, so I was thinking po, kung nasa EMU ang patient, so you could actually bombard him, sorry for the word, with MI, and at the same time, you are already at the back of your mind thinking if this patient is fully motivated to include him to yung CBT therapy or session sa mga susunod.
Di ba napagkasunduan natin? We'll try MI, early on in the treatment. AMU, those who are like new 1 month, 2 months in the program, that's where we actually do this, no? Because those are those are the period where they're still fresh and they're still trying to adjust to the environment. So we can do that. So while you're trying to actually expose them to the program and get them ready to do CBT, we can apply MI any the style, the approach across treatment, no? But the actual like MI session, you know, you can do that early on in the treatment, right? Yung mga caseload counselors, you can tutukan nyo sila with MI during the first 1 or 2 months in the program. Okay. I like this because you're thinking. I like that. How to really make this work, how to integrate these things. Yeah. So, yun ang ano ko sa interpose. Here's my big comment. I don't think they made an effort to really understand how the TC works. The proper, methodological is things that they did is to really understand ano ang treatment platform ng TRC. And then based on that platform, how can we actually put it in here without disrupting the TC? Okay, so ang nangyari tuloy, because they did not do that, some of the TRC think, we'll just replace what we do in the TC. Ay. So now what happens? What do we do? What do we use to shape behavior? You understand? So when I heard about it, that's the first thing that I said, how can these people not even consider the platform? And just say, okay. It's almost like you don't have to do the TC, just do this. Okay, now imagine, take out the TC and you just do this, what do you have? You'll have a zoo. And then you think you can do all these evidence-based practices, you won't be able to do it. It's a simple thinking as that, and to miss that, it's just like, come on. It wasn't strategic. Because there is a way of doing it. Now, I am trying to actually help you do that. Which is not fair to the TLC actually. Because there was no forethought. That's my criticism. I'm not opposed to those things. I love those interventions. I've used some of those CBT. I told you, that it's very helpful. That doesn't mean that can always work. You've got to actually look at your context. Right? You create the context for everything to work. So the context is not there. So now, you know, like I said, you know, it can work very well in tandem with TC if you find a time to really just do it. So the best shot for us, not to disrupt, you know, the development of your TC, because your TC needs to develop. It's not well developed yet. Is to actually integrate the evidence-based practices in the week on the weekend. So the disruption is, you know, you can avoid the disruption. Okay, so I see that's a good possibility if you are open to actually doing it that way. That also solves our problem of having too much issues in the community during the weekend kasi wala masyadong supervision at wala masyadong activities. Now we have enough activities during the weekend, so it's a happy marriage. It's a happy marriage. So I'm really happy and glad that you're open to that, because I'm not sure if the other TRCs are actually open to that. Especially some people who just think like, I'm gonna just work Monday to Friday. Don't bother me with Saturday and Sunday. Then we they will struggle with that entry post. Okay, I can see that already happening. Before when I knew about that, that's my thing. I said, why didn't they even look at the environment and determine how to actually integrate that? Anyway, well, we are finding a solution, right? You know, right? So that's a good thing, and you're willing to actually go along with it. So I appreciate that. All right, relapse prevention. Ah, what is a relapse? Ah, return to drugs. Yeah. Okay. Relapse is the process of returning to the use of alcohol or drugs after a period of abstinence. Right? Highlight process. Highlight process. It's not true that, hey, so and so went out to buy a cigarette or send him to the market, right? And then all of a sudden he picks up the drug, came back, and he's high. And, you know, that he just decided to do that. Okay. Oftentimes it's not like that. He was already probably relapsing in his head before he picked up the drug. He was already thinking about getting high. Okay? And that was just the end product. So before going out there, he is not committed to actually staying drug free. Somehow in his mind, he's still thinking, right? You know the word mental reservation? He has a mental reservation about being drug free. I'll tell you how this works. Listen, with our client, this is how it works. He's here, right? He buys in into the program. Let's say he already buys into the program. We say, okay, I'm gonna get the most out of this program. Okay, I'm gonna really stop using drugs. But in his mind, he's saying, I'm just gonna stop using shabu. But I'm not actually sure about marijuana and alcohol. You understand? They do not actually just decide, okay, I'm gonna give up all substances. He is trying to negotiate in his head with himself. Okay, I know shabu got me into trouble, right? Got me into trouble. But alcohol, no. A little marijuana, I don't think so. So, okay, I'm gonna give up shabu. He's not gonna tell you that though. Because he feels like if I tell the staff here, honestly and openly, that, yeah, I'm gonna stop using shabu, but I'm gonna still drink and use some marijuana here and there. I'm not gonna abuse them, right? That's what in his mind. He's not gonna tell you that. That's where they're at. Okay, don't believe that they are committed to actually staying drug free, 100%. No alcohol, no marijuana, because they look at marijuana as a soft drug. It's not gonna get them into trouble. Does that make sense? That's the first stage of giving up drugs. They are not willing to give it up all. They're still reserving in their mind. Okay. So if a resident goes out after treatment, right? And in his mind he says, okay, I'm not gonna touch shabu, but I'm gonna drink a little bit here and there, social situation, and then if there is some marijuana or I feel a little stressed, I'm gonna have some marijuana. Because those drugs never get me into trouble, right? Okay. Do you think that person will be able to sustain his sobriety? No, definitely. Okay, definitely. But he's not thinking that way. He doesn't think. He doesn't think. I like that background music. Keep me alive. Keep me awake. All right. It doesn't. Okay, listen. It's okay. Okay. It doesn't mean that he will be capable of really sustaining that sobriety. Why? Why? Think about this, right? He is already susceptible to substances, right? If you have addiction, there is such thing as cross addiction, correct? It can cross over. It can cross over. So maybe he drinks a little bit in the beginning. He drinks a little bit. Give it time. That drinking is not gonna stop social. Before you know it, it is drinking more regularly. And even that marijuana, it will increase the use, right? And then ultimately, he's gonna go back to his favorite drug. He's gonna go back to shabu. Okay, so that's when it comes to actually, if you have addiction to a substance, practice the law of what we call all or none. All or none. With people with addiction, I say practice principle of all or none. Why? Why? Because it's very risky. If you have a history of addiction, it's very risky to try any substances. Because you are not capable, when it comes to drugs, they are not capable of moderate use. Period. They are not capable of doing that as far as the drugs are concerned. Okay? So when I work with clients, even in outpatient, I always explore that. I said, what is your mental reservation? And then I break it down for them. And I explain to them the way I am explaining to you. Okay? That's many of our clients leave this program, making a commitment, I'm not gonna go back to using drugs. He's saying, I'm gonna stay away from my drug of choice. But if you ask him, what's your stand with alcohol and other soft drugs and marijuana, he cannot give you a definite answer that he's gonna stay away from it. Okay? So when you are working with clients before they leave here, explore that. It will be very difficult for them to be honest about that because they are afraid that you will hold them back here. But that's a healthy conversation to take or to have with your clients. Okay, so the next level the first level in sobriety is giving up your primary drug. The next one, which is the hardest, is to believe that you need to give up all in order to sustain your sobriety. Does that make sense what I'm talking about? Yeah? So be aware of that when you're counseling your client. Mental reservation. All right, so relapse is a process. Well, they relapse because they have the mental reservation. They're not really committed, to using drugs. Go back, imagine, if when I stop eating meat, I'm going to go back because I never used drugs, right? Okay, I never been addicted to any drugs. But the best example I could make, because it's the same struggle, is to give up eating meat, right? Do you think I could have given it up when I say I'm just gonna eat chicken? No, it would have not worked. It would have not worked, right? No, you understand? It's as simple as food. I would have not been able to actually give it up. So in my mind, I know that. So to me, I said, all. Okay. if you're overcoming any substance, whether it's chocolate, coffee, sugar, okay, sugar, it's the same process too. Yeah, you cannot say a little bit only, or I'm gonna use it only once a week. That once a week becomes like twice a week. Yeah. Yeah. So when you're talking about drastic change of behavior, such as addiction, it's really all or none. Okay? Okay, a lapse. What's a lapse? A lapse or slip is an isolated incident of drug or alcohol use that does not result in a return to previous pattern of behavior. One use, right? And the person did not. Very tough situation. Very tough situation. Lapse. Okay? Because you're almost at the edge, of falling off the cliff. Okay? And a lot of people have a lapse and that progress into a relapse. And we'll talk about what's going on in the mind that contributes to a lapse becoming a relapse. Okay? All right. Okay. Relapse and recovery. Look at that. It says that approximately 1/3 of patients achieve permanent abstinence from their first serious attempt at recovery. Only one. One time, one attempt. Only 1/3. Another third have a period of brief relapse episodes but eventually achieve long-term abstinence. That's what I was talking about. Some people might relapse after here, but if he has learned enough from the program, he might be able to actually pick himself up. Okay? He just needed to learn. Okay? So, here is what happens with that. Our program. So, just trust that the program has impact on people. You know what happens? When they leave this program, you actually develop a strong sense of guilt on our client about drugs. Correct? We pounded on them, hey, the drug is not really good for you. It's not, okay, over and over and over. Right? Okay, so somehow, they buy into some of that. Now, it's really not good for me. Okay, so then, when they go back out there, after being here, they've been in the program, if they have learned from the program, if you pounded on them the TC philosophy, the TC values, right, and they buy onto that, they go out there and relapse, that spoils the high. It spoils your high. Why? Because when you take drugs, you feel like, wow, I feel guilty of doing this. I feel guilty doing this, right? Number one, because I have been clean for a period of time. I made some commitment to some people that I'm not gonna go back to using it. My family was so happy I did not use, while I'm in the program and I made a commitment. He carries that burden of guilt going out there. Then he picks up drugs, right? It spoils their high because he feels so bad, right? So that might actually help him stop. I say, I cannot do this anymore because my conscience is bothering me. Okay? Well, that could also have another effect, right? If somebody is not really well grounded in recovery, the opposite can happen. He felt so bad. He felt so bad that he picked up and he says, I need something to overcome these negative feelings I have because I feel such a failure. So I'm gonna use anyway. That's called the abstinence violation effect. And we'll talk about that in a little bit. Okay? So, yeah, some people are able to bounce back, but some people might continue to use because he feels so bad about the relapse and he needed something to feel better about that. Okay? All right. Next is an additional one-third have chronic relapses that results in eventual death from chemical addiction. So one-third of drug dependents, people who have developed addiction to a substance, one-third of them ended up struggling, giving up drugs. And many of them ended up dying or dying from medical complications. Okay? So the one-third, one time, they succeed. The two-thirds, they needed a few trips to the treatment program, right? Okay, before they actually recover. And the one-third is a top population to work with. Those are actually people who are put on methadone. Yeah, in the US, they put them on methadone. They look at how many times the person has been in treatment, how many years, and then they just say, this person cannot stay drug-free and just needs to be put on methadone. Okay? Just to help them not kill themselves. All right. So this is based on research, by the way. Okay. This is Assumption. I think it's Assumption or NIDA. The top. You know, I think it's a NIDA or Assumption publication. These are based on research. The majority. Okay. The majority of people completing addiction treatment resume drug use within a year, and 80% do so within 3 months of discharge. You see that with our clients, correct? You see that. So, okay, recoveries from severe alcohol or drug problems are not fully stabilized. They're not fully stabilized, point at which the risk of future lifetime relapse drops below 15. Until between 4 to 5 years of sustained remission or longer for some patterns. I see that. They are not totally stabilized until about 4 to 5 years after giving up drugs. And the longer they stay drug-free, the less and less they actually, the risk of going back becomes less and less and less. They also become more, their functioning goes up. A lot of those personality characteristics that when they were using drugs also recedes. Okay, so the longer they actually are drug free and live a very stable life, the less and less that you would even suspect they have used drugs. There are a lot of people who had a history of severe problem with behavior and drugs who have been clean for many years, and you cannot suspect that they even use drugs. In other words, they're stabilized, they're normal in that sense, in a real sense of the word. Okay, but you can tell, in the beginning, the first few years, 1, 2, 3, 4, you can still see some of that attitude and behavior coming out, right? But if they stay drug-free completely, they will be completely stabilized and normalized. Okay? So even if a person has been actually drug-free for 5 years, 6 years, that chances of relapse can still happen. You know how it happens? Iatrogenic. They had a medical emergency, they had a surgery, they were put on certain medication because they did not tell the doctor about their history, and they're put on narcotics, synthetic narcotics. Oh, that's a setup. Even Tylenol 3. I know somebody who relapsed over Tylenol 3 with codeine. I have a few friends that did that. And he didn't know. As he keeps going back to the pharmacist, says, oh, I continue to have pain. She really believed that she has some pains in her body. It's the mind. And then the pharmacist finally reported her. Yeah, and she had, because she went to a doctor and she had some back pains. It started from there. Yeah, they're able to. She got better. She got out of it. Yeah, a few people, and she was clean for 50 years. It can still happen. So they have to be careful what they put in their mouth or in their system. The transition from recovery initiation to lifelong recovery maintenance is mediated by processes of social support. Okay, so here again, social support. It keeps coming back. People with social support helps them really stabilize their lives. Okay, and they seem to be more resilient when it comes to relapse. Social support. All right. Okay, you don't have to actually leave your seat. Just let's brainstorm. Okay. So, what is it that you relapse to? Huh? Think in your life. Okay, you can relapse into sugar, coke, sugar, cigarettes, right, Vincent? It's even worse, you know that. Okay, so how many days have you been clean? Babe? 3 days? All right. Vincent has been 3 days clean. No vaping for 3 days. All right. Okay. Okay, sino yung nag-relapse? Sino nag-relapse sa sugar? Raise your hands. Anyone? Johan, Romel. Me too. A lot of carbs. Since I arrived here, I relapsed already. I am watching my belly, and I said, there is something wrong with it. I am putting on weight. My wife told me, okay, when you arrive home, we go on a detox. Ha? Mag-detox. Okay, sino yan? Isipin niya. Okay, cigarettes. Sino nag-relapse cigarettes? Wala? Okay, so what led to your relapse? Triggers. Okay. Triggers. Access, di ba? Access, it's accessible. What else? Anong nag-trigger sa'yo, Romel? Peer group. His peer pressure. Okay. Yung iba, ano pang cholesterol, yung mga na-cholesterol yan. Sino nag-relapse sa cholesterol? Kailangan bawasan yung cholesterol. Sipsefloro, cholesterol. Oh my God. Sino pa? Cholesterol. Si Doc Tony daw. Cholesterol, okay ka, Doc? Hindi ka nag-relapse? How about, sugar. Sugar din. Marami sa atin, no? Nag-relapse sa sugar. Okay. So, to a certain extent, we can identify with that, right? Yeah. Okay. What would have helped you? What would have helped you prevent that relapse? What? What would have helped you? How about self-discipline? Self-discipline, right? Okay, it's very difficult, but listen, in this situation, it's really self-discipline, right? Okay, although we are served so much food, right? We have breakfast and then we have break. Speaking of which, you are already looking at me, Doc. Sugar time. Okay, di ba? Okay, so I'm not used to eating this much. Breakfast, break, lunch, break, dinner, and then when I go back to my hotel, gusto ko ba chichirya? You know, right? Pampaantok daw. Okay, so many cues, environmental cues, you understand, triggers, right? Situations. All right. So really, the only thing you have is self-discipline. Yeah. Okay. So, nag-break down yung self-discipline kasi renationalize, next time na lang. Di ba? Next time na lang. Yeah. Okay. If you resume your recovery, what helped you do so? This is actually a question you can ask somebody who picked up. Right? Okay. So, what led you to relapse? Yeah, di ba? Ano, in hindsight, right? Let's say you're counseling somebody who relapsed. In hindsight, looking back, bago ka nag-pick up, what was going on? What was going on in yourself, sarili mo, right? Or in your life, may anong stressor, anong event, okay? Some people say, I was so happy and excited. Even a positive emotion can actually trigger relapse. Or I had a fight with my wife or my friend or my girlfriend. Okay? So find out what happened, because that will help you, the client, begin to identify ano yung mga high relapse factors niya. Anong factors could lead relapse in the future and what to avoid. Okay? What would have helped you to prevent it? Ano dapat ginawa mo? In hindsight, no? Ano kaya dapat na ginawa mo para na iwasan mo na mag-relapse? You explore that with the client. Okay? And then, if you resume your recovery, what helped you do so? So, let's say naka-bounce back siya, no? It was just a lapse. Ano nakatulong sa'yo na hindi na tuloy-tuloy na yung paggamot mo? That's a good amount of information for you too. Tumawag po ako sa aking sponsor, or I spoke to my counselor, or I spoke to my friend. Whatever he did it right? So that's a good thing to understand also about your client. Then you can re-emphasize and say, okay, every time this happens, that worked for you. Keep doing that. Okay. Okay, so next. All right. So what causes relapse? Interesting, right? Look, what's the highest one? Negative emotional state. That tells you that actually many of our clients have probably trauma background. Okay? So he has an emotional trigger. Oh, na-trigger siya. Okay? Nag-trigger yung trauma niya and he got so depressed. Okay? Or angry. Negative emotion. Okay, so nakita mo, pinakamataas negative emotion, right? Anger, resentment, frustration. Okay? And then the next one is what? Social pressure. You know what is a common reason some people would relapse although they have stopped using? Weddings. Weddings. No, especially weddings. So, pupunta ka doon, di ba? Ang dami mo mga friends. Okay? And then they say, oh, just for today. Sabihin sa'yo, just for today, we have to celebrate your friend's wedding, right? And then, that's a lot of pressure on you. That's a lot of pressure. Okay. So, celebration is a common situation where social pressure can really push somebody to pick up using. Okay? All right. Yeah. Next is interpersonal conflict. Yeah, away. And usually that conflict is with somebody close to you. A relationship, no? Yeah. So, Interpersonal conflict. Next one is positive emotional state. Look at that. Even positive emotional state, masaya, no? Yeah, okay. A client, right? I have an outpatient client. Ano na siya, no? Siguro several weeks na siyang drug-free. Then, nanganak yung asawa. Nagkaanak yung asawa niya, so naging tatay siya. Nag-pick up. Sabi ko, bakit ka mag-pick up? Dapat, di ba, a happy occasion yun. Yun nga, Dok, eh. Sinerebrate ko. Nag-celebrate. You know, nag-toast ako dahil nagkaanak ako, ganyan. Okay, he was so happy. And then, so positive emotions got him so excited. Okay? And then he picked up. All right, urges and temptation. That's common, you know. Our residents, when they are here 24/7, that's all what's going on in their head. Urges, I wish I could use, I wish I could try, even that's a little bit. They even have nightmares about using drugs. Yeah, right? Anong nightmare mo, Doc Joey? Okay, di ba magka-nightmares? Well, yes, they'll tell you that. Oh, I wake up like so distressed because I picked up in my dream. They'll tell you that, right? I picked up in my dream. Or I was out with my friends and we were looking for drugs. You know, sayang, we did not find any. Nagising ako. Okay na. Hindi tuloy kami nakabili, nagising ako eh. So, okay, testing personal control. This is stupid. Tignan ko kung hanggang saan ko kayang pigilin ang pagdadamit. Okay. Testing personal control. Tingnan ko kung talagang makontrol ko. I'll just have one drink. And tingnan ko kung kaya kong tumigil. Okay? And then that one sip or one drink, his brain is telling him, you already used it anyway, so have more. Okay? All right, next, negative physical state. All right, if you are in recovery, we say, don't be hungry, don't be angry, don't be tired, don't be tired. Okay? Do not be tired. That could also actually trigger. Okay. All right? So, those are the major causes of relapse. Okay, guys. Nagiging restless na. Kulang na kasi sa sugar eh. Alright, let's take a break here. It's 9:30 and be back at 10, please.
So, pinaportion pa lang po yung ating Big Mac. Oh, Big Mac. Carbs ulit po.
All right. How is everyone? Good? You are all good? Still trying to finish your snacks? Okay. So let's resume. Sali ka dito? Anong bisyo mo? Ha? Anong bisyo mo? Okay, so let's look at adolescent. Adolescent predisposing factor to drug use. Learning disability is a risk factor for adolescent. Okay? Dual or multiple diagnosis. Okay, dual diagnosis or multiple diagnosis is a risk factor. High stress personalities. Yung personalities that are sensitive or susceptible to stress, madaling ma-stress. Inadequate coping skills. Lack of support system. Dysfunctional families. Lack of impulse control. So those are predisposing risk factors for our adolescent. Do you see this with our adolescent? No? Many of them, diba? Yep. May madadagdag pa kayo? This is from Bell, a study done by Bell. Okay, so, yeah. Oh, yeah. This is all mostly like, yeah, probably lack of support system or dysfunctional families. Yeah, peer. Yeah, they are susceptible to peer pressure, by the way, adolescents, because at that age, you know, they are easily influenced by their peers. Okay, which is normal to all adolescents, di ba? Normal yun sa adolescents. Pero in addition to that, yun, we have this, right? Divorce or separation of parents is also a factor. Yeah, I noticed that with our clients when I was working in adolescent program, even in the US. You think that they are used to like divorce and separation because that's quite common. It still bothers. It bothers a lot of children, you know. And if you look at their history, they started actually getting into trouble in school, or started using drugs when parents separate or they get divorced. So they are impacted by that. Moving away from old friends or changing schools. Why? To them it's stressful, no? To be separated from their friends or moving to another school. Okay? So, because friends at that age is very, very important. It's amazing. My daughter was actually offered like a scholarship, but she has to move out of the school, live in a different area, right? And that was actually a good opportunity for her because those are very special school because she scored high in a test, but she refused. You know why she refused? I don't want to miss my friends. I said, oh, what can you do, right? I said, this is a good opportunity for you because you are in high school, but a lot of your courses are credited in college. I said you're going to save a lot of money. You know, if you do that, because by the time you finish high school, you're already you're already in college. Yung mga ganun mga special schools they accelerate yung learning. Okay? That's actually but she missed that opportunity. She gave it up over friends. Okay, loss or death of family members. Yeah, grief. Grief. Okay? Breakup of relationship with boyfriend or girlfriend. Yeah, they are actually impacted more than adults. They're impacted by that more than adults, no? Diba? Sa kanila, first time they probably have a serious relationship and then break up, they cannot handle it. Okay? And that lead them to use drugs. Who can relate to that? Wala? Okay. Diba? Na-experience nila yan. Alright. Relapse prevention therapy. Okay. Let's look at this. A cognitive behavioral approach to the treatment of addictive behaviors that specifically addresses the nature of the relapse process and suggests coping strategies useful in maintaining change. This is by Marlatt and Gordon. Those two guys, you will encounter them, Marlatt and Gordon. They wrote a lot about relapse prevention. Okay, Marlatt has a book on relapse prevention also. Okay, and we're using a lot of Marlatt's materials here, no? Because his model is cognitive behavioral relapse prevention. That's the model that he used. Okay, relapse prevention therapy focuses on the maintenance states of addictive change that has two main goals. First, to prevent the occurrence of initial lapses after a commitment to change has been made. And secondly, to prevent any lapse that does occur from escalating into a full-blown relapse. So, first is, prevent initial lapse, okay? First use, to prevent any first use of drugs after making a commitment to change. And then the next one is to prevent any lapse that does occur from escalating into a relapse. So, preventing a lapse and preventing a lapse to becoming a full-blown relapse. Okay? Provide critical concepts of addiction and how to not use drugs. That's another goal. Okay? Alright, so learning or teaching them concepts. So there is a psychoeducation component to relapse prevention, right? Actually, there is a lot of teaching that's gonna be happening in relapse prevention. Okay? We'll talk about some of those interventions. Emphasizes the development of new skills. It is focused on acquiring skills, social skills to prevent going back to using. And involves the mastery of skills through practice. So a lot of practice. Okay, so most of the cognitive behavioral models really has a lot of that. There's a lot of psychoeducation, practice, no, acquiring learning, teaching them skills, and then practicing the skills. Okay. Okay, behavioral strategies in relapse prevention therapy. In the early stages of relapse treatment, relapse prevention treatment strategies, stress behavioral change. Okay, so behavioral change, no? The early stages. Planning time to engage in non-drug related behavior. Substitution, right? You substitute non-using behavior, okay, learning to do other things. Because when you stop using drugs, there is like a lot of downtime there, right? And then, so what do you substitute for activities, right? And then, avoiding or leaving a drug use situation. Okay. So they will encounter situation where people are using drugs or they're being asked to participate and use drugs. And how do you avoid those situations? Or if you happen to get into that situation, what do you do so that you don't fall into that? It is a tough thing for adolescents. Once they are actually in that situation, that's the toughest thing to navigate for them. It's hard for them to say no, right? Okay, adolescents have difficulty saying no. And there is, we'll talk about how do you manage those kind of situations. How do you say no? When do you say no, right? When you are in that situation, and what you have to do to, to prevent you from using. Okay, psychoeducation. All right, so there, I told you, there's a lot of psychoeducation, teaching clients knowledge about addiction and recovery. You have to teach them what is addiction and what's recovery. Do not, if you teach them all of this stuff and they have no background on what's addiction and what is, recovery, right? They have to be able to make a connection, make sense of what they're doing, okay? So it will make better sense for them to actually teach them what the basic of addictions and recovery. Okay? So hopefully before they leave the treatment program, they are already well educated on addiction and recovery. So maybe the evidence-based practice that we are gonna expose them will take care of that. Do you have relapse prevention in that interpret model? Okay, so you can do that. So okay, teaching clients about conditioning. Okay, triggers. The conditioning, because addiction is a conditioned behavior, right? It's a conditioned behavior. So how they got conditioned to using, and then what triggers use. What are triggers, and how our triggers, and then cravings, and then finally use, the development of relapse, okay? And then, they have to learn how to, thought stopping, urge surfing. We'll talk about those, okay? In the intervention. Okay, important principles of relapse prevention therapy. Follow a planned schedule of low-risk activities. Okay. Schedule of low-risk activities. Recognize drug use or high-risk situation and avoid this situation. Okay? Yeah. One of the important education is teaching them high-risk situations. What are high-risk situations? And then teaching them what are their triggers. Okay? Cope more effectively with a range of problems and problematic behaviors associated with using. Okay, so coping. How do you cope with problems and problematic behaviors associated with using drugs? Okay. Okay, the model. Assessment of the client's potential interpersonal, intrapersonal, environmental, and physiological risks for relapse, and a unique set of factors and situations that might directly precipitate a lapse. Okay? So you're going to assess clients in those domains. Okay, you look at their interpersonal. Interpersonal is the relationship with other people. Intra refers to inside. Okay, internally to the person. And then environmental factors, physiological risks, relapse. Some people have physical condition or medical conditions that can actually make them susceptible to using again. and unique situation factors or situations that might directly precipitate a lapse. For example, living with someone who is using substances. I'm sure many of your clients have brothers, sisters, cousins living at home who are abusing drugs. You have those situations? They are top, that's a top situation. If they have a brother or relatives living at home with them. Okay, sometimes it's the father drinking excessively, heavily, right? Or one of the parents abusing drugs, right? What do you do with those situations? With adolescents, it's almost we feel helpless, right? Because they have nowhere to go. You know what we do with that in the US? Because they have to have a place to go back to, unless otherwise we do not release them from our program. So we explore relatives. Yes, we explore relatives, aunts who are from another place. Okay, so we talk to the family, negotiate with the client. Are you willing? Are you willing to move to your aunt? And then, of course, the aunt or the uncle should be willing to actually take him. That could be an alternative, for situations where there is a serious drug use at home, where he is going to be going back to. See, here is you're not very strict. Your government is not very strict. In the U.S., before we can release an adolescent from treatment, we have to make sure that where we send them is safe. Okay, so we have to really make sure that where he's gonna go back to, return home, there is nobody using drugs there. Especially these are adolescents, right? Minors. So because if we send them to that places, we can be liable because we're exposing the adolescent to dangerous situation. Okay, so in situation, for example, where, and this is true, this has happened to us. This client wanted to live with the mother, right? We found out the mother was using drugs. And because his son ended up in our treatment, and we told him, he'll never live with you because the government will not allow it. What's gonna happen is your son is gonna go to a group home. Okay? Because I said we told her we cannot send him back to you because you're using drugs. You know what happened? She ended up coming into our program to get treatment. So the mother was in the adult program and the son was in the adolescent program because he wanted to really get the son back. So she went into treatment. Yeah, it has happened. That was a good thing, But here you have no control, right? Because you don't have any laws that strict. Okay, so here what you can do is, as a matter of policy, you can say, we cannot send you back to your family because there is somebody using drugs there. It's not safe for you. Okay, so we have to find an alternative housing or living arrangement for you. And then that's how we explore options for him to live with relatives. Okay, so we can do that, right? Otherwise, trust me, you send that kid back to his family, he's gonna go back to drugs. He's gonna go back to drugs. Oh, we have so many of those, where the parents are addicted. Or here's another situation, right? Somebody at home is selling drugs. That's very dangerous, no? Yeah. Somebody at home selling drugs. I'm sure you probably have some of those too, The brother is using and selling drugs at home. That's not safe for our clients to go back to. Okay? All right. So just be mindful about those situations. Cognitive and behavioral techniques are implemented to prevent or manage lapses. Okay? Global strategies to address lifestyle balance, craving, and cognitive distortions that might set up exposure to high-risk situations for relapse. We will go over some of those models, how to intervene. Those are the themes. There are 12 themes of RPT, 12 themes. We cannot possibly cover all of those 12, okay? We don't have enough time. I do this relapse prevention training for we're only doing this for 2 days, more than 2 days. We do it for 5 days. And there is really a manual for it, okay? Manual, we go over the 12 themes, which are a form of intervention. That's a lot, It's a lot to cover. So it's a whole module for a whole week of training. So I'm compressing it in 2 days. Well, hopefully this is going to be supplemented by your interpret, right? You have that. So, okay. So I'm just going to touch on this, right? To a certain, however much time I have, we'll try to manage it. Okay, so we'll try our best. Okay, relapse is a process, not an event. Okay, so that's a good thing, right? If it is a process, you probably can actually see before the person, or you can see some signs that the person might be on his way to relapse, right? Before he actually picks up. Okay? So there's a saying that before people actually pick up drugs, they already relapse in their mind. And it shows in their behavior. Okay? So you have to be sensitive to see the signs, and hopefully, your client is honest and can tell you, I am stressed, and it occurs to me, I'm thinking about trying or using because I'm all stressed. Hopefully, your client get to the point where they can be honest with you, So he is already in that process, and we can arrest that process, right? Doesn't have to end up him picking up drugs. How do we interrupt that process? That's the question, right? So hopefully they're honest enough to share to us the stress, that could actually lead them to using before they actually pick up drugs. Okay? So that's the ideal situation. If not, you just have to, see the signs and symptoms. When I was working in an outpatient program, whenever they missed my session, in my mind, I always think they picked up. Okay. So you know what they would do? They would call, because I told them, if you missed my session, okay, the probability is you're using. I told them. That's what's going on in my mind. If you missed giving me your urine, I take that as a positive. That's my principle with them, okay, when I was working in outpatient. Because there is no reason for you not to give me a urine sample. I do it like randomly, with them, so they really don't know when I'm going to pop urine from them. Okay, and sometimes when it's their schedule, because they have not given me a sample for several days, they probably can suspect that I might get the urine. They will miss their session, and they call me and give me excuses, right? I say, oh, I have an emergency, my son is sick, I have to take him to the hospital. Okay, so when that happens, I tell him, listen, I know we cannot avoid emergencies at home, but I need you to see me today. Okay, so they call me because his appointment is, let's say, in the morning, right? So I tell him, I am here until 9 o'clock because sometimes I run groups at night with our clients. So I'm here until 9, and I want you to be here before 9 o'clock. I don't tell them, I just say, I want to see you. Okay? But he knows what it is. I'm going to get urine from him. Okay, so you better actually see me today at 9 o'clock. If you don't see me, I will put in the notes that you missed your session and I suspect that you are positive for using drugs, because missing your urine sample, to me, is a sign that you're using, and I put that in the notes. So I coerced him to really come for this. So what other excuse can he give me? I gave him time. Okay, take your son and then come and see me. So oftentimes, what's gonna happen? They'll come, and then he told me I picked up. Don't get my urine sample anymore. They don't want evidence that he actually picked up, but he is telling me he used. But I will put him in the note and says he admitted that he used drugs. See, in that program, you can only, the way I managed it, I said you have, I'll give you the first suppositive when you first come in. Okay, I'll let you pass that. I don't count that. But you test positive again, you're gonna go upstate. That was the first one, and then another one. Because the first one, sometimes when you get the urine, it's gonna pass because they're still we're using, right? So I don't consider that, right? I let them kind of bonus for them. But the second one, if he tests positive with the second one, I'll recommend them to residential program. Okay, so hold on. Okay, so that's the way I manage it. They know that from the get-go. So this guy would come in and say, okay, doc, I suspect that he was using. I was using. So I put that positive, right? And he says, you don't have to get a sample from me. I am admitting it'll come out positive. So I put that he was positive for drugs, admitted he used. So I don't do that. It's okay. But then, if that's the second time, he goes to residential. Going to residential at the time, he has to go upstate New York. Okay, and he will likely lose his job. Okay, so but I use this as a leverage. When I was doing the outpatient, I have a lot of leverage to really compel people to stay drug free. But I have sent also people in upstate residential program. I never had any refusal of clients say, I'm not gonna go upstate, blah blah blah. No, because they know from the get-go that's our contract. Okay, so if he goes upstate, he has a chance to get his job back, like 50-50. Because he has to finish residential in 3 months, because they give us 3 months to process these people and recommend them back to work. And I told them from the get-go, I'm not going to recommend you to go back to work when I have no evidence that you have stayed drug-free for 3 months. The slightest suspicion that you're using drugs, I will take that you are using drugs. So you have to convince me that you are staying drug-free. So the burden of proof is on you. Okay, prove to me that you're staying drug-free. Then I can recommend you back to, the implication, if I make a mistake of sending them back to work, and these are train operators, bus operators, engineers. What if I recommend them to go back to work and they have an accident? Then I'm liable, or my agency would be liable. That's how serious it was. So I was very serious. But because I have so much leverage on them, I had a lot of impact with my clients. Yeah. So here is the thing. Now I know you're going to do like outpatient, aftercare. Let me tell you this. It's hard to work in outpatient program. You think it's hard to work in residential? It is much harder to work in an outpatient program. Okay? So you really have to learn how to manage them. See, you cannot rely on any structure or schedule. You don't have that. You have to help the client develop their structure outside. Okay? And you have to develop a way of monitoring, their activities, or if they're in compliance. There are so much to set up in outpatient to make sure that they have less opportunity to get high, and yet you have very limited resources to actually do that. Okay, So that's what I said. You have to have a very skillful outpatient staff, good in counseling, right? Very good in counseling. Also very good in managing cases. Okay, somebody who is tough, but firm and caring. I practice all of those I'm teaching you. Nobody can actually accuse me that I don't care about them because I go out of my way to help them out. Sometimes I ask their spouses to come for family therapy. I said, I'm going to go out of my way to help you out, but you have to do your share. And that's the way I work with them, right? It was easy for me because I work in residential. So I know more or less how to himas my clients, right? I learned that in residential. Now imagine hiring somebody, right? Somebody and then working an outpatient program. They will run around circles on them, our clients. They'll run around circles on them, right? You follow what I'm saying? Please do not put somebody there who does not have any experience. Okay? It's not gonna work, or they will be so stressed out and they're gonna quit. So get somebody there that's solid in counseling, right? Experience in the field, right? Okay, that's the way I would do it. That's the way, okay? Yeah. You follow what I'm saying, right? Even here, it's not really easy to work with our clients. We have the structure, they're confined, they're captive clients, and yet we struggle with it, right? OPD, you have nothing really. They go home, and when they are on their own, you have no control over what happened. You just have to rely on them telling you honestly what's really going on. Yeah. Right? So that's it. Structure. You have these people that I was working in outpatient, I send them to AA, NA. Okay? And then I said, you have to prove to me that you're attending. I don't know how, but come up with a way for you to prove that you're attending AA meetings. Okay? Because it's anonymous, right? Anonymous. So you know what they would do? They have these chains. You know how many meetings they have? They get chains, different colors. Okay, they will bring me say, okay, so I have my chains, and then sometimes I have like sponsors calling me, the sponsor calling me because he told the sponsor, please call him to prove that I am really coming to meetings. Yeah. So I said, the burden of proof is on you. I don't care what, but prove to me you're coming. So they go. When I tell them 90 days, 90 days, 90 days meeting, because, people who are new in this, they have to attend 90 days of meetings. 90 days consistent meetings. So they do that okay? Anyway, so that's how you have to work with them. And you have to have a way of compelling them to actually do all those things. In me, the leverage is going back to work. I said, I'm not going to recommend you unless you listen to all my, what I require from you. So, I never had anybody come back to me and say, I refuse to go upset. Never. Because they were prepared for it. They're prepared. So the same way, if you work with outpatient with these kids, it says, listen, here are the parameters. Okay? Let's say, strike one, you get high, into the TRC. You have to make those kind of things clear at the beginning. I even have like a contract or a arrangement, right? You miss a session, that's another point against you. Okay? That's the way you manage them. It's called, you have only a paper wall. So I have a paper wall. Like, they're free, but somehow they really are not completely free because they have to comply. But it's on paper. So that's my paper wall. Understand? Okay. It's a process, right? Actual drug or alcohol use is a result of dysfunction in the recovery process. They may include physical, physiological, or social health. So I look at relapse really not as a total failure. Okay, I always turn around, okay, work with a client and make that relapse a good learning experience for them. Okay, so I don't blame, I don't curse them and say, how dare you, disappointment. I'm disappointed, but I set that aside, no? Okay, but turn it around into a learning experience. Yeah. Because it's hard not to get disappointed, especially if you really invested a lot of effort and time, but you have to learn to set aside that feeling. So, and continue to work with them and see if you could use that as a positive experience where they can actually learn. So, I explore what happened, what led to the relapse, what was going on in your mind, what was going on in your life, and then I jot down, okay. So, after that session, we review, okay, so these are some of the precipitating factors, maybe these are risk factors for you that you have to be mindful. And then at the end, I said, how are you going to cope later? What would you do when this kind of situation come up in the future? So that could be a tremendous learning experience for them, right? Okay, foundation of relapse prevention therapy. The learning and conditioning principles involved in RPT are classical conditioning, operant conditioning, and modeling. Purely behavioral, right? Okay. All right, so in classical conditioning, this is what happens. You remember Pavlov's, the dog? You remember that? That's what's classical conditioning. Okay, so this is the way it works. CS is conditioned stimulus, right? Does not produce a physiological response by itself. Does not. Okay, but once we have strongly associated it, it's called pairing. You pair it, right? With unconditioned stimulus, UCS, for example, food, no? You pair it with food, it ends up producing the same physiological response. Okay, so here we go. We pair what? The bone. And then the bone with the bell. Right? So, okay, every time you ring the bell, you give the food, right? Yeah? Ring the bell, give the food. Okay, you're conditioning, no? The dog. So every time you give the food, you ring first the bell, you give the food. Ring the bell, give the food. Okay, so next time you ring the bell without the food, he's salivating. So now, you pair the thing, right? Okay, that's basically simple conditioning. And a lot of times we do that we experience that in our life, right? We do. Okay? So, you smell good. Food. Yeah, you get hungry. All right. Okay, simple, right? Okay, classical conditioning. Repeated pairings of particular events, emotional states, or cues with substance use can produce cravings for that substance. So how does that work with drugs? Every time we feel stressed, we pick up cigarettes. Okay. Okay. So, all right. So, emotional states or cues with substance use can produce cravings for the substance. Over time, drug or alcohol use is paired with cues such as money. Okay. If I have money in my pocket, I have access to drugs. Correct? Yeah. So, or you pair it with paraphernalia. Okay, when I use heroin, I have to use paraphernalia. So it's paired with paraphernalia. Okay? In other words, those things occur at the same time, right? Okay, money in the pocket, drugs in the streets. Okay. Using heroin, is paired with paraphernalia, right? Okay. Okay, places too. All right, places. So if you use actually drugs in a certain place, you pair that drug use in that particular place. Okay, back in the day, there are opium dens, where they can actually smoke opium. Yeah. Okay. So smoking opium is paired with being in a den. Okay. People, if you get high with someone all the time, a particular person, okay, that is paired with your drug. Time of day, okay, some people would use that at night, right? At night, okay, that time of day, it has this regular time to use. Or whenever you are stressed, you would use, okay? All right, so now you're pairing things now, right? Drug use and situation, emotional states, right? Okay, so after repeated okay, use of drugs paired with those different those things become what? The cue can be a trigger for you now, right? Okay, so eventually exposure to cues alone produces drug or alcohol cravings or urges that are often followed by substance use abuse. Here is an interesting story, right? So when I was back in the 80s, I was already working in the US then. In fact, that's the time when I was doing outpatient counseling with our resident, with the New York Metropolitan Authority, MTA, transportation, no? New York Metropolitan Transportation, MTA, administration. Anyway, okay, so it's a train service. It's a train and bus. Our employees are drivers, bus drivers, train operators. They work for the MTA, New York's. Okay, now many of them were addicted to cocaine, and they were actually getting good money from their job. These people were making more money than I was. Good money, working in the MTA. So many of them would work like overtime. Some of them would work like 16 hours because that's a lot of money. Okay, a lot of money. So that just their regular salary is high enough, but they want to make more money. So they get very tired. These people. They tell me, these are stories they told me when I was already doing counseling for them. So they have a lot of money, and you know what they would do during payday? So she says, my wife knows that I make this money, so I just give her my regular salary, and the rest I use it to use drugs. And his excuse is, I work so hard, so I deserve yeah. They do not use every day. They would use during their free time. Okay? Unfortunately, when they begin to really develop addiction to the drug, it doesn't matter what time of the day they were using. And one of the guys told me, do you know that when I see money, right away I get triggered by use drugs. So money, it becomes cocaine. Money, cocaine. Money, cocaine. So it was, so yeah, and then it says it's very real. So I have money in my pocket. The first thing I think is get high. Okay? So it's very powerful. Conditioning is a very powerful thing, right? It happens to us all the time, right? We pair certain things with activities that we do. Okay? So food, we pair food with something else. Smoking, we paired it, right? Smoking. So once you feel uneasy or anxious, what happens? Smoke, right? Another one. That's why it's hard to, smoking is actually one of the hardest things to give up. I'll tell you why. It is paired to a lot of things in your life. You don't know it. Who smokes? Who smokes? Raise your hands. You or used to. Come on, don't be shy. Okay, used to smoke. Only a few. All right. Okay, so your smoking is paired to a lot of things. That's why it's hard for you to stop. Okay, so don't you smoke? Don't you smoke after eating? Yeah? After eating? Okay. Okay, right? You paired it with food. Okay, the regular smokers, when you were smoking, when the first thing in the morning you get up and use the bathroom and do number 2. Okay? Don't you smoke? It's probably one of the best times to smoke, right? All right? Okay, you're in the toilet and then you're, doing your business and you're smoking. You paired it there. You eat. After eating, you smoke. You are relaxing outside, right? Okay, relax because you are a little bit anxious and tired. You smoke. You had sex, and after sex, you smoke. Right? Biglang tumahimik dun sa sex, ah. Mga berhin pa kayo, ah. Okay, but a lot of people do that. Because they say, after sex, smoking is just great. Oh, okay. I'm giving you ideas. I don't want you to try that, okay? Please. And then blame me later for the consequence. I learned that from Dr. Ferdi. Okay, but that's very true. Okay, so given that you paired actually the smoking to a lot of pleasant things to do, right? Eating is pleasant, definitely. Taking your your business in the morning is pleasant. You pair it with actually smoking. Food, pleasant. Conversation with friends, pleasant. Sex is pleasant. So there are a lot of pleasant things you paired actually cigarettes, right? Try stopping smoking after that. After eating, it's good to smoke, man. I wish I could actually smoke. Right? And then food become actually a cue for you, right? A trigger for you. Okay, so, and then you're sitting in the bathroom. Your hands like, mukhang kulang, walang sigarilyo. Diba? Okay. So, relaxation outside. Talking to your friends, can't smoke. Listen, right? So, there are so many triggers right there. So, how are you gonna stop smoking cigarettes when you're constantly triggered by different things? You eat, you get triggered. You use the bathroom, you get triggered. You're relaxing with your friends, you get triggered. Watching television, you get triggered because usually it's nice to watch television, smoke, and eat. Smoke, eat, right? Okay? That's why it's hard to actually quit. There are so many things in life that every time you get like anxious, you smoke. And so many triggers, right? So that is basically classical conditioning, right? Okay. You understand? Classical conditioning. It happens. It doesn't have to be smoking. It could be anything, right? Okay. You have compulsive eating, right? You pair the food with your state of mind or where you're at feeling, right? You pair. Every time you get a little stressed, naghahanap ka ng makakain, chichirya, right? So, ang dami niyong pagkain dito kasi na-stress kayong makinig sa akin. Kasi ginigyan ka, nakikita ko eh. Yeah, right? Okay. Okay, so, na-stress kayo kaya gusto niyo kumain. Now, seriously. Di ba? When we're a little bit stressed or bored, we wanna like, satisfy ourselves or distract ourselves by eating. It's called, uh, what's the term by Freud? Ah, oral. You have oral fixation. Your oral fixation. Many of us have oral fixations because we were breastfed. You know that? No, no, seriously. Seriously. Okay, you forgot about the connection, but actually, okay, you listen. You don't have explicit memory yet at that time. You have implicit memory. So it is planted deep in your mind that whenever actually I'm stressed, right, I need, you know, di ba, to eat to satisfy your oral need. So, okay? So, that's why we have oral fixation. Ito rin, no, na-stress ako, na bored, I have to listen all day long, so I need some distraction, and the best distraction for you is actually eating. Okay? Pleasant. Alright. But, seriously, a lot of people who develop weight problems, they use actually food as comfort food. Oh, comfort food. Yes, comfort food. Okay? But that food is paired to a lot of things. Whenever he feels bad or feels negative about things, whatever it is, he's stressed out, he relies on food. Use food. Okay? So before you know it, they put on a lot of weight. You got it? So it's powerful. It happens to us on a regular basis, one way or another. Because all of us are a way of escaping stress, right? Yes? Way of escaping stress. A way of escaping stress. And food is the most accessible. Food is the most accessible. Okay. So triggers and drug use. A trigger is a thing or an event or a time period that has been associated with drug use in the past. Okay? Triggers can include people, places, things, time, periods, emotional states. Triggers can be anything. Some drug users that I work with, you know what he told me? I just look at somebody and I know he is high, and that triggers me to get high. They know. Just looking at the eyes, he knows that that person is high. And when you look at the person is high, that is a strong trigger for him. These are clients telling me, right? So he says, there's a lot of things that can trigger me to use drugs. So I really have to pay attention a lot about what's going on with me to prevent me from relapsing or slipping. Triggers can include people, places, things, time, periods, emotional states. A lot, right? Different things. Triggers can stimulate thoughts of drug use, and cravings for drugs. Here, trigger starts, and then the thought begins to work, right? Trigger begins to work. Oh, wow. Where can I buy? Where do I get money to buy? So he's already thinking, right? Because he get triggered. Where do I go? Okay, how much money? I only have 100 pesos in my pocket. That's not enough. Okay, his mind is already working. Maybe if I sell my watch, I can get more money. Or maybe I'm gonna borrow from Ivan. Ivan, my child is sick. Do you have like 200 pesos you can borrow me? Alright, okay. Next is craving. Now you have money in your pocket. Okay, the craving really gets more and more and more. And before you know it, you use. Okay, that's a sequence, right? Trigger, then start thinking about it, how to go about it, how you feel great when you use it, right? Now, so you really hype up, okay? Now you're really craving. We say, you're walking already, right? You just have the money, you're already walking towards your drug dealer. You don't even know. For clients in relapse prevention, understand and identify triggers. What are your triggers? What are your triggers, King, to smoke? Stress? Feeling stress. Feeling stress. Okay. About the others? About the food addicts? Okay, food. Who loves to eat food? Joanne, anong trigger mo? Anong trigger mo for the Coke? What can trigger you to think about having Coke? Oh, okay, state of mind. State of mind. Okay, Coke. Alright. Sino yung mga vaping. Anong trigger mo to vape? Anong trigger mo to vape, Gilbert?
Stress din po.
Stress? Okay, stress. Alright. Food. Anong trigger mo for food?
Trigger, Doc. Events
What kind of events?
like birthdays.
No, anong trigger mo when you desire to, like, you cannot overeat, right? Okay, anong trigger mo to keep eating? Environmental?
Environmental.
Okay,
siguro.
what's in your environment that can trigger you to?
Because rice is easily available.
Oh, when they are available, when they're around, when they're available, right? Okay, Nico, anong trigger mo? Food? Ano? Masarap na food. Oh, Facebook. Looking at people like cooking, right? Before you know it, mukhang masarap yun ah. Gawin ko nga. Okay, ganun ba? Yeah? Alright. Okay. Dr. Jelen, anong trigger mo sa sex? No, not sex. No. Sorry. Sorry. Ano addiction mo? Ano addiction mo, Doc? They got to be... Shh. Ano? Watching Korean novela. You're not alone. My sister-in-law in the US, she's crazy about Korean novela. Okay, who is addicted to those novelas? Wow. Okay, right? You cannot wait to go home? Right? Okay. Nakakapuyat, di ba? Okay, so it is your way of relaxation, right? Okay. So sa trabaho, nagalit ka, nag-away ka, may nakaaway ka, sabi mo, di bali na, manood na lang ako ng nobela may gabi. Manood na lang ako para makarelax ako. Kakalimutan ko na lang yun. Okay, manood. Alright. Hey, it's a form of escape, right? It helps us somehow relax. Listen, some of those are okay. It's normal, right? There are certain things that help us to feel good. However, if we do certain things that makes us feel good excessively, there are consequences to it, right? Okay, those things that we are happy or, give us pleasure of doing, when you do them excessively and, there are consequences to it, no? Negative consequences. And if you still continue to do that, that is a dysfunctional behavior. That's actually the test for addiction. When a person now excessively use substances to a point where he becomes dysfunctional, there are major consequences in his life. We say that person is addicted to it, right? And that's actually the hallmark of addiction to drugs. Look at what they do. They cannot live a normal life because they indulge in it excessively. They cannot use it in moderation anymore. It's always in excess, right? And it has financial consequences, it has social consequences, emotional consequences, and they continue to do it, right? That person really has a drug problem. It doesn't have to be drugs, it causes compulsion. We have certain compulsion that are actually become pathological. Okay? No, seriously, gambling is an example of that. Do you know that? The gambling. Sex is also, there are a lot of stories of people just like crazy. It's, sex addiction is also considered an addiction in the US. Gambling, sex, okay? Food, number one, addiction. Okay, meaning what? They were using those things excessively to a point that it impacts their interpersonal relationship with other people. In other words, their mental health is affected, right? Those are like normal things, otherwise, right? But excessively, if you indulge in them and you become dysfunctional, you sacrifice things or your health, your relationship, then there is a problem. That's what happens with gambling addiction. Gambling addiction is a horrible disease, if we might call it a disease. Okay? I know of people, even back when I was working in there, and at that time there is a floating casino in the Manila Bay. Did you hear about that? Did you know about that? I have this client, right? He actually gambled away their family business. It was millions of dollars that he lost. You know where he ended up? In there. Because the family did not know what to do with this guy. A young guy lost a lot of money. This is real. This is back in the 70s. It's sad, what happened. So gambling can be a real addiction. Okay, and it's common in the US also. We have a lot of people are hooked on lotteries. We have so many lottos, and the price is quite high also. We have a lot of casinos in the US. Okay, we have horse racing. So I have some people I know who would actually make a pilgrimage to those casinos, spend all their money on a weekend. Yeah, it's a real problem. Okay, so it's not just drugs. Okay, it could be anything. Okay, triggers. External triggers, people, drug dealers, drug using friends. Those can be triggers, right? What do we tell our clients? Avoid your friends. Avoid drug dealers. Avoid places where you used to buy drugs. Why? Those are very strong triggers. The association to getting high is very strong. Okay? Places, bars, parties, drug users' house, parts of town where drugs are used. Don't go there. If you are actually recovered, we tell our clients, stay away from those places. Okay? Again, I have some clients, it says, it's hard for me to avoid. Why? Because when I go home, this is a residential client. He says, I cannot go home then. Because before I get to my house, I have to pass a drug dealer's street. Because where I live, what do I do? And he says, I cannot pass there because as soon as I go in there, a lot of people know me. They'll say, hi, you look good, Oh, hey, how am I going to deal with that, right? Real problem with some of our residents, because in the US, some of those like slum areas, and we have clients who live there. The slum areas is not like the slums here, like tenement, government housing thing, right? They are actually clustered in some areas. Okay, and if your resident live there, how are they gonna avoid it? Tough, right? Okay, so some of them some of them says, I don't go home, I go to my aunt or I go to my sister. Okay, because if I go back there, it's hard for me not to use. Things, drugs. What are things? Drugs, drug paraphernalia, money, alcohol, movies with drug use. Okay, do you screen the movies that they watch, our residents? Oh, okay. You have to screen that. Also, the other thing with movies, since it came up, there are so many movies with social values, with a good message. So I used to have a list of movies actually, okay, of good for our residents, because it becomes a seminar to me. You want to really impart values or social issues that are relevant to them. Show them a movie and then process it, right? So we use it for back in the days. We have a compilation of movies, excerpts of movies. We would watch an excerpt and then we talk. There are already identified values that we would like to teach our clients, and we talk about the movies, teaching them values. Okay, so I don't see any reason why you cannot do the same thing. Let them watch a movie with social values, not just any movie, right? Okay, so use that also as part of therapy. Okay, all right. So anyway, because they love movies, right? Okay, next is drug paraphernalia. Let me tell you a story about drug paraphernalia, how powerful triggers are. So this client was already clean, right? Clean. Went back home, and he was rummaging his drawers at home. Guess what happened? He forgot that he kept a pipe to smoke crack. He was using crack before, and he had that pipe. He kept it in his drawer, where he has his clothes, right? And then he went home, opened the drawer, the pipe was there. Okay? And that was a big stress for him because it brought up a torrent of memories about how he used to get high. So just looking at that thing, it is as if he was already using drugs. Because it brought up a lot of memories about using it. How, talking about triggers, right? That was a very strong trigger for him. Okay, so we always say, after that, I learned that I always ask clients, going home, do you remember if you put away some of the paraphernalia that you have? Or sometimes I ask people in outpatient, says, okay, did you ever get rid of, a pipe in your house? Some of them would say, no, I still have one. I said, why? And then if you process that, you know what they will tell you? If they become honest, because they have mental reservation about completely using drugs. Just in case I go back to drugs, that was what was in his mind. Imagine that. So in other words, he was not completely sold about staying drug free. He kept that pipe because he says, just in case I go back to using. Okay, right? So mental reservation is very real. Even though they have not used drugs for months, they're still there. So that pipe is his connection to his drug life. That was the last thing that he was not willing to totally give up, just in case. Well, powerful statement, right? Just in case. That means he's still, a part of him is still thinking of using. although he has been drug free for months. Okay? So that could trigger him to use. All right, another is time periods. Payday. Payday is most time to get high. Payday. Holidays, right? Holidays. Okay? Periods of idle time. Yes. Because they get bored, right? People are likely to be, if you don't have any alternative activities, you're likely to get bored. So you end up, even us, if you don't have much to do, you find yourself alone at home and nothing to do and it's rainy outside, where do you go? Where do you go when, okay, you're at home, right? It's a boring day. You cannot do anything. It's raining outside. So where do you go at home when you're bored? You take a trip to the refrigerator. That's what you do. All right. So your friend calls you. Okay, I'm busy. Why? I'm going somewhere. Where? To the refrigerator. All right. Okay, after work. Periods of stress. All right, those are the time you are likely to use. Okay. Okay. So people, places, things, and time period. Listen. Something is triggering me.
The dog.
Triggering me. You are a bad influence. Okay. All right. So you understand those people, places, and things, and state of mind or time periods. Okay. Remember those. You'll be actually when you're counseling your clients in outpatient. The first thing is what are those places, what are those people, and what are the things, and what time of the day you're most likely to use. And you process that with them. And then those are times when you are most likely to get triggered. What are your triggers? Money, people, okay? Places. Right. So that's part of your exploration if you want to find out more about what are the triggers. Okay, internal triggers, right? Anxiety. Okay, we're very aware about the connection between smoking and anxiety, right? You get anxious, you cannot wait to smoke. Anger is another. Okay, our clients will tell us that, my anger gets so intense that I have to do something about it. Otherwise, I'm likely to act it out. Frustration is another. Okay? Sexual arousal. Yeah, that can be a trigger. Yeah, because some of them actually paired sex with drugs. Right? Some people would smoke marijuana before they have sex. Because they want to enhance the sensation, the experience. Okay? And some people in the beginning, they would use cocaine because they feel like it will help them perform. But after a while, they become dysfunctional. It's not the sex that's important anymore. It's the drug. Excitement. Overly excited. That can be actually a trigger. Boredom. Definitely. Boredom. Our residents, our young people, they usually tell you that. Oh, I was bored. There was nothing else to do. I'm bored to death. And when I am bored to death, the first thing that comes in my mind is get high. Funny, they say, oh, it's nice to get high. Why? This weather is good. It's sunny, right? And then it's raining. Oh, it's good to get high because it's raining. In other words, it doesn't matter what the weather looks like. They just want to get high. Okay? Okay, fatigue. Overly tired. Okay? And happiness. Can you believe that? You're already happy and you want to get high. All right. Here is the key. You want to be happier. Okay, it's actually a regulatory issue. Okay, so I think it seems like they have self-regulatory issue, right? They cannot regulate the excitement, the happiness. They get so imbalanced if they experience those. Okay, either positive or negative emotions get them imbalanced. They feel imbalanced. Okay, so drug become like their way of regulating themselves. It's a self-regulatory issue. If you want to get high when you're happy, because for us, we want to feel that. We want to be happy, right? It doesn't bother us to be happy. When you're excited, like watching a game, you get excited. We like the sensation, don't we? Right? But for them, it's they feel uneasy with extreme happiness and excitement. You understand? It's a self-regulatory issue. They cannot regulate their emotions on their own. The happiness becomes very disturbing. They don't know what to do with themselves. That's what it is. They don't know what to do with themselves. Right? For us, we love that sensation. We love the adrenaline, right? Not for them. Okay? Especially if the person has traumatic experience, because very likely their self-regulatory system is not well regulated, right? Their amygdala gets very hyperactive and all of that. That's why it can get so unpleasant even though it's a happy event. They feel very uneasy. It's hard for us to relate to that, right? It's hard for us to why would you get high when you're happy? Why would you get high when you're excited? We love those sensations, right? We cannot relate to that. You know why? Because we are more well-regulated people. We know how to regulate those emotions. Them, they don't know. To a point where they get very uneasy about it. Does that make sense? Yeah? It's called emotional regulatory system, right? We are well emotionally regulated people. We can handle happiness. They cannot handle happiness. How sad is that? Right? It's sad that you cannot even handle happiness. That you still have to get high to regulate your feelings. Okay. Triggers and relapse prevention therapy. Learn strategies to avoid exposure to triggers. That's number one. If you can avoid. But in reality, it's hard to avoid triggers. It's all over us. It could be external, it could be internal triggers. Okay? So the best thing to handle that, learn coping skills. Learn how to cope with those triggers. Cope with cravings to reduce or eliminate conditioned cravings over time. Okay, so it's coping again. Back to coping. How do you cope? How do you self-regulate yourself? Okay? Right? Without using drugs. Without drinking Coke. Oh, sorry. Sorry. All right. You know, a Coke used to be with cocaine. That's why it's called Coke. Mm. Okay. Okay, operant conditioning. Similar, but not the same. Drug use is a behavior that is reinforced by the positive reinforcement that occurs from the pharmacologic properties of the drug. What is the pharmacologic effect of drugs? You feel energetic? What else? You get high. High. It's like, you're familiar with, when you're drinking alcohol, before you get so drunk, you experience the buzz, right? Yeah. So nice sensation, right? Nice sensation. Okay. So think of that buzz from alcohol 10 times when you use cocaine or crack, right? 10 times that buzz. It's really a nice sensation, right? Unfortunately, that doesn't last very long. Okay, and after a while, you have to increase use in order to achieve that. Same thing with alcohol, right? After a while, when you get drunk, that sensation is, no, you're drunk, right? So the buzz is just like the early part of the effects of alcohol. Okay, those are pleasant sensations, right? Okay, pleasant sensation. And because it's very reinforcing. Is it very reinforcing to do that? Well, whenever you actually drink and get that buzz, it's very reinforcing, right? Same thing with drugs. They achieve what they want to achieve, whether it's high or self-regulatory, right? Okay. So we pair that, the drug and the sensation, right? Okay, functional application of operant conditioning to RPT. Functional analysis. Identify high-risk situations and determine reinforces. Ano ang reinforces nung the drugs mo, the sensation. If you use drugs, that's the reinforcer. The reinforces is the positive effect. The psychoactive effects, those are reinforces. Meaning what? You will tend to use it because you are chasing that same sensation, right? Examine long and short-term consequences of drug use to reinforce or resolve to be abstinent. Okay. Okay, so we look at that, long-term and short consequences of drug use. And then schedule time and receive praise. Develop meaningful alternative reinforcers to drug use. Okay, so to counter that operant conditioning, the pleasant effects that you experience from using drugs, that becomes the reinforcers, right? It's very reinforcing, meaning that you will tend to use it, okay, to achieve that feeling. But the thing is, what would you substitute to that? The nice feeling that you get from drugs, the sense of confidence sometimes, the feeling of you can do anything, right? What would you substitute to that, right? That you become so it's actually a drug induced thing, that self confidence, like alcohol makes you like appear more social, diba? You become a little bit more bold, right? Okay, and that could be very reinforcing for you, that you can feel bold. And without alcohol, you are so shy and you're so quiet. Okay, so what can you substitute? That's tough, right? What can you substitute to that? That without actually using drugs, that you could still feel that way. You can overcome your shyness. You become more social, right? So the person has to develop some kind of skills to overcome those shyness so that he can do it without using drugs, right? Okay, a little bit tough because you cannot just overnight become social when you are really a very reserved person. You can't just become social overnight, but you can practice. You can actually develop the skills little by little, right? And develop confidence that you can be social without getting high. Okay, modeling. What's modeling? To imitate someone or to follow the example of someone. In behavioral psychology terms, modeling is a process in which one person observes the behavior of another person and subsequently copies the person's behavior. That's modeling. In fact, we do that a lot in our program, don't we? We say, you be a role model. Okay? So, how can we actually model to our clients how we can regulate ourselves? Okay, so we work with our clients in close proximity. We're always with them, right? Everything that you do, they watch you. Okay, when you're stressed, they watch you. What does Vincent do? When there is actually a crisis or somebody's acting out, does he get rattled or he keeps his cool? Okay, I'm not asking you, Vincent. I'm the resident is asking. All right, okay. You know what I'm saying? We're talking about role modeling behavior. They're watching you. They watch you how you cope with situation. Okay, somebody is acting out, right? How do you deal with that person? Are you cool or you get angry or you become aggressive? Okay, they watch you. Okay, the way you cope with those situations, they remember that they copy because they look at you. I mean, I'm talking about all the house parent, right? I'm talking about house parent. I'm talking about the counselors, inside, the case manager, the caseload manager, all of us. Residents look at us how we cope. We cope with, the events inside, up and down, crisis, right? And then if we get rattled, whenever we get stressed, we take it on the residents, right? We get so upset and frustrated, and somehow we punish them in the way we talk, in the way we address them, right? We lose our cool, in other words. You understand? We lose our cool. They watch us, and he says, "Oh," and they'll tell you, "Oh, I like Vincent because Vincent, whatever happens, he keeps his cool." Yeah, he keeps his cool. That's a good modeling behavior, right? We cannot be temperamental inside, right? Our mood is only okay when things are running well, right? But when things are not running well, we become maniacs inside. You follow what I'm saying? We become like a raging maniac inside. Sandal lahat. Alright? Alright. We cannot do that. Because they're keeping an eye on us and saying, "Oh man, we cannot handle it. We had it." Right? And a lot of times they try to provoke us, right? They will do certain things to see how we respond to it. They will test us. Okay, so you've got to really keep your cool and be balanced. Self-regulate yourself. All right? They trigger us because of what they do in there, but we have to keep our heads together, right? Okay, that is role modeling. That is self-regulation, right? Many of our clients they have difficulty with self-regulation, their emotions, right? They have. So how do we model the behavior of a self-regulated person? By us not overreacting. Okay? You understand? That's a lot. Sometimes, body language tells a lot, right? Our face, they look at us, oh, he's angry. He's angry, he's upset because, we did something. Okay? Oh, what's out? He's gonna get back at us. It should not be like that, right? Okay, I know it's, right? It's tough to do that, right? To control ourselves, be aware about our body language, and keep our cool. Okay, but we're talking about role modeling, right? Okay, how do we apply that in counseling? Okay, counseling. I'm counseling. And then you're my client, right? So I say, how are you doing? And then my posture is like this. How are you doing? How are you doing? Right? Okay? And then I'm going like, okay, so what is it I'm communicating, right? Okay, so means I am not open. Okay, maybe I'm anxious. Okay, I am not sure, right? So I want to model the behavior of a self-regulated counselor, right? So I sit down, relax, right? And I communicate to you that I'm open to what you have to say. I'm listening, right? Okay, so if you are tense, right? He might come in because he doesn't know me first time. I relax myself. I watch my voice, my tone of voice should be relaxed. Before you know it, she is also relaxing, okay, and she's following my pacing, my voice, right? That's how powerful role modeling is. So the way we present ourselves, our state of mind, how we feel, we're at in that space, communicates very strongly to our client, right? Even though you're not saying anything, it's just actually your behavior, your posture, your tone of voice, right? All of that is picked up by the client. Yeah? Because there is a lot in the going on in that dynamics that we don't even see. Okay, so our feelings, our state of mind is communicated to our clients. Okay, you come in and they're tense, they picked it up. You come in and they're relaxed, they picked it up. Okay, you come in for your individual session anxious because there was something that happened at home, right? That's communicated to the client. The client picks it up. Okay, these are non-verbal cues that clients picked up about us. Okay, and that influenced the nature of your counseling. Okay, the relationship that you have with the client. Okay, so that's how powerful modeling is. You model your behavior. You want to keep your client relaxed? Breathe normally. Normally. Relax your body. Okay? Coming in there. Okay, so you're focused, right? Like it's just the two of you exist in the world. That's how focused you are. Guess what happens with your client? She gets very focused too. Yeah. Okay? All right. That's called modeling. You model the behavior that you want to achieve. Right? Okay. All right. In our, the other form of role modeling is, they like the way you handle yourself in there. They like the way you talk. They like the way you treat them. They copy that. Remember what I said about positional identification and personal identification? Personal identification is a form of modeling. Yeah. I want to be like Rommel when I grow up. I want to be like Ivan when I grow up. And when you try to actually uh, 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 look into it, you ask, explore with them. They say, because I like the way he treats us. I like the way he talks to us. That's modeling, right? Modeling and substance abuse. When applied to drug addiction, modeling is a major factor in the initiation of drug use. Yes. If he sees at home his dad is drinking too much, what would prevent the children from copying that behavior? Okay? For example, young children experiment with cigarettes almost entirely because they are modeling adult behavior. Because he sees dad or brother, older brother, smoking. Okay. That's modeling. During adolescence, modeling is often a major element in how peer drug use can promote initiation into drug experimentation. He sees his close friend, his best friend, using drugs. Right? That's a powerful influence on him. And he looks up to his friend. Okay, so eventually he will be using it. And if there are several friends doing it, that even reinforces that belief that everyone, all my friends are using drugs. Do you know, I had a client, right? This guy grew up in uh, in uh, in the top section of New York. Okay, there are top sections of New York. Okay, there are a lot of tenements there, government housing, and the whole thing. Okay, so that was his world. That was his world. He seldom ventures out of the neighborhood. And the neighborhood, everybody, almost practically everybody, do something. Smoke marijuana, use drugs, okay? This kid got into trouble because he was using drugs. Ended up in our program. I was talking to him. I was interviewing him, right? I said, what drugs did you use? He says, marijuana. These are a young kid, adolescent, marijuana. Okay, so I said, how long have you been using marijuana? Uh, I forgot what he said. But he has been using for a little bit. And then I said, how did you get started with smoking marijuana? You know what he said? Well, everybody smokes marijuana. I said, everybody? Are you saying that everybody? I said, are you telling me that all the people in the world smokes marijuana? Yes, everybody smokes marijuana. And then he tells me, everybody where I live smokes marijuana. So he generalized the rest of the world. And he says, well, everybody where I live smokes marijuana. So everybody, yes, everybody in the world smokes marijuana. How terrible is that, right? So this kid, how are you going to tell him to, to look at marijuana use and possibly stop using marijuana? How are you going to work with him on that? When he believes really that the world is full of people smoking marijuana. I was like stunned when he said that. I said, have you ever been, I said, did you see people like outside of where you live? He said, and then I found out he seldom ventures out of the neighborhood. He says, hey, that's where I live. I don't go anywhere. Have you been in a train? No. And then even he was really convinced that everybody smokes marijuana. Okay, modeling, right? That was a powerful message to him that the world is full of people smoking marijuana. All right. This kid is an adolescent. They like to generalize things, They like to generalize. Because that is what's going on there. He says things outside of his neighborhood, other people do the same thing. That was his thinking. Okay, the need for refusal skills. One of the most common relapse situations is when a client is offered drugs by a friend or a dealer. Yeah, you've been drug free and your drug dealer friend says, hey, it's on me. Here, it's on me. Yeah, you know what that means, right? Once you pick it up, it's on him, you owe him. Okay? All right, next time he comes around, oh, your money. Okay? So, yeah. That's just a promotional product. That's what it was. Many find that they don't know how to say no. Yes, many clients don't know to say no. Why? You know why? They don't want to insult their friends. Okay? To say no is like a rejection of their friend. He doesn't want to offend their friends. That's why, if you explore why they cannot say no, I don't want to offend my friends. So I would have to accept it. Okay? And then frequently, the ineffective manner of dealing with a situation results in use of drugs. Definitely. Once they are in that situation, there's no getting out of it. That's what happens with a lot of adolescents. I have not seen an adolescent who says, "Oh, I was able to get out of there." Very rare I would find. You know, they say the best way really is not to get into a situation. That's the best way. Never get into the situation where they have to offer you the drug. Because once that happens, there's no getting out of that situation. Okay? That's how they think. They don't know how to say or they refuse to say no. Okay, improving refusal skills or assertiveness. There are several basic principles in effective refusal of drugs. First, respond rapidly, not hemming and not hemming and hawing, not hesitating. Okay, so respond rapidly. No, I need to go somewhere. I need to get out. Or my mom is sending me here to buy some not drugs, medicine. Oh, my mom is sending me to buy medicine. I need to get back because she's sick. Anything, right? Have a good eye contact. You're telling your friend, no, I cannot, right? Look at him. Respond with a clear and firm no. That does not leave the door open to future offer of drugs. When you know it's coming out of your nose, that's not a no. It has to be firm and clear. No. Okay? All right. Make the conversation brief and leave the situation. Here is my rule when that situation happens. That conversation should not take more than 30 seconds. Okay? Here is the rule. Because okay, so 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds to say no and get out. Your friend will say, "Hi, how are you, Ferdy?" Okay, I have to respond to that. Like, "Oh, I'm doing like, oh, you look good, man. You look good, man. Oh, thank you, thank you." No, no, I'm not that person. No, yeah. That's my twin. Okay, so no, seriously. So you say no, right? No, and then of course, there is some greetings. How are you? You look good. Usually, that's what they will tell you. You just say, okay, sorry, man. I'm in a hurry. I gotta go. Okay. Hey, here. On me. No. Okay, I gotta go, man. All right. So you go. My mom is come up with a reasonable excuse. My mom is sick, man. I gotta get some medicine. Okay. I gotta go. Expecting me. She's not in a good shape. All right. Then get out. 30 seconds. 30 seconds. This is what happens if you linger. Okay? You linger around and say, hey, how are you doing? Oh, I'm going, what's up? What are you doing? And then you stop telling, oh, I'm doing this thing, I'm doing it. Oh, really? Wow. Okay, so you carry on a conversation. 1 minute has gone by, 2 minutes have gone by, and then 3 minutes have gone by. You are hooked. You won't be able to get out of there. Okay? Yeah. Because your mind is still thinking, oh, what if I accept that? That's free, Maybe I can use a little bit. That's what's going to be going in your mind if you stay in there. Okay? So, 30 seconds. Respond respectfully because they see, for them, they're going to just get out and say no like that, right? They have to respond to them. Okay? Because they want to feel like we're still okay. That we're still okay. So, in other words, he doesn't want to offend the person. So he should be comfortable that he did not offend the person. They're still in a good, in good terms. Okay, but you have to do that in 30 seconds. Anything longer than that, it gets harder and harder and harder to break out from that situation. Does that make sense? Makes sense. So that's how you teach your people, your residents. You really want to get out of situation, you have 30 seconds to say no, respond to what they're saying, okay, and then communicate very clearly that it's an emergency, that you have an errand to do, and you've got to do it. Okay? All right. Mahaba yung 30 seconds if you're thinking. You count yourself, 30 seconds. Okay? But that is enough for you to actually get out of there.
Dok, yung sa akin naman po, yung sinasabi ko sa mga clients pag nagbibigay sila ng mga excuses or reasons, dapat real. Kasi kung nagsasabi sila ng parang nagrarason lang sila na hindi naman na totoo, that's you're imparting dishonesty. You're imparting dishonesty na okay lang na parang magsabi ng na hindi ka na honest ganun. Dapat yung reason mo is totoo.
Alright, so in this situation, right? Okay, so you just want to get out of there. The best way actually is to tell him, I cannot linger around. It doesn't have to be that, you know. It could be anything. Okay? It could be anything. And a lot of times you have to come up with excuses to just get out of there. Okay? Right? So, something convincing. So, to give you reason to get out and still feel good about yourself that, you know, you're still okay with those people. Adolescent, for them, it's very important to keep that relationship. Okay? Keep that relationship. So, that's the top thing in there. Okay? So, you know, he will say, oh man, I have not seen you for a long time. Come on. Let's hang out a little bit. Okay? That's what he will say. Okay? You look good. You know, let's catch up. Okay? Let's talk a little bit. That's what they're going to be doing to you. How are you going to get out of there? You really have to come up with a good excuse to get out of there. Otherwise, the other person will offend it. Hey, you don't want to hang out with me anymore? What do you think you are? Okay? You don't want that. Right? Are you a big shot girl? Just because you went to the TRC? Now, okay, so they don't want that, right? They want to feel like we're still cool, okay? So, the best excuse is really, I am in an emergency. I know it's a lie, but hey, you've got to really just get out of there, right? Get out of there. How are you going to get out of there? That's the more important things. All right. Questions? Comments? With what we have? Okay. Yes.
Good morning, family. Doc, we are the MSSS babies under Doc Romel. Share ko lang po, yung book na guide namin sa program, ang sabi po niya, pwedeng i-reason out ng mga clients na nasa recovery sila. Pwedeng sabihin nila yun kapag niyaya sila ng peers. Pero alam nating lahat kasi na yung stigma na mararamdaman ng client kapag nalaman ng peers niya na nasa recovery siya. So, tinuturuan namin sila ng mga coping skills or ng mga reasons na pwede nilang gamitin para makalusot dun sa sitwasyon na yun as soon as possible.
Okay. Listen. Okay, some our adolescents, believe me, they would not be comfortable telling them they're in a treatment program. Okay, they will not. They will they will avoid talking about I'm in a program, I'm in recovery. Yeah. So they won't do that. Okay, like they don't want to be seen, right? Somebody like, what's wrong with you? Why are you? It opens more more unnecessary questions and conversation. They don't want to go there. All right. To me, the most important thing is just get out of there safely. Okay. And like I told you, they want to get out of that situation and still feel that he did not offend the friend, that the relationship is still okay. All right. That's important for them. And definitely they will not tell them, I'm in recovery, you should too. You're using too much drugs, that they will not be doing that. Okay? All right. Questions, comments? Yes, Dr. Ruby.
I just want to share one aftercare patient. Um, Before, the means of communication of his peers was the cell phone. So he totally removed the cell phone. So the means of communication with the caseload and with the client is through his wife. So it worked for him. So he graduated well naman for after care.
All right. Anyone else who wants to share with your experience on this? Clients, encounter a tough situation outside where, he almost picked up because of friends. How did he get out of that situation? You have any story? Anything you want to share? So, no questions about this? How to refuse, how to say no? Do you know this is very tough for them, right? Because they are not used to saying no. They will accommodate, they will compromise, right? But it would be tough for them to say no, really. Okay? Adolescents, maybe the adults is a whole different story, but adolescents want to be accepted, they want to be perceived as cool, as okay, right? That's just the way they are. Okay. Any questions? You have any idea how else, we can? Okay. Vincent.
Ang question ko, Doc, pwede ba namin yan na gawin at idikit sa, parang gawing visual aids ng mga adolescent patient? Kasi may tendencies kasi, kahit ituro namin yan sa mga adolescents, minsan hindi nila sinasapuso yung mga lectures namin. So, naisip ko lang kung pwedeng ilagay namin siya sa wall para everyday na ma-remind sila or mabasa nila. Is it magiging magandang effect sa kanila yun?
Are you saying, you're gonna get a mural or painting ka ron, how to say no? Yeah, why not, right? A visual representation of refusal skills. Yeah, if you have a good artist and you can actually make, yeah. Huh? Ah, no, make it like this is in English, Make it like more like localize it. Okay. Yeah. Hold on, Ivan.
One of the things I do, Doc, to address that topic, sa amin, role playing po. We do role playing. Like we create scenarios. Okay, your scenario is like this, your scenario like that. Then act it out, and then have the other residents critique if there is something to be improved during that refusal thing during the role playing.
Yeah, that's the model. Yes, you can do that. Like the role play, how to say no. All right. The reason why a role play is an effective way is because if they have done that behavior before, it's likely that they can actually do it again. If they have not done it before, it's less likely that they will do it. That's the reason for that role play. Huh? So, okay. All right. So what he's saying really is just like a visual of these two people having a conversation and being able to say no. Okay. Question, comments? We'll role play later, right? Who is the adolescent? Who are the friends? Okay. It's 12 o'clock. Shall we break here and then be back at 1 o'clock? All right, 1 o'clock.
Thank you.
Share na lang ako. Basta hindi ako mag-break out. Ako naman eh. Sabihan mo akong break out. Ang Or, hindi ko ano naman. Hindi rin ako mag-joke. Pwede din may contract sa balat. Yes. Networking. Yeah. Sure buyers.
May ginawa na ako yan. Parang masarap yan. Loaded na naman si
Kailangan ko maging loaded kahit hindi ako umiinom. Lagi kami mata. Galing pa namin.
Akala ko mag-sorry.
Ay, naman ako.
Mirambol mo ko. Hulaan ko. Okay, so let's continue. Okay, so we finished this. The next is There you go. Refusal skills. No? Refusal skills na ituturo natin sa ating mga perseverance. Okay? Clients, let's look at behaviors for role play. Yung sinasabi ni Ivan. No? Kailangan i-role play. So you can actually, come up with behaviors other like a script, no? So di mo sa kanila how to do it. No? Okay, so this is the script. No? And then meron pag-critic. May pag-critic ng role play. After the role play, yung service client din. And they will critique the role play. No, anong kulang, what they could have done better, and then you practice how do you feel about it. Kasi makakali kung magsabi sila doon sa gagawin nila, di ba? They should be comfortable with it. Okay? Kasi pag hindi sila komportable, the likelihood of them doing it is less. Kung komportable sila, malaman na doon sa nila. So again, the reason why the role play is effective is because pag naginawa nyo sa role play, they're very likely to actually do it in reality. Kasi may actual experience that they have doing it. That's the whole idea, no? It's a very simple role play. Very simple. Okay? Okay. So, in a higher situation, how do you respond? What situation appears model new strategy? So, whether rin na ipakita muna ng staff how to do it, no? How to do it right. And then you let them do it. Okay? So, okay. And then, those practicing those strategies, kailangan may observers kasi sila ang mag-critique ng role play. Okay? So, this is the role play, diba? Okay. Kasi ito yung mga residente, diba? So, dapat may mga role play. Ano yung scenario? Somebody, okay, here's the scenario. We're going to role play, okay? So, ang scenario, yung residente, pauwi. Hindi niya not-anticipating, hindi niya alam, o hindi niya pinasadya, may namit siyang kaibigan, matalo siyang kaibigan, sa labas. So, yung kaibigan, excited, oh, wow. Hi, Evan. Long time no see. Oh, okay, you look good. Yeah, okay. So, usap, right? So, sige, hang out muna. Let's go. I've got see you for a while. Ano mo tayo? Mag-hang out muna tayo. But alam mo yun, kaibigan mo yun, gumagamit tayo. You can tell from the way he looks, the way he talks, gumagamit pa. Okay? And then, yung kaibigan mo, meron naman ako explain ito. Diba? I-share ko lang natin. Okay? Hindi niya alam na nasa rehab ka. Okay? Hindi niya alam. Sabi niya, okay, let's go out. Okay? Pwede ko tayo mag-proceed mamaya. Diba? Okay. So, yan ang sitwasyon. So, how would you respond? How would you respond? Remember I said, 30 seconds, no? I don't. 30 seconds. Kailangan, you get out of there. Okay. You know how long 30 seconds is? Alright. How about you? Okay. Start now. Is that it? Okay. Okay, 30 seconds. Good, 30 seconds. Maganda, diba? A lot of things can happen in that 30 seconds. Kaya yun ang what you need to get out, Yeah. So, pag umabot na ng mga 1 minute, 2 minutes, ako mahirap na gumawa. Okay? Alright, so sino gusto mag-volunteer? Yung mga magaling mag-artista. Hindi mo kailangan magaling mag-artista. Very simple naman lang ito. Okay, yung mga pangarap. Okay, sino yan? Pangarap lang. Okay. Sino mag-volunteer? Okay, client. Client. Come on. Don't volunteer client. Okay, I need a client. I need a friend. And then I need an observer or observers. Yung observers, nanonood lang yun. No? Aside na mag-participate as observers. Okay? Alright. So, client and friend. Okay. Client and friend. Volunteer. Wala mag-volunteer. Sino mo kang client? Ay, ito, sino mo kang client? Okay, volunteer, client. Ay, tumingin sa akin. Volunteer. Anyone? We'll practice saying no. Client, wala mo na ba client? Come on. No. And then friend. Okay, 2 people. One. Okay, ano ba? Client? Okay. Ano nga po yung alam mo? Ramen. Ano? How do you name it? Ramen? Yung pala ang pangalan mo. Ramen. Okay, so Ramen ang friend. I need a client. I need a PLC client. One. I don't want to friend. You're the Sino Toto? Toto! Ano Toto? Short and short. Yeah. Thank you. Okay, mag-usap kayo muna para medyo prepare kayo, ha? Hindi kailangan maging sustainable. Oo. No. Okay. Toto. Okay, so, ikaw ang magiging estudyante, di ba? Okay. Raymond, ayan ang siya ang friend mo. Nasa labas siya, gumagamit pa siya, ikaw dito sa CLC, nag-rehab. Okay, pa-aftercare ka na, kaya nakauwi ka na eh. Uwi ka sa bahay mo, ito na yun, nakita ka. Inulta ka, and then, ngayon naaya ka ng gumamit. Kasi hindi niya alam na sa-rehab ka. Kailangan in 30 seconds, you can get out of there. Na okay naman siya na hindi mo siya nakikala ng sumunod. Okay? But you are able to actually say no. No. Okay? Alright. So, practicing your role play sa labas. Pag ready na kayo, pwede kayo pumasok. Okay? Okay, tayo na ng observers. Okay, guys? Tayo na ng observers. Titignan natin yung gagawin nila. Tignan natin kung effective, what to look for. How effective yung conversation. Ano yung ginamit yung technique to get out, right? Yun, titignan natin, no? Okay. Alright. Ano ang tinatakasan mo? Eh, ano yung pinaka yan, ganyan ang mga kapitagay natin. Pag yung bang try to discuss ito. Ako niya, kain, salita ng salita, itanong ka, ano pinaka? What are you trying to learn? Hindi ko yan ang feeling mo. Ano ba yung nakasama? Sila pinigyan ano? Liar. Liar. Neighbor.
The pusher.
Are you trying to tempt me? I have to learn. Yes.
Tagal naman nung may costume pa. Iba workshop. Acting workshop. Sa English.
Okay, here we go. Ready na kayo? Okay. When you're, alright, let's pay attention, okay? Alright. Director stop. Alright. Yes, do it. 1, 2, action.
Uy, pare! Gusto ka ba rin? Matagal tayo hindi nagkita.
Ay, hindi pa lang nakita.
Wala kita siya mo pare ah. Gusto na. Tagal-tagal din ako din nakiinom. Oh, ano ba rin? Gusto mo gumamit? Bakit na? Gumamit tayo.
Bago na umayin pa rin. Lala pa pa ka rin.
Bakit ka ba?
Hindi naman. Bago na rin ngayon. Kainin mo lang ba? Baka mabalikan yan. Bakit? Baka ka dyan. Kainin mo lang. Alright. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Toto. Okay, so let's hear from the expert. Hear it from the expert. Ano sa tingin? Okay. Around, more or less around 30 seconds. No? 1 minute and 20? Okay. So the actual conversation. Alright, so more or less about, it was about 30 seconds. Mahaba 30 seconds actually. So, okay, so feedback. Bigyan mo natin sila ng feedback. Okay?
Okay, ganon, di ba? Ang usually, hey, okay. So, all right. Any observation about that? Okay.
Gusto ko yung conviction ni Toto na sinabi niya na akainin mo na lang yan. Ibig sabihin talaga decidido talaga siya na ayaw niya na gumamit. And it's a signal for that person to stop pursuing yung ginagawa niya.
Acceptable to say kainin mo na lang. Is that usual? Hindi, no? Okay. All right. Anything? Any other observation? How did Toto handle it? Was it very effective? What was the body language? How was the delivery of the refusal? All of that, no? What do you think?
Well, understandable naman kasi acting. Siguro medyo nahihiya si sir. So, pero kung sa makatotohanan siguro yun po, sir. Medyo hindi po siya resistant sa nag-aaya sa kanya. Kasi medyo low ang tone of voice, kulang sa conviction. But we understand because it's just a role-playing. Pero kung sa makatotohanan, siguro dapat may conviction pa yung pag-say no.
So, ituturo kasi natin to sa ating mga residente, no? Kaya kinikritik natin. Okay, so, more conviction, no? Coming from you. You agree with that observation na wala masyadong conviction yung pag refuse? Okay. Parang gusto niya pa daw. Hindi naman, Romel. Ah, ah, hindi naman. Okay, Doc.
Doon sa tulad na pagkakataon na yun kanina, Doc, pwede bang gawin ni client, Doc, na mag-create ng distance between them saka yung friend?
Yeah, so pag nasa ano mo yan, nasa body language mo, di ba? If you're inviting him to come closer, di ba? He will come. So if they have not seen each other, the natural impulse there is you have to be a little careful to come close, di ba? Kasi hindi mo naman sa kanila matagal eh. Hindi mo alam what's going on. So, okay. Normally, that would be, it's not gonna be like that, no? Okay. So, what else? Ano pa? What else did you observe? Yung language, yung words na ginamit. What do you think? Was that effective? Do you think in an actual situation that would be effective to really communicate that you are not interested? Ano sa tingin nyo? Okay. Denominate niya yung conversation, right? Narrating, right? Denominate niya yung siya ang nag-ano, di ba? Almost like overpowering Toto, right? He was overpowering Toto, right? Okay, so mas malakas yung dating niya, no? So, pag ganoon ang kausap mo, almost like overpowered ka ba? Hindi mo alam ang gagawin mo. Okay, so you can make it shorter, clearer, right? By just saying, short sentences. Say, and then sinabi niya, oh, nagbago na ako, right? Something like that. So, di ba, is that okay to say that? Nagbago na ako? Is that okay?
Commonly po, Doc, yung sagot ng mga patients namin pag ganun sinasabi niyo sa kanila, anong naiisip niyong i-respond niya sa inyo? Ititis po kami niyan, kuya. Sabi nila, tsura mo, mukha mo, mga ganun po. Pag nagsabi silang, nagbago na ako, kaya ayaw. So, pero, we do prepare also the patients for that scenario pag tinitis sila pag nagsabi silang ganun.
But, you don't have to tell him. You don't have, di ba? What do you think about telling him na nasa rehab ako? Okay ba yan? Sabihin? Hindi, right? No. So you don't want to talk about that kasi that's your own personal business, di ba? Yung nagbago ako, what do you think? Is that okay? Will that, like I said, you just wanna, you're not gonna give any information about where you're at. Di ba? Ano nangyari sa'yo? You just wanna say no. Okay? Okay. So, anong ginamit niyang excuse? Maglalaba pa daw siya. Maglalaba siya, right? Okay, so yung excuse then, is that like really effective to use that? Maglalaba ako? Parang hindi urgent yun, di ba? Okay, kung magbibigay ka ng excuse, make it like an urgent thing. Okay. Urgent. Yung paglalaba, sabi nyo, laba. Mamaya mo na lang gawin yan, no? Ganun sasabihin sa'yo, no? Di ba? Okay. Mamaya mo na lang, ipalaundry mo na lang yan. Okay, ganun. So, di ba? Pero what would be a good urgent thing na will actually make you feel like, okay, may excuse talaga siya na matanggap niya na kasi dati tight sila, di ba? All of a sudden, nagre-refuse siya. So, hindi niya mapaniwalaan na nagsasabi siya ng no. Kasi ang pagkaalam niya, talagang gumagamit ka. Di ba? Ngayon sinasabi, bigyan ko sa'yo, libre lang. Oh. Di ba? Okay. Tapos sasabihin mo, maglalaba ako. Hindi niya matatanggap yun kasi maglalaba ka. Dati, we always go out. No? Ngayon, so, you have to come up with a good reason, right? Okay, so, yung reason, di ba, it's flimsy. No, hindi matibay. Okay, so think of reason, what would be a good reason, to stop the person from badgering you? Think. Okay. Ah? Ano yan? Oh. Okay. May COVID ako. Alright, maybe that will work. Okay. Sabi niya siguro, vaccinated naman ako eh, bakit? No. Okay. So think of, what your residents can do. Yung any urgency ba? Di ba? Okay. And then because that will be very comfortable for your clients to say that. Because remember, I told you, adolescents will be uncomfortable to actually, especially good friends, to refuse. Okay, to refuse. But here, you refuse and they're still okay. Say no, but you still feel okay because your friend, understand. No? Okay. So just think of different emergency. Okay. Yes.
Kasi kung for example na yun ang gusto niyang i-reason out, Doc, na maglalabas siya, pwede niya siguro sabihin kung totoo nga naman na bawang panganak kasi ang asawa ko, ganun. Ako lang ang pwede niya maasahan.
Okay. So maybe not paglalaba, but something else. So, my wife just gave birth. Okay, I'm buying milk or something. I don't know. Okay? Yeah, that's an emergency. Tapos, okay. Although that reason, tapos kung kilala ka niya, wala ka namang girlfriend. Bigla ka na mag-asawa. Hindi mo pa ako inimbita sa kasal mo. Okay, yan medyo, no? Iffy yan. Kasi pag kilala ka niya, alam niya, no? Nagsisinungaling ka. Di ba? Yung talagang, wala siyang mabubutas na reason. Okay?
Dok, napansin ko kay Sir Toto, parang kulang nga nung conviction. Tsaka yung eye contact, tsaka yung tone nung voice niya, very relaxed siya kanina na nagre-resist. Parang pag sinabi niya sa akin ayaw ko! Parang ganun sana. Yung... Okay na yun. At saka, Doc, tip lang, Doc, with regards to resistance sa mga triggers, minsan pag may ayaw kong gawin, let's say, for example, may naisip akong idea na ayaw kong gawin, minsan may sinasabi akong mantra sa self ko, and I act out na yung trigger na yun, I treat it as another person in my head. And then, I just tell my mantra against the third person, and then eventually, mawawala na yung parang trigger sa akin. So, yun lang, share lang.
So you have to have a strong conviction, right? And then whatever reason na binigay mo, it should be like convincing and urgent. Not think of different ways of communicating that, no? And then yung eye contact, that's a good point, no? Walang eye contact masyado. So you look at your friend and say, I have to go, whatever reason. I have to go. I have an emergency at home. Or my Lola, actually. My Lola needs help. Okay? He's not in a good situation. I have to go. Yeah. So, make it very convincing and firm, sometimes you don't even have to say no, but the communication is a strong no. Diba? Okay. So, you are saying, no, I cannot do that. Okay. All right.
Doctor, we're just joking around. What if daw yun? Anong pagkakasabi?
Tatay ako. Kadiri ka naman. All right. So, pag ano na magano, I have to go. All right, now it doesn't have to be like that. There are so many ways. Yeah, many things you can say, right? Okay, it doesn't have to be disgusting like that. That is disgusting excuse.
Lumayo ka sa akin. Nasa watchlist ako ng PIDEA. Binabantayan ako.
Okay. Nasa watch list ako. Yun, talaga. Ako, madadamay ka dyan. Nasa watch list ako. Okay. Alright. Okay, so, alright. Thank you, Toto. And thank you, Raymond, for that role play. Alright. Yeah. You know, yung mga bata, talo kayo ng mga adolescents. So, pag they can come up with some interesting thing. Di ba? Pag tinanong mo sila, they come up with something like, oh, I never thought of that. Yeah. They'll have fun with it. Okay? Okay. After reviewing the basic refusal skills, clients should practice them through role-playing and problem and assertive refusal should be identified and discussed. Okay? Assertive. Di ba? Yun ang kulang eh. To assert yourself. Pick an actual situation. Yan, ginawa na natin yan. Pick an actual situation that occurred recently for a client. Ask client to provide some background on the target person. Okay? Okay, so we did a role play. So, explain to the residents what this is for, right? And once they understand how it is, because they have been in those situations, except they did not say no. Yeah, they have constantly been in those situations. A drug dealer approaches them and say, listen, pwede, gamitin mo muna, saka mo na kabayaran. Di ba? Ganun yun. Saka mo na kabayaran. Oh. Or a friend say, hey, sige, mag-good time tayo, manood tayo ng sine, meron akong konti dito. Ganyan. Di ba? Kadalasan, hindi lang sila nag-no. Sabi niya, oh, talaga? Oh, sige. Oh, ganun. Babalik ka rin natin. Ngayon, you're not gonna go along with that. Anong effective, convincing way to refuse your friend and still feel okay with it? They have to be comfortable with what they will do. Okay? Alright, so let them develop the script. Hindi tayo gagawa ng script, kundi sila. There you go. How to say no. Okay? All right, so let's look at this. This is an interesting thing, no? The preventing abstinence violation effect. So what is abstinence violation effect? Okay, let's look at that. Clients need to know that if they slip and use drugs, gumamit ulit, no, nag-relapse sila o nag-slip, it does not mean that they will return to full-time addiction because karamihan sa kalagayan ng paniniwala, wag ako nag-pick up isang beses, tuloy-tuloy na yan. Okay? Ganon. Many of them believe that. The clinician can help them reframe the drug use event and prevent a lapse in abstinence from turning into a full-blown addiction. Okay, so anong nararamdaman ng residente? Ng tao na tumigil na ng paggagamot. No? Medyo clean na siya for several months. Okay, katulad ng residente natin, no, paglabas nila, bago payagan sila lumabas, mga na yan, mga more than 6 months sa programa, di ba? So, drug-free na sila ng ganun katagal. Okay? So, pag nag-relapse sila, anong mga feelings na natitrigger sa kanila pag gumamit? Just imagine. Or what have you heard from residents? Ano yun? Oh, very strong guilt. Guilt. Okay? Alright. Ano pa? Anong mga feelings involved pag gamit? Pag nag-slip siya, na hindi pa relapse, slip lang. Isang gamit. Ano? Okay, guilt. What else? Okay, frustration. How about disappointment? Very strong disappointment, right? Okay, ano pa? Guilt, disappointment. There could be shame. Diba? Shame. A sense of failure. Okay, a sense of failure. I failed. Okay. Now, okay, doubt. I-doubt na, talaga ba ako talagang, hindi ko ba talagang kaya magtigil? Okay. Bakit 6 months na? Tapos nagbalik pa rin ako. They beat themselves so hard for that. Okay. So, to a point na na-depress na siya. Okay, so, because of that, no, yung abstinence violation effect na nadadramatize o na they begin to look at things to the extreme na siguro nga hindi ako pwedeng magtigil, hindi ko kayang magbago, siguro talagang, I'm destined to do this. Yung isang nag-slip lang siya. No? Pero yung takbo ng utak niya, ganun na, katindi na, almost like the end of the world. Yun ang abstinence violation effect. Ang mangyayari because masama masyado yung pakaramdam niya, tutuloy yung paggamit niya. Di ba? O minsan iniisip pa niya, hindi ko talaga kaya magbago siguro. Sige na nga. So lang, gumamit na ako eh. So tuloy ko na lang to. Ganon ang Ganon ang pag-iisip, di ba? Okay. Yun ang tinatawag na abstinence violation effect. Okay, so kapag we catch the slip, no? The first thing we need to do is to process with the client ano yung slip, and we work to prevent that from happening. We prevent that from them thinking that way. Okay? So, if he comes to you or calls you on the phone and say, no, I used, you have to work with him, on that. Yun ang unahin natin. Focus on that one, the abstinence violation effect. Process yung feeling, anong nararamdaman mo. How do you feel that you used? Yun. Diba? Lalabas na yun doon. Disappointed ako sa sarili ko, nahiya ako. Pag nalaman ng parents ko, itingnan naman nila ako na bumalik na naman ako, addict na naman ako. Ganun ang tingin niya sa sarili niya. Addict na naman ako. Diba? So you have to clarify that. It doesn't mean that because you use one time that you are back to the same way you were before. So that's what it's called reframing. No? Reframing. So sabihin mo, alam mo, ang nakulangan ka lang ng skills, coping skills. It's a coping skills problem. It's not because you're back to being an addict. Okay? Yung coping skills mo lang, nag-fail, no? So, pwede natin remedyohan yan. No? Pwede natin remedyohan. So, focus on what did you learn? Anong nangyari bago ka pumick up? Let's look at that. What was going on? Ano yung state of mind mo? Ano sa tingin mo ang nag-trigger? Ano sa tingin mo ang naging dahilan bakit nag-pick up ka? Okay. So, next time, ano kaya ang dapat mong gawin? Di ba? After telling you, what was going on. So, ano dapat kaya gawin mo na so that pag ito nangyari uli, makakope ka. So that you don't have to pick up. Yun, i-process mo sa kanya. But emphasize the fact na hindi ka bumalik doon sa pagka-addict mo, okay? Okay, you had a lapse. You had a lapse. So, alright? Okay, so explore yung guilt. Ano yung guilt? Explore that. Help him understand, that it's not the end of the world. Okay, sabihin mo, people, this has happened to some people. Okay, it's either you continue to use it or you can stop here. Okay? All right. So far, okay? Questions about this? Kind of an interesting thing, right? But you have to understand this. You understand what's abstinence violation effect? Everybody, yan ang pumapasok sa ulo ng ating mga residente pag yan nag-relapse o nag-pick up one time, no? One time. Okay? So, encourage them. Sabihin mo sa kanila. Pag nasa labas ka na at saka nag-pick up ka, the first thing you have to do is call whoever your sponsor, okay? Or you can call your counselor, you can call your caseload. That's what you need to do. Do not be by yourself. Do not be by yourself. Call someone na may tiwala ka. So, part of that isa sa mga strategy na ginagawa namin pag they're already in aftercare, right? Kasi hindi naman tayo always available, di ba? Okay. So, mamaya nangyari yung gabi, late at night, di ba? Mag-hesitate silang tumawag. So, meron silang parang parang card, nandun yung mga listahan ng pag umaattend siya ng AA, nandoon yung sponsor niya. Tapos nandoon yung mga trusted people. Okay, you start with your family. Sino sa pamilya mo na alam niyo yung problema mo na pwede mo makausap, tawagan. Yun. Sinong kaibigan mo na talagang pinagkakatiwalaan mo na pwede mong kausapin kung may nangyari sa yung ganito, no? So may list siya of people in a wallet, no? O kaya ilagay niya sa iPhone o sa cellphone niya sino yung mga tao na tatawagan niya kapag nangyari to. Okay? So, he has to have that list of people. So, hindi na siya mag-iisip sino ba patawagan ko. Kundi meron na siya. So, yun ang nire-require namin sa kanila. Part of our strategy is for them to have a support system that they can call when this happens. Okay? Okay, so, maliwanag ba? Yeah? Okay, good. Alright, so let's move on. Okay, so this is example of reframing. You know, i-reframe natin yung paggamit niya. Kasi catastrophize niya yung paggamit niya. Parang this is the end of the world. Addict na naman ako. Something like that. Okay, so I used last night, but I had been sober for 30 days before. So in the past 31 days, I have been sober for 30. That's better than I have done for 10 years. Sabi ng totoo yun. Di ba? Tapos tinapong ko lang. You know, I throw it away. It's been good. Okay, so sabi ng counselor, learning to get sober is just like riding a bicycle. Mistakes will be made. It is important to get back up and keep trying. Di ba? Ganun man yun no? Learning to stay sober is just like riding a bicycle. Or writing with your learning to write with your left hand. Right? Learning to write with your left hand. In other words, you cannot be perfect right away. It requires practice for you to really get it. Okay? All right. So that's how you respond. Reframing. You reframe it very well. It's just like riding a bicycle. So how else will you reframe? Okay? Let's practice reframing. That's actually a favorite CBT strategy. Reframing. Very effective in one-on-one counseling also. Okay? So, somebody relapse, pick up, and he feels very bad. How will you reframe that lapse? We're not talking about relapse yet. We're talking about lapse. How are you going to reframe that he picked up? Do you understand reframing, guys? You understand? Okay, Ivan, help me. How do you explain reframing in a simple way?
It's like changing the perspective of the person with what happened. For example, yung patient nagsabi na, let me think, kuya parang hindi ko talaga kaya kasi tingnan mo, una ko palang labas, na-tempt na ako agad gumamit. Buti na lang may tumawag sa akin kaya hindi natuloy. Siguro parang hindi ko kaya kung walang tumawag, hindi ko siguro kaya. So parang negative yung perception niya. Now the challenge there is how to reframe it. Maybe I would say relating to that, the things that you've learned inside are let me say are skills. So yung mga skills kailangang i-practice lagi para maging perfect. So ikaw kakalabas mo lang, you're still practicing but you actually did it because you did not give in.
All right. So what if somebody really how do you reframe that behavior in a way that he will prevent it from escalating it? You follow what I'm saying? Kasi ang tendency nila gumamit, nag-lapse, but in their mind, they already go back to their old ways, right? Ini-escalate nila yung event na yun. Okay, how do you reframe that so that it will, he'll look at it differently. Sabi nga ni Ivan, have a different perspective. Paano? Give me some example of reframing the behavior. Anyone? You?
Yun nga, parang, it's good na, na kinonfess mo sa akin yan, na sinabi mong nakagamit ka ulit. Siguro, hindi yan pagkakamali na ano mo, kundi, medyo nakulangan ka lang ng coping skills. Siguro ganito yung, ano pa kaya ang mga kailangan nating pag-usapan sa coping skills mo? Parang.
Okay. That's good. Anyone else? Reframing it. Reframing the lapse.
Halimbawa, Doc, gumamit siya, tapos hindi niya napigilan. Siguro ang sasabihin ko, push mo yan. Joke lang. Wag kang mag-alala kasi normal naman yan. Normal yan bilang since addict ka nga dati. Ay, ganun ba yun? Nag-label. Hindi naman. Sige, erase. Do not be guilty about it. Instead, make make things para ma-overcome mo siya next time. Don't feel na hindi mo na siya kayang gawin.
You're counseling. You're not reframing, right? So, you look at what happened and then, okay, siya, ang take niya doon is catastrophe. Okay, catastrophe. So you're trying to, ang reframing would be to look at it not as a catastrophe. Okay, so how are you gonna communicate that? That's the reframing. Okay, anyone? Yes, Dr. M.
Ang abstinence ay, naiintindihan ko na nagigilty ka ngayon. Pero yung abstinence kasi o sobriety, kailangan ng skills yan. Halimbawa, sa pagluluto, kailangan araw-araw mong pinapractice. May times din kahit gaano ka nakagaling, nagiging maalat siya. O kaya nasosobrahan sa tamis, nagkakamali ka. Parang ganun din sa addiction. May times na madadapa ka, magkakamali ka, pero hindi ibig sabihin na yun na yung end. Mag-practice ka ulit na hindi na balikan.
Alright, so you tell him it's a deficit in learning. Nagkulang ka lang ng matutunan. Okay, right? So, matututunan mo rin yung ano dapat gawin the more you stay drug-free. Okay? So, you can also say, how many years? It took you years to develop or have this drug-using lifestyle, di ba? That's a long time. Di ba? It took years. Itong pagbabago mo to learn to give up using drugs and stay drug-free, that's also, it takes time, right? To get used to it. Di ba? Okay, so kulang ka lang ng experience pa. Kulang ka ng experience. But habang tumatagal, yung pagiging sober mo at saka abstinent, more and more matututunan mo rin yan. Di ba? Okay. So, wag mo sabihin normal to. Okay? You do not normalize lapse. Pag sinabi mong normal, normal pala yun. No. Don't say that. It's not appropriate to say that it's normal. Okay? Although it's common, that's what you mean. It's common, but it's not normal. Okay. Anything else? Did you get the idea of reframing? Did you get the idea of abstinence violation effect? Mahalaga to, no? Mahalaga to. Because if you can learn to intervene there and minimize the abstinence violation effect, that client is less likely to escalate his drug use. Di ba sabi natin, pag nag-lapse, ang ating objective is to prevent that person from continuing the drug use. Okay? And really relapse to the drug again. Okay. So far, okay? Okay, good. All right. Immediate determinants of relapse. Anong ibig sabihin noon? Ang kadalasang dahilan ng pag-relapse. Kadalasang dahilan ng pag-relapse. Okay? Common. Immediate. Reason. Ang kadalasang dahilan. Negative emotional states. Ano ang ibig sabihin ng negative emotional states? Ang nararamdaman niya, negatibo. Di ba? Negatibo siya. Ano ang dahilan ng pagka-negatibo? Negative emotions, right? Ano yung mga negative emotions? Galit, resentment, guilt, lungkot. Di ba? Okay, negative lahat yun, di ba? Okay, so yung mga nararamdaman na ganoon, pwedeng maging dahilan niya ng paggagamit uli. Okay? Alright, next is interpersonal conflict. No? Ano yung ibig sabihin nun? Interpersonal conflict. Nag-away. Meron siyang nakaaway. Okay? Okay, so, kasing pag-aaway na yun nakaka-trigger ng negative emotions, correct? Usually, anger, frustration, resentment, di ba? Okay. So, ang interpersonal, may ibig sabihin nun, yung tao na kadalasan malapit sa'yo. Nag-away kayong dalawa. Na naka-trigger sa iyo yun. Okay? Okay. So, yes, interpersonal conflicts. Minsan, pag naka-away mo, yung close sa'yo, alam niya yung buhay mo dati, ibabato sa mukha mo. Di ba? Ibabato sa'yo na, balik ka na naman sa bisyo mo, galing ate ka na naman. Ako, masakit yun, di ba? So, that can be very triggering for anyone. Okay? Next, social pressure. Sa adolescent, yan ang number 1 halos, ang social pressure. Okay? Alright, they want to be accepted, they want to be, with their friends. Okay, make their friends happy. Okay? Sa atin, sa mga adults, nandyan din yung social pressure. Di ba? Kaibigan mo, best friend mo. No? Okay? Alright. Positive emotional states. Positive emotional states. Okay? Birthdays, mga occasion na gano'n. Nagse-celebrate, holiday, Christmas. Okay? New Year. We're going to a party. Di ba? Saya ka. Okay? So, excited ka. Okay, so even positive emotions, di ba, can be triggered. Di ba, sabi ko sa inyo kasi, yan, problem of emotional regulation yan. Okay? Okay, next is coping. Okay? Ang coping skills niya is very minimal. Okay? They don't know how to handle feelings, emotions. Okay? Okay, so lack of coping skills. Yung bang ating mga residente, mga magagaling sa coping skills? O walang alam sa coping skills? Sa tingin nyo? Meron, pero kulang, di ba? Especially related sa drugs. Hindi masyado silang knowledgeable coping skills. Kadalasan pa nga, hindi nila alam ano yung coping skills. So, turo mo sa kanila, ano ba ang coping skills? Okay, ano yung mga skills to cope? Turo nyo sa kanila. So, we'll go over some of those skills, right? Okay, we did some. Okay, so then abstinence violation effect. Immediate determinants of relapse. So, we're talking about relapse, not lapse, no? So, somebody picks up, and then yung abstinence violation effect takes over, very likely mag-relapse yan. In other words, to continue using. Okay, covert antecedents of high-risk situation. Ano ibig sabihin nun? Covert antecedents of high-risk situation. Yung hindi ka aware, no? Na Meron na palang na-trigger na parang high-risk situations. Covert, hindi ka aware or under the radar. Yung mga lifestyle factors, pwede ba yun? Pwede ba yun maging yung the way you live, right? Your lifestyle? Okay, ano yung mga lifestyle na can contribute to drug use? Okay, you don't take care of yourself, right? Okay. Lifestyle factors, you overextend yourself. You understand by overextend yourself? Yung mga iba, medyo hero, gusto maging bayani, okay? Yes nang yes, trabaho, kahit na alam mo, burnout ka na. Okay, because you cannot say no. Okay? Alright, so you've got to actually kind of know your limits too. And also taking care of yourself. Okay? Ibig sabihin nun, hindi balance yung lifestyle mo. Okay? Sinasabi ko nga, you have to have a life. If you work in this program, you have to have a life. You understand what that means? To have a life? In other words, meron ka pang may ibang buhay ka pa beside doon sa sa trabaho mo. Okay, ano yung mga buhay mo na bigid sa trabaho? Meron kang pamilya, di ba? Oh. Meron kang, let's say if you're married, you have your wife, you have your children. That's your other family. Okay? Kailangan may time ka ibibigay sa kanila, okay? As you are giving time to your work. So, balansehin mo. Now, kung wala kang asawa, meron ka pa rin life. Di ba? You have friends. May hobbies ka. Di ba? May mga hilig ka. Okay, mahalaga yun. Keep those. Okay? Alright. Have an interest, no? A hobby. Something that you are passionate about. Whatever it is. It could be exercise. You have friends who like to run or hike, climb mountains. Yeah. Right? Yeah. You can even have a group here now. Okay. Let's climb the hill. Okay. Now, yung bisyo, hindi yun, ha? Hindi kasama yung bisyo. Okay. Alright, no, seriously. Sports, exercise, yung mga running club, hiking club, musical group. Musical group. Yeah. Musical group. Di ba? Ang dami yung magagawa. Meron dapat kayong karaoke day. Karaoke day. Okay. Okay. You got it, right? You got it. Okay, stress level is another one. Alam mo dapat kung na-stress ka na, no? How do you know you're stressed, by the way? Ano mga indicators ng stress? Alright. Masungit na daw. Sumusungit na, pwedeng na-stress out ka na, di ba? Posible yun. Di ba? Bigla ka nang naging sumpungin. Okay, mainit na ulo. Di ba? Stress na yun, ibig sabihin nun. Di ba? Mainitin ang ulo. Okay? Wala ka ng pasensya. Ano pa? Naninigaw na daw. Naninigaw. Okay. Iba yung wala ng pera. Hindi yung magkaka-relapse ako sa inyo. Mali yung mga sagot nyo. Okay? Okay, nakuha nyo. Okay, hobbies. Magkaroon ka ng hobbies. Okay, you know why? Di ba very stressful yung trabaho natin, di ba? Totoo yan. Very stressful yung trabaho natin. So, you have to have an outlet. You have to have an outlet. A positive outlet. Diversion daw. Positive outlet, no? Why? Kung may outlet ka, yung mga negative energies mo na absorb from your negative clients, di ba? Doon mo na ano yun, na dissipate. Kailangan may outlet ka for those things, okay? Kung Jelen, puro dancing na. Napunta na sila. Napunta na. Maganda yan. Ballroom dancing, baka marami diyang mahilig. Okay, whatever it is, a new hobby, learn something different. Okay, learn a new hobby. All right. Nako, you're taking me somewhere else, okay? You're stressing me out. Okay. Okay. All right, next. Listen. Shh. Naku. Listen, next. Cognitive factors, yung rationalization, denial, desire for immediate gratification, no? Yung hindi makahintay. Di ba? Impulsiveness, no? Yan. Hindi nag-iisip ba? Okay? So, isipin mo yung mga residente, no? Na kung ano yung naisip, gagawin na kaagad. Not good. Okay. Apparent irrelevant decision. This is interesting. Okay, listen. What does that mean? What does that mean? Apparently irrelevant decisions. How is that related to high-risk situation? Apparently irrelevant. Okay, ibig sabihin nun, gumawa siya ng decision, no? Na something na akala niya, hindi naman talaga related to sa aking recovery o my effort to stay drug-free. Eh, yung pala, unconsciously, no? That situation could lead to something else. Ito na parang unconscious setting up yourself. Nandiyan mo, you're unconsciously setting up yourself. Yan, that's what I mean. Apparently irrelevant decisions. When actually, that is relevant dun sa recovery mo. I'll give you another example. Let's say, example, right? You have a girlfriend before, recovering ka. Alam mo yung girlfriend mo yun, when you were together, you were smoking pot at the same time. The two of you, part of your routine, mag-smoke. Pumasok ka sa rehab, di ba? Pumasok sa rehab, yung girlfriend mo, nakalimutan mo na. Okay? Kasi, ang relationship nyo naman doon na sa paggagamot, no? Okay. So, bigla ka ngayon nasa recovery na. And one time, punta ka sa mall, nakita mo siya. Okay? Nag-usap kayo, maya-maya, nagpalit na kayo ng telepono. So, sabi mo ngayon, telepono lang naman yan. Di ba? Nagkita lang kami, pero okay lang yun, kasi friend ko siya dati. Pero nagpalit kami ng telepono. Di ba? It looks like it's not really irrelevant, no? Hindi naman kayo magde-date, telepono lang. But before you know it, tinatawagan ka niya na. Okay. Alam mo yun, na ganun mauwi yun, no? Pero unconscious lang ba yung ano mo? Kasi sa isip mo, hindi man, it's just telephone number. It sounds irrelevant. And then one day, tumawag sa'yo, and you are not in a good space, sabi niya, manood tayo ng sine. Manood ng sine. Okay? So sabi niya, sa isip mo, okay lang. Cinema, exactly. Cinema lang eh. Okay, so before you know it, she's smoking pot. And by that time, you feel something again towards her, bumalik yung yung nararamdaman mo sa kanya, and you ignore completely the fact that she's smoking pot. It all started from exchanging telephone numbers. That's what that means. Apparently irrelevant decisions. Okay? Okay, next. Urges and cravings. Definitely, those are high-risk situation. Yung tuloy-tuloy ba yung urges mo, balik-balik, no? You try to fight it off, tapos na naman, may urge ka na naman. Okay, so if that happens to your client, encourage your client to explore that with you and talk about it. If you dig deeper, there is something going on. Right? Something must be going on that is triggering those urges and cravings. Malamang na-expose siya sa mga triggers, no? It could be people, places, and things. It could be like, hey, he discovered something at home. May natira pa pala doon sa kanyang ginagamit dati. Oh, madalas mangyari yan. No? Nagtago ng drugs, nakalimutan niya. Meron pa pala doon. And all of a sudden, naglilinis siya. Nako, na-discover niya. Okay? Okay. So, nakuha niya, hindi niya alam kung itatapon or what. Okay. So, that is not good, right? Because that will keep coming back to him. What if I use a little bit? What if this? What if that? Before you know it, sayang naman itapon eh. Ganun mangyayari. Okay? Alright. So, there is always a reason why, that urges and craving keeps coming back. So, you explore that with a client. There is a reason for that. Okay? Look at yung environmental. Okay? Ano yung environment, what's going on, what he's doing, how he's leading his life, okay, who are people around him. Very likely something is stressing him out and he's not even aware of it. That's why he keeps having that urges and cravings. Got it? All right, cool. Okay, specific interventions. Okay, actual intervention, identify and coping with high-risk situations. First, you have to find out anong high-risk situations, ano yung mga list of high-risk situations, and then personalize it. Individualize it. Ano ang high-risk situation mo? Okay? Ano ang high-risk situation mo na nagtitrigger sa iyo to keep eating? High-risk situation.
Sumasama akong lumabas, Doc. With friends.
Okay, being with friends to go out and eat. Okay. Going out with your friends to eat. Okay, ano pa? Ano pa ang common na training? Training, oh my goodness, guys. All right. Okay, ano sa training ang nakaka-trigger sa iyo? Ah? Okay. So you have to find out, no? Ano yung mga high-risk situations mo? Okay, so individualize it, right? Kasi yung iba-ibang tao, iba-iba din ang kanilang high-risk situation. So, minsan hindi nila alam kung ano yun until they pick up. When they have a lapse and then you review what happened, then, it becomes clear na yung high-risk situations nandoon. And then, ang gawin nyo, habang nandito pa sila, tanungin mo, nung naggagamot ka, ano yung mga triggers mo? Ano yung mga high-risk situation? Anong mga sitwasyon na you are likely to use drugs? Ask them. And then you'll be able to help him identify ano yung mga high-risk situation. A lot of times, mga social situation, di ba? Parties, sasabihin niya. Parties. Okay. Being around with friends who are using. Yan. Okay? Or watching a movie with my girlfriend. Or with my friend. Yung mga high-risk situations. Those are the situations that the person is likely to use. Okay? Alright, so mahalagang ma-identify yun, no? Okay, because he has to learn how to cope with those things. So, how will you cope, when you find yourself with your friends? Hindi mo iwasan yan. Nasa labas ka na, di ba? Okay, and you are in a social setting, there is a party, how will you cope with some of those situations? What skills do you need to develop to cope with those situations, social situations? Okay? In enhancing self-efficacy, coping, and social skills. Remember, yung self-efficacy, being confident that you can handle a situation. Diba? Self-efficacy. You will develop your competency or your self-efficacy by really mastering yung mga coping skills. Okay? So, if you, like, how do you regulate yourself, for example? Little things, no? How do you regulate yourself? Knowing, grounding. Do you know you can ground without in your mind? Okay, so I'm stressed out. Let me ground. Okay, you begin to think about, okay, different things. So, what are my favorite music? You're grounding. My favorite music and artists are okay. That's grounding. You're thinking about something, no? Na stress ka. That's grounding. Okay, so it's called mental grounding. Mental ground. There is such thing as mental grounding. So thinking of favorite things, favorite food, okay, favorite music, that is mental grounding. All right. So learn grounding, that you can actually rely on or use when you are actually stressed out or in a high risk situation. So self-efficacy, the more you develop those skills, the more they become confident that they can actually deal with different situations when they arise. Okay? Eliminating myth and placebo effects. All right. You need psychoeducation in this one. You know what's the myth about alcohol? Myth. Ibig sabihin yung paniniwala na hindi naman pala totoo. Ano yung usual thing ng alcohol? Naniwala ang mga tao. Placebo effect. Okay. Yung nagpapalakas daw ng loob. Totoo ba yun? Nagpapalakas ba talaga ng loob yun? Okay. Nawawala kasing inhibition. So, you break it down for them. It's really nawawala yung pag tinagalog natin yun, nawawala ka, nagiging walang hiya ka. Nagiging walang hiya. No, ibig sabihin yung pagka reserve mo, no? Di ba? Nawawala. Okay, nagiging verbal ka. Okay? Okay, yun ang no? Placebo effect. Kasi hindi naman, okay, so, yun temporary lang yun. No? Maya-maya, iba na. No? If you keep drinking, wala na yun mamaya. No? Oh. Mamaya, mangyayari, amnesia na ang mangyayari. Okay? If you overdo it, mangyayari yan, yung pala, no? You look so in-embarrass mo sarili mo. Pero hindi mo maalala, sinabi lang ng mga kaibigan mo. Alam mo ba, nagsayaw-sayaw ka doon sa taas ng lamesa? Oh, di ba? Oh. Pero sabi mo, talaga, hindi mo maalala. Okay? Maraming gano'n, no? Kaya hindi yung mga yung mga negative effects ng alcohol, no, hindi nila matandaan kasi paglasing na sila, wala nang memory. Ang naalaala lang nila na masarap ang pakiramdam nila. Nasa simula, they feel confident, they're very social, and then after that, there is no more memory. Okay? Yung pala, okay? They did something ridiculous already, right? Hindi niya maalala yun. Yun ang ng alcohol. Kaya ang hirap sabihin na ang alcohol masama sa iyo. Kasi sabi mo, bakit masama? Maganda nga pakiramdam ng paglasing. Hindi mo maalala yung mga ginawa mo na nakakahiya. They don't have any memory of that. Okay. Alright. So, natuturo lang natin yun sa ating psychoeducation, no? Okay? Okay, so maraming silang paniniwala na mali. Okay? We correct that about alcohol, about drugs. Okay. Lapse management. Okay, very important, right? Okay, so nag-relapse ka. Oh, not relapse. Nag-lapse ka. You pick up one time. What are the first things that you have to do? So he has to have a plan. Correct? He has to have a plan. So ask him, what is your plan? So let them develop a plan to arrest or manage a lapse. Okay? So part yan ng counseling nyo sa kanya. Kailangan meron siyang plan to manage a lapse. Okay. And then cognitive restructuring. Yes.
Good afternoon, family. Share ko lang po ulit doon sa lapse management. Lagi po naming pinapaalala or nile-lecture, tinuturo sa mga outpatient and aftercare clients yung connection between thought, ba yun, Kuya Justin? Craving and use. So, yung client kapag nag-crave, laging associated yan ng thought. So, eventually, magli-lead yung thought na yun into use. So, thoughts, craving, and use. So, lagi namin sinasabi sa kanila na bago pa man mag-lead sa cravings yung thoughts na yun, dapat alam na nilang i-manage or i-cut para hindi po mag-lead into this one, yung lapse po.
Okay. Alright, so, yung what does that mean? Cognitive restructuring. What does that mean? Cognitive restructuring. Huh? Okay, babaguhin natin yung mga paniniwala nila na mali. Okay, marami, or sinasabi natin erroneous thinking. We'll talk about that, no? Ano yung mga erroneous thinking? Di ba? Okay, marami yun. Faulty thinking, kung tawagin, no? Sa cognitive behavioral therapy. Okay? Or erroneous thinking or faulty thinking. Alright. So, yun ang target ng cognitive restructuring na baguhin yung maling paniniwala. Okay? Marami yan. Maraming involved na maling paniniwala. Hindi lang ating mga residente, kahit tayo. May mga paniniwala tayo na hindi naman talaga totoo. No? And sometimes, yung mga paniniwala na yun, pag, alam we suffer some setbacks or a crisis in our relationship or in our life, yun, nag-amplify dun yun sa ating mga negative feelings kasi because of that erroneous thinking. So, we need to restructure. Restructuring is really dismantling those wrong thinking. Di ba? Alright. It's one of the skills that they need to learn. They need to learn, okay? And also, for us to learn, because we could actually help clients, restructure their thinking, right? Challenge their negative or faulty beliefs. Okay, next is global lifestyle self-control strategies, balanced lifestyle and positive addiction. Okay, this is about developing, interests in your life, that would actually lead you away from abusing substances, particularly our client. So we look at their lifestyle, balance pang lifestyle mo. Okay? Do you have time, for example, we look at their schedule, right? I told you, develop their structure. Look at what is your time for work or school, and what are the things that you actually do other than work and school that are enjoyable, that you find interesting for you. Okay, hindi lang puro recovery, attending meetings, di ba, counseling, but balance it with some other things that will really, that makes you happy or interested. Okay, so that's balanced lifestyle. Stimulus control techniques. I think we talk about that, right? Making sure that your environment doesn't have anything that can trigger thoughts of using or trigger cravings. Okay, so nandiyan na yung tanggalin mo na yung mga paraphernalia mo, anything that reminds you. Hindi lang paraphernalia. Alam mo ang mga nasa kwarto nila, ng mga residente, I bet you, may mga poster sila doon na negatibo, right? Yeah, meron yan. May poster yan doon. Tapos meron silang mga mga souvenir. May mga souvenir pa yan. Okay, may t-shirt yan. No? Announcing it. So, when you talk to them and say, stimulus control techniques, you can talk about those kind of things. Ano yung nasa bahay mo na, kumbaga sa ano, reminds you about your past life. Okay. Di ba? Oh, mga posters, simula doon. You have any posters at home? Okay. Do you have any like souvenir at home related to drug use? Okay. Or do you have any paraphernalia that you're still keeping, like a pipe? Okay. Go over that. Go over those things because pag sinabi na stimulus control, wala dapat malinis dapat yung ano. In fact, sinasabi ko sa mga residente, pag uwi mo, rearrange mo yung kwarto mo. Rearrange mo yung kwarto mo. Okay? So, go over yung mga damit mo, mga gamit mo, and make sure that you get rid of things that remind you about your life before. Just rearranging the room gives you a different, di ba, pagpasok mo doon, iba. Kasi pag yung room mo, pareho pa rin, pagpasok mo, maalala mo yung mga days na drug-using days mo, di ba? Oh, it comes back to you. Eh, yun. Ano na yun? Trigger na yun. Di ba? Mahiga ka doon. Ako. Nung nahiga ako dito dati, I was getting high. I was smoking. Okay? So, redecorate your room. Di ba? Ibahin mo yung pagkakaayos ng kwarto mo para bagong scenery naman. Right? Does that make sense? Those little things, those little things will help your clients. Okay? Sanitize your environment, in other words. Dapat wala doon magpapaalaala sa iyo ng paggamit ng drugs. That's what stimulus control techniques means. Start from their bedroom. Right? Kasi they spend a lot of time in that bedroom. You know that, right? Yes. Yes. Okay? Does that make sense? Yeah, very simple, right? Just helping them do that. Okay, urge management techniques. May mga maraming technique yan. Urge. How do you manage urge? Oh, I want to get high. What do you do? What do you do? I want to get high. So bad. I miss the feeling or something. So how do you manage that urge to use? Okay. All right. Okay, distract yourself. What else? Maraming mga mind games that you can actually develop. Kind of a mind games to get you out of that situation. Okay? Urge. Other people would say, when I have that urge, I start running. Yeah. I change my shoes, put on my running shoes. Okay, I'm ready to run. And after I run for a good 1 hour run, it's gone. The best is actually, if you can do that, running or exercising, because anong nangyari? Your body secretes also other substances that makes you feel good. Right? Okay, so then the urge is gone. Okay. So those are some of the techniques. Or some people, okay, I'll listen to my music. No, not that kind of music. Listen to not drug-related music, but good music. Jazz, for example, listen to jazz. Anything that actually is soothing music for you. Calm down. Right? Get your amygdala to calm down. All right? Okay, what else? What are some of things that they can actually use to handle urges? Okay, relaxation technique. Okay, relaxation technique. Meditation, if they know how to do that. Okay, yoga, exercising, working out, running, bicycling. Right? Ang dami na magagawa. It has to be active, no? Either it causes your brain to actually get activated, okay? The best is actually a physical exercise. Okay. All right. Playing sports, yes. Basketball. All right. Next is relapse roadmaps. Okay. What is relapse roadmaps? Okay, so what contributes to your relapse? What are, usually how does it start? How does it escalate? Right? Okay. The stages of recovery by De Leon. All right, this is another guy. This is a guy who wrote a book on TC De Leon. George De Leon. George De Leon is still alive. He wrote Therapeutic Community Research, something. It's a very popular book in the US. It's orange. All right, De Leon. Okay, in his model, it says there denial, first states, right? Active abuse and or associated problem. Okay, next is ambivalence, thinking twice about recovery. That's the next stage. And then motivation. First, extrinsic motivation, external reason for change. It could be anything, it could be, I need to actually change because my children, I need to pay attention to my children, take care of them. Those are external reasons. My finances is not getting any better. Okay, extrinsic motivation. All right, some recognition and acceptance of drug use associated with problems. So, but it's external, but attributed to external influences and not seen as reasons for seeking change. All right, those are external, not external reason. Then intrinsic motivation coming from the person. My health is not getting any better. I'm getting old. Intrinsic motivation, right? Okay. Next is readiness for change, according to him. Willingness to seek change options which are not treatment related. It's change options, but not treatment related. Okay, next is readiness for treatment, rejection of all other options for change except treatment. In other words, recognition that he needs to go into some kind of formal treatment. No? Okay. Therapy or residential or outpatient. Next is the addiction. Detachment from active drug use, pharmacological and behavioral detoxification. Giving up all substances. Complete abstinence from substances. Abstinence, stabilized drug freedom for a continuous period of time, usually behind the individual longest historical period of drug freedom. So abstinence means there is an extended period of time that the person has been drug free. Okay? Not 1 day, not 2 days, not 1 week, but a significant amount of time. Okay? And then continuance, maintenance in stages of change, maintenance stage. Things that he needs to do. Okay? His commitment to stay drug free. Okay? And then adjustment of his behavior, thinking, his values. Okay, adjustment of those things to be congruent with his new lifestyle, which is being drug free. Staying away from negative friends, staying away from criminal activities like using drugs, right? Okay, and having new values, that's part of that. And then integration and identity change. Big time, right? Identity change. When I work with clients, I said, how are you gonna actually, how do you call that? Come up with a new image of yourself when you leave from this program. Yeah, diba? It's almost like you have to change who you are, right? From the way you were before to a new person. That's what that means. Okay, a new identity change. De Leon believes in that actually you have to form a new identity. How do you form a new identity? That's why, he's big on go back to school. Go back to school. And then choose a profession, right? And then go back to school. That hopefully becomes the beginning of a new identity. You understand? So you're rebuilding yourself. Basically, that's what it is. Rebuilding yourself, forming a new person, a different person. Okay? And then to me, one of the stages when your clients are ready for it, like they're ready to go out, look at their finances, right? So this is what I tell them. Invest on yourself. Okay, you're in recovery. Start investing on yourself. So how do you invest in yourself? Very simple. Okay, first is learn new skills. Okay, go back to school, earn a degree. Okay, that's investing on yourself. Kahit na part-time lang, part-time students, invest on yourself. And if you are working, set aside some amount of money, even though small. Save some money. Save some money. And then if you can afford it, buy things that make you happy. Right? Some people would say, what makes you happy? Listening to nice music. Okay, I want to invest in a nice iPhone or something like that. Okay? I like to listen to music. So buy whatever gadgets can help you do that. Yeah, invest your money on those things if you can afford it. Save, okay, buy things, material things. Whatever it is. Clothes, nice shoes. You can invest on those things, right? Okay. Why? What happens if you invest a lot on yourself? Education, invest on a new relationship, right? Have new clothes, okay? Some gadgets that you love. Okay. Why? Because next time you get triggered and you want to pick up, you will think twice and say, if I pick up all of these things, okay, we're going to go to waste. It's going to go to waste. I end up selling all of this, okay? I'm going to drop out in school, right? And then probably I will sell my clothes. And I love these things right now. You got the point? It's just a simple thing, right? Manage your money, and then you have some money in the bank, right? And that money too will be gone. Okay, so now you're attached to those things. That's okay. That's what we need, a new attachment. You're diverting your attachment to drugs, something else, right? So now, there is, you have deterrence, I call that. Deterrence. You'll think twice to really throw away your recovery, your sobriety, because you have a lot to lose. Now, think of this, the opposite. If the person has nothing to lose at all, he had no investment in himself, nothing, what would make him stop from using? Huh? He doesn't have to lose anything. Nothing that he could lose. So I always tell my clients, they're back to school, they're working. I said, save some money, set aside money, make that bank account grow, buy the things that makes you happy. It's okay. Stay in your school. They're less likely. And at the same time, they're being socialized. They're being socialized. And now they know how to manage the money. Managing his finances. Managing his time. Right? Now he is really into it. That is recovery. To stop using drugs is not enough. Believe me, that's not enough to keep people straight. You know that, right? It's not enough. There got to be major consequences if he goes back. And the consequences are things that he built up himself. Right? Not from someone else giving him as a gift. Something that he worked for. Something that he invested his time, efforts, and money. Does that make sense? Yeah? Remember, if they have nothing to lose, they are likely to go back. So we encourage our residents, okay, form a positive relationship with people. Make sure that that person is not on drugs. Build yourself, right? Invest in yourself, because that will also increase your sense of efficacy. You are a little bit more confident, no? When you're in school, right? You have a little money, right? Okay, so very simple, right? Yeah, so it's not, listen, not enough to stop using drugs. That's not enough to prevent them from going back. Okay, is this difficult to teach our client? In fact, we can begin that when they begin to actually go on aftercare, right? Or even before aftercare, right? Begin, plant the seed, and then in their aftercare, you work with them on that. Besides all of that good stuff that we're teaching them about, coping skills and all of that, right? That and what I'm telling you. Okay? Does that make sense? Yes? No? Easy to do, right? Yeah. We just have to do it. Okay. Yeah, the new identity is very important. That will take them away from how they lived before. A new person. Rebuilding the person, right? That's real rehabilitation. Okay. High risk situations for relapse. Okay, those are high risk situations for relapse. Anger expression problems. Cannot express anger. No. Doesn't the encounter group has a role in this one? Teaching them how to express their negative feelings appropriately without acting out. Guys, that's our purpose for the encounter group. Learning how to manage their emotions. Negative emotions cannot be prevented, right? It's normal. The difference between you, them, and many of us is we are all well regulated. You understand? When we get angry, it doesn't get out of hand. When they get angry, it always gets out of hand, right? Okay. Because they are not well regulated. Okay? Alright. So, how do we actually teach them to regulate themselves? What very effective way? The encounter group. Why? In the encounter group, you have to postpone the expression of your anger because we have scheduled days for encounter group. Before that happens, you just have to learn how to control how you feel. That's training. Right? Training. Okay? Training to find ways to control themselves, their anger. Okay? And then be able to express it appropriately during the encounter group, the right time for it. Okay? Okay. So, anxiety is another one. Common high-risk factors. Some people have severe anxiety, and drugs is an effective medication to control anxiety. Unfortunately, there are adverse consequences for using drugs to control your anxiety. Boredom or lack of constructive leisure interest. Getting bored all the time because he lacks outlets, other interests. Remember, expand their interest. The same thing, when I told you, invest on yourself, he will be into different things, right? Different activities. Investing on your health, for example, right? Getting more exercise. Denial, I don't have drug. Number one, if people actually say, oh, I don't have any problem, what that means is I can continue what I'm doing because it's not a problem. That's okay. Denial. Depression, definitely. If you're not feeling good about yourself, very likely you'll use drugs. Do you know there is actually a study done? I'm sure the doctors are familiar with this. They did a study to find out because people who are depressed says, I am in pain. They'll tell you that. I am in pain. Okay, so it's hard to understand that, right? What kind of pain? Just like it's really painful to be depressed. So they did a study and look at what parts of the brain, is triggered by that when they are depressed. Do you know they found out that it's the same part of the brain involved when they are actually physically hurt? When they're physically hurt, it's the same area of the brain that hurts when they are depressed. So when they say, I really am in pain, that pain is equivalent to a physical pain because it's the same part of the brain that is involved. Okay, so that's terrible, right? To feel that pain. They're not physically hurt, but the part of the brain involved in being physically hurt is involved in that pain, the pain of depression. So that's why they needed to medicate themselves. Okay? All right. Excessive or impulsive behavior, gambling, overeating, spending too much money, overworking, sexual compulsion, promiscuity. Those are high risk situations for relapse. Exhaustion or fatigue. Another. Unreasonable fears, excessive fears. Okay? Feeling helpless or hopeless. And finally, guilt. We have a saying in TC, guilt kills. Right? You have that? Yeah, that's the old TC saying. All right. Those are from Dennis Daly. High risk situation for relapse. Okay, questions? Comments? All right, we'll take a break here. All right, it's 2:45 and be back after 3:15. 3:15. Ano yan? Oh, wow. Thank you. All right, 3:15. All right, guys? Okay, let's take our seats, please. Okay, let's resume our discussions. People. Alright, may tanong po ba sila tungkol dun sa ating mga pinag-usapan? Tanong. Comments? Yes, Doc.
Doc, right now sa OPD and aftercare, meron kaming parang ginagawa po namin, nire-revise namin po yung man-ops, mga policies doon as to when to say na yung patient would require inpatient rehabilitation or or commitment. Kapag ka naman aftercare, kung galing sa inpatient, kung recommitment. So ngayon, may yung problem namin dun sa lapse and relapse. Kasi ang policy is usually involves drug testing. Nagre-require ng positive drug test. Dati 2, ngayon gagawing 3. Although, ang experience ko, merong iba na once pa lang nag-positive, pero on counseling, umamin na every week na siyang gumagamit, for the last 3 months, every week siya gumagamit, for the last 3 months, pero once lang nag-positive. Kasi recently lang namin ni-require na ang drug testing dito na gagawin lahat. Kasi nung pandemic, nagda-drug test sila kung saan area sila na nakastay. Ang problem po nun, before pong ni-require namin na dito, na find out ko kasi na may mga drug testing laboratories na nagre-release ng negative result kahit positive dapat para maiwasan nila yung confirmatory fee na sinasagot usually yon ng drug testing laboratory. So, for the benefit ng drug testing laboratory, para hindi na sila magkaroon ng additional expense, ginagawa nilang negative ang result. Meron po yan dito sa Isabela, meron sa Tuguegarao, medyo na ko na kung ano yung mga laboratories na yon. So, ginawa ko, pinaalam ko sa Chief of Hospital at nag-require kami na ang monitoring mga drug test na laboratories, results na request, dito na lahat gagawin. Ang dami namin na-discover na nag-positive po dahil doon. So, ayun. Ang question ko, sir, is, kunyari, once pa lang nag-positive dito, puro negative yung mga dati niya. Pero on counseling, lumalabas na weekly siyang nagtitake, alternate, kunyari ng marijuana and shabu, alternate. Pero for the past 2 to 3 months, nagtitake na siya. Would that still be, kasi kino-consider namin usually pag isa pa lang lapse. Pero based dun sa history, sa akin, tingin ko relapse kasi tuloy-tuloy na siyang gumagamit. So, would you recommend na i-inpatient rehab na po yung ganong case?
Okay. So, that's a tough call, Romel. Okay, because probably he continued to do what he was doing because he can get away with it, in other words. So now he cannot anymore, right? So can you start fresh from here? Kasi very iffy na we go back doon sa past, di ba? Kasi they can always actually go back and say, hey, I have negative results from the lab, okay? And the lab will stand for it also because, you know what I'm saying? Because they know, if they admit that they actually fake
Yes,
it,
they admitted during counseling.
they can,
They admitted to using nung counseling.
yeah. Okay, so I would just start fresh with that. I will not put them on residential based on that. Mahirapan tanggapin ng mga ng residente yan eh. Okay? So, but, here is the but if they test positive again, that tells me that they cannot hack it in outpatient. So I would say, okay, almost like since we don't have any solid, you're not coming in here, but you're admitting that you continue to use. We will, the fact that they admitted, that's a good sign, right? So give them credit. We're giving you credit for admitting that you actually continue to use. But this is it. This is it. You cannot use again because the next time you use, you're going to the residential program because you have been using for a period of time. Okay? So if he is able to actually stay drug-free, then he continues an outpatient program. But only one strike, then he is residential. Make it very clear now.
Okay pa. Ang question ko, Doc, is para naman sa aftercare from an inpatient program. Same pa rin po ba?
Aftercare and then inpatient?
Inpatient siya. So, nakagraduate siya from inpatient.
Okay.
So, nasa aftercare program na siya. Ongoing aftercare. Tapos, nag-positive siya nung dito na pinapagawa ang laboratory. Tapos, may admission din na gumagamit talaga siya.
No. Okay, I'll just continue him in outpatient and see how he does.
Aftercare po.
Aftercare.
So, tuloy
You
lang
know
po.
what I will do? I will extend the aftercare.
So, extend na lang yung aftercare.
I will extend the
Tapos, after that, one strike lang din ulit pa.
one strike. And if he gets high again, he comes back to the inpatient program.
Sige pa.
Okay, that's fair, right? That's fair. So that one, the client will be able to accept. That's a fair deal. Okay.
We have clients in aftercare po, Doc, na let's say aftercare po kasi 18 months. Then they tested positive mga 15 months na or 16th sa 16th month na sila na
Okay.
tested positive. So what we do usually is that we extend them. Pero yung parang kasi once na lang po kasi yung aftercare, one meeting per month. So kung i-extend namin sila ng 1 month, parang isang meeting lang yung ina-extend.
Okay.
So what can you recommend po?
What you do is I double up on their appointments. All right, more intervention. That's what I will do. I will not be quick in sending him to residential immediately. I will increase his attendance to the outpatient program. Okay, and see if that is enough to help him stay drug free. Okay, all right. Yes.
May isang aftercare client din po kami na nag-positive po siya, no? Pero in-extend po namin for 2 months, weekly sessions po. And ngayon po is graduate na po siya.
Okay, yeah. So, okay, so you have more leeway. Rely on increasing the intervention in outpatient. If he is coming like once a week, then make it 2 or make it 3. That's all. And then he signs a contract. I let him sign a contract that if he fails to actually comply, then the next step is, so, di ba, level of intensity, no? Okay, so you can increase the intensity by increasing the number of intervention, number of days. Okay, so the extension sometimes, that's necessary, but either you increase his attendance or you extend. Okay, so do not hit him with both, no? Yeah, unless it is actually you have an option. You have an option to do that kung alam mong seryoso talaga yung sitwasyon. And if he is somebody who has used drugs for an extended period of time. So, mo ba, individual, no? Yeah. Yes, Doc.
Yun po kasi yata is parang last month na lang niya sa aftercare. Kaya kung mag-increase ng session, talagang it entails extension din ng
So I will
months.
increase the session in that particular situation and extended.
Yes.
Okay. Just to make sure, especially if he's about ready to leave.
Yes, opo.
All right? That gives you more chance to actually reassess pwede na ba siya bitawan. Di ba? By increasing the session and extending the time. You can do that, in this case.
Another question po.
Okay.
Usually, pag minomonitor namin for drug test, tapos nag-positive sa screening, we go for confirmatory. If the confirmatory test says negative, pero there's an amount detected.
Okay.
Okay? Kunyari, ang usually cutoff value dun sa ano namin is 250.
Okay.
Kunyari pa ang nakuha is 128.
Okay.
So, hindi umabot sa cutoff value. So, negative siya, pero detected yung substance.
Okay. That means that he used. Except the testing actually was done a little bit later, kaya wala na masyadong mababa na, right?
Okay.
Okay, so I'll focus more on the fact that he used. Yeah, I focus on that rather than the cut-off thing, Yeah, that's a sign that if you're confident that he used, although, it did not reach, a significant amount, I would look at it as still positive, though.
Consider that as positive for our
Yes.
patients
Yes.
po. Okay, thank you.
So we're not legalistic here. We are treatment, right?
The problem po, Doc, is yung mga patients is usually under legal, under court order to be here. So, ginagamit din nila yung
We're a treatment program. We think like treatment people.
yes po.
Okay, that's the way we look at
Actually,
it.
I read a research din po kasi na the cutoff values, yung mga yun, these are used for work environment. So, yun po yung purpose yata sa US nung
Yeah.
ganun.
Kasi may mga union.
Yes po. So, kahit gumamit, kung mas mababa doon, kino-consider nilang negative pa rin.
Right. Kasi it's not a treatment environment. You have to remember that. Your workplace is not a treatment environment. We look at it differently because we are a treatment environment. Di ba? You see the difference? Plus there, you have the union, which is very legalistic, by the way. Okay. My question? Yes.
Doc, ano po ang magiging basis natin sakali sa drug test? Yung screening po ba or yung confirmatory drug test result?
Okay, so, kailan natin pinapa-confirm?
Pag positive po, Doc.
Pag positive, pinapa-confirm niyo ba?
Then we wait for 1 to 2 months,
Okay,
Doc.
question. Why do you have to confirm? Test positive na.
Ay mga negative po ang result, Doc.
If we have to increase the length of aftercare or OPD or increase the session, the patients may question what's the basis of that decision. So that's why they can, under the law kasi required na ang kino-consider na positive is positive confirmatory po. Especially for rehabilitation pa rin po.
Sa akin, once it is positive, there's no need to confirm that. Especially, the amount of drugs in the system is high.
Pag voluntary, wala pong problema kung voluntary, pero pag sa plea bargainers, medyo mas sila sa mga lawyers nila.
Okay.
On that matter po, Doc, naging concern din namin yan siya noon na kailangan talaga i-confirm. Pero based dun sa naging table discussion namin with the lawyers, sabi naman nila kung anong decision nyo, i-honor namin yan. So baka ganun ba kasi pwedeng matalk about? Although ika-clarify pa din namin yung mga ganun.
Actually, yung ganun na, kailan yan nag-meeting kayo?
Last year po.
Yun nga, nung time, depende kasi dun sa courts at sa lawyer. So, depende kung medyo yung lawyer hard, kumbaga, talagang lumalaban, gagamitin talaga yun. So it depends talaga sa lawyer, depends sa judge. So ayun. So sometimes kung gusto mo na hindi ka hindi ka ma-technical, you have to do that.
So that the first one comes out positive and the confirmatory is negative. That's oh.
Yes, Doc. Plus may not detected pa, Doc, aside from negative.
But there is
quantity.
actually a drug present, except it's a small amount.
None. Not detected po ang nagiging result, Doc.
Okay. So is it possible the confirmatory, the drug is not in the system anymore? Diba? In other words, the body excreted all the substances. Kasi iba naman eh, yung iba mabilis mag-ano.
There are
Okay. So it's the same, okay. The same specimen.
and there are also drugs po, Doc, that are false positive. I have an OPD patient po na pregnant. So she was taking antacids at that time that can also, yes po. And that can cause also false positive results. But that's why it helps po talaga pag may confirmatory.
Okay. So, yung anong klaseng drug testing ginagawa niyo? Kasi may mga
urine drug test po, usually for meth and cannabis lang po. Dalawa lang po.
yeah, but the technology that you use, no?
Since it's screening, call this, yung drug screening, usually ano po yan? Tawag dito? Immune globulin lang yan. IG. Immunoglobulin po.
Okay.
IG, saan bang medtech natin dyan? Iyan, ano? Yung sa screening. Chromatography pa rin yung sa screening. Chromatography daw po. Pero
Okay.
ano yung ano niya? Sa bagay, chromatography. Pero ano yun? Paano naglumalabas? Ayun nga, qualitative lang po yung sa screening. So, magde-determine lang kung positive or negative. Ang screening kasi, Doc, maraming substances na pwedeng mag-cause ng false positive.
Okay.
Kaya nagko-confirmatory kasi yung confirmatory,
I see.
kino-confirm po niya, siya po yung ano.
I see. Okay. Wow. It can really get complicated, huh? Yeah.
Mahirap po. Sa lab talks, Manila. Kasi there are only, I think, based dun sa nabasa ko, actually there are 7 in the Philippines. Tapos, pero hindi tumatanggap yung iba kasi more on law enforcement sila, for PDEA, NBI, ganon. Yung tumatanggap lang ng private is, I think, 3 lang yata in the whole Philippines.
Okay. All right. So, we rely on clients' honesty. Hopefully, they'll be honest enough to help us really provide them with a fair program, right? Yeah. Now, you have to remember, back in the day when I was working in the field, wala kami mga drug test. We rely on making the client admit that he has used drugs. That is so tough. Confronting a client, we used to confront people overnight just to break down the defenses until they admit that they use drugs. Yeah. Tedious. All right. Comments? No comments. All right. So let's move on. Okay. So okay, this is a continuation of the last slide. Okay, so another risk situation, high risk situation for relapse. The client is impatient, is experiencing impatience with recovery plan. No, things are not happening fast enough. Okay, being impatient about his recovery. He wants results right away. Another is lack of meaning in life. Wow, that's heavy. Lack of meaning in life. Okay, so remember what I told you earlier. I have to sit down. I've been standing all day, and my foot is telling me sit down. So I have to listen to my bodies. So I'm sitting down. Okay, remember what I said earlier. You know, accumulating things, forming relationship. Doesn't that add to meaning in life? Yeah, going back to school, diba? Yeah. So yeah, adding meaning to your life. And some people also, go back to their faith, their religion. That helps. Okay? So a combination of different things. A change in lifestyle, forming new friends and relationships. Okay, investing on yourself, investing on material things, that's not bad, Buying things you love, right? New clothes. Do not splurge. And tell your mother, Dr. Ferdy told me to buy new clothes. Okay? Alright, okay. So, no, you have to earn that money. Okay, so these things add meaning to your life, no? So, more meaning in your life, the less likely you will think of hurting or doing something to destroy your life. Like going back to drugs, right? It's the same thing. Okay, adding meaning to your life. Uh, Loneliness or isolation? Yes. Okay, so that could be a risk factor for some of our clients. Clients who are not very sociable, they keep to themselves, no? So you have to work on that with your clients if they tend to do that. Isolation is not a good thing with your recovery. So we encourage them to attend meetings, socialize, no, in meetings, okay? And next is overconfidence about sobriety. Ito yung mga nagsasabi na, never, I'll go back to using it. Never, I'm gonna go use again. Okay? That's not good. Overconfidence. Okay? Next is painful memories, unresolved trauma. Definitely. Okay, because they're easily triggered, right? People with traumatic experiences, they're easily triggered. And then when they're triggered, they get dysregulated. You understand? By dysregulated, okay, they cannot control, the overactive amygdala. Okay? So a lot of those negative memories and emotions, keeps coming back when they're triggered. And that could cause them to actually resort to using drugs. Preoccupation with drugs or alcohol. Constantly thinking about it. Okay? Thinking about it. No? Resentment towards others. Yeah. And, unresolved resentment. Feeling anger, with somebody who did them injustice or harm in the past. It could be a family member continuing to have resentment towards your parents for what happened in the past. That could trigger. Or anybody in your family that you felt like, you have a lot of unresolved anger. That could actually cause you to use. Self-pity. Self-pity. Okay, not a good thing. Shame is another one. Okay? Again, this is related to trauma, no? Shame of being traumatized, shame of what happened to you before, okay? And you cannot get over it. And then socializing with people who use drugs or in drug associated places. Yeah, definitely. Okay? And then thinking drugs or alcohol are needed in order to have fun. The belief that you cannot have fun unless you have drugs or alcohol. Because that's the way they used to have fun. Right? Before they stop using drugs. Like, they associate like, okay, going to the movie house, high. Okay, going to a party, high. Okay? So, they associated then the getting high with all those things that can be fun without getting high. So now if they indulge in those things, they feel like it's not complete because I used to do these things high, right? Okay, social pressures to use drugs or alcohol. Okay, I think we talk about that, no? Social situations where drugs would be likely available. Parties is number one. What else? How about concert? Concert. Right? So even, you go to a concert and the first thing oh wow, nice music, mukhang kulang ah. Okay? Then, so sabi, oh, I cannot enjoy the music without getting high. Some people really believe that. Oh, when I'm high and then I'm in a concert, man, I really enjoy it. Right? Okay, so now you go to the concert, not using anything, it's different, right? So they have to get used to actually enjoying a lot of things that they used to do in association with drugs. Okay? All right. Ball games. Watching a game is another one. Okay? High. Okay. Difficulty refusing alcohol or drugs. We talk about that, right? Mm-hmm. And then being around people who are using drugs or alcohol or those who are intoxicated. That's the worst thing that can happen to you. Being in the middle of a drinking spree. Right? Do not put yourself, tell your clients, do not put yourself in those situations. So in parties, right? Sometimes, they cannot avoid going. It's a wedding of a family member, right? But then, wedding and drinking always come in hand in hand. The other thing is paburol. Diba? Oh, a relative died. Right? Okay, pupunta ka doon, alcohol will be there, right? Yeah? Okay, so it's tough, And sometimes they feel like, I have to go because it's my relative. But then I'm exposing myself to a high risk situation. So wedding is the same thing. You can attend the wedding and just skip the party. Right? Go to the wedding and skip the party. You don't want to hang out there and then all night long you're watching people drinking. Not a good thing. Okay? So manage your situation. Right? Manage your environment. That's part of that. Okay? Okay. And let's say, you really love going to a concert. You just love the music. So the best thing you can do, okay, tell your client, if you are really cannot avoid going because you really love that, get a friend who doesn't get high. A couple of friends who do not get high. Okay? They are your shotgun. We call them shotgun, an escort. Yeah. Friend that you are close to, and then, you can say, hey, I'm really stressed out here because, I used to get high while using the music. But at least you have a companion. They'll keep you safe. And tell them, okay, so if I, get inappropriate, I want to use drugs, just get me out of that situation. Okay? So get somebody with you. The same thing with other social situation, no? Where you cannot avoid going for one reason or another, get somebody or a couple of people to go with you. Does that make sense? Yeah? Somebody, a buddy that you can relate to, you can talk to when you're stressed out. Do not go there alone. Okay? Having only friends who use. Oh, how can you stop using if that's all you got? So part of our, helping our clients rebuild their life is really to reestablish new friendships. Okay? Establish new friends. Give up old friends and start anew. Right? So it's gonna be lonely in the beginning, but after a while, you meet other people, increase your social circle, never go back to your old friends. That will never work. Okay? An old relationship, oh, do not go back to those, especially if the person is using drugs. You know, some of our clients would tell you that. You know, oh, you know, I really like my girlfriend. The only thing is he's using marijuana. There was one guy who told me, this is what he told me. I'm gonna hook up with my girlfriend before, right? I really like her. We got along very well, right? She's very nice, okay? But we used to smoke marijuana together. All right? She doesn't use any other drug, only marijuana. Okay, I'm gonna hook up with her again, but this time I'm just not gonna smoke. This is real. You know, clients told me that. Okay, I know I cannot smoke, so I'm just gonna will go back to the relationship, but I'm not gonna smoke marijuana. What do you think of that? Huh? No, they believe really that they can control it, that they won't go back to smoking marijuana. No, no, that is not feasible, right? And that's a setup, okay? But they believe that. All right, other thing. Uh, I have this one is real. This guy used to smoke. I mean, used to use cocaine. Okay, used to cocaine, and then you know some of the girls that he used to date use cocaine. So he said, "Okay, I'm gonna date those people, but this time no more cocaine." Very unrealistic, right? These are guys who are finishing residential program, going back to the city, right, for their aftercare, and they are still thinking that way. So I asked them, how can you really stay drug free, you know, with that? I said, don't you see the association of having sex with this girl is related to you using cocaine together? And he says, oh, I'm going to have sex with her, but no cocaine. Very unrealistic expectation. So instead of giving up and say, hey, listen, move on, get another girlfriend, stay away from all those relationships. You can make it that simple like that, right? So I think unconsciously, you know, he is setting himself up, right? Don't you think? He is setting himself up. He has so much unrealistic expectation that he can control the situation. When you have a client like that, that he's so confident that, oh, you know, they can use and I'm okay. I'm not gonna use. Oh, I can go to any party and let them really use what they want, but I'm not gonna use. And so confident, right? So confident, that is dangerous. Dangerous. That's only in his mind. Because when the actual situation happens, the dynamic changes. The dynamic changes. And his state of mind changes. Okay? So, those are not realistic and impossible for them to go to those parties and not use. Okay? I usually say, that's a fantasy. That's not realistic. Okay? But what I'm telling you is real. You know, some people they've been through the program and they still think that way. And I'm sure some of your residents, you know, think that way too. I can control the situation, right? I know already. I cannot come back in here. Something like that. He sound like really convinced that whatever happens is not gonna use, so he can socialize with other friends who are still using. All right. Let's look at treatment-related problems. Feeling that treatment is not helping me. Have you heard clients say that? This is not helping me. Okay? I've been here 2 months. This is not helping me. So let's explore that. What do you mean it's not helping you? Okay? So, there's so many things there you can explore. Use MI. Okay, so what is it? Okay. From a scale from 1 to 10, when do I throw you out of there? Okay. So you understand, you know, how to respond to that. Sometimes, you don't know what to say. Like, you don't know what to say. Oh, this is not helping me. This is not working for me. Okay, maybe for other people, but not for me. Next, feeling that I don't want to be in treatment. I don't want, all of them, right? When they first got here, I don't want to be here. Okay? All right. Next, only remain involved in treatment activities for a short time. Do you have those residents? Right? They are involved, nagpakitang tao, and then later on, it gets tired. Tired. Pakitang tao muna. And then after a while, nawala na yung nawala na isang interest. Ngayon, ayaw na gumawa. Ayaw na sumunod. You have those? Yeah. Okay. Nagpapakitang gilas, right? And then all of a sudden, nawala yung motivation. So it's not real. They're not motivated yet, really. Okay? Not attending aftercare meetings. You have those? So, what do you do? How do you control that? How do you motivate them to continue aftercare? What do they think? Why they're not coming for aftercare? Oh, tapos na ako na residential, right? Ready na ako. Hindi na ako gumamit ng 6 o 9 na buwan. So, talagang ready na ako. Right? Some people think like that. Okay. So, you know what's missing, guys? You have to sell aftercare to them. You understand? You have to sell it to them. Why aftercare? So, in your session, you have to sell it. Okay? What they can benefit from aftercare. Okay? And why we are doing that aftercare. Okay. So, aftercare is, listen. So, we keep them here, right? This is a very regimental environment, right? Regimental. My time to get up, time to work, the whole thing, right? They have a schedule. Okay? Okay. Then suddenly, if you expose them outside, right, without any preparation, it's almost like a culture shock, right? Because outside, wala silang schedule, walang structure. All of a sudden, they find themselves walang magawa. Okay, and that is a very bad place to be in, space to be in. Okay, so you have to tell them, listen, okay, so you spent 9 months in here. We are going to gradually send you out there and see how you cope and help you cope with life outside. Okay? And then the other things that we did not touch in residential treatment, we can continue to discuss and talk about it in an outpatient program. Okay? So, sell it to them. Convince them that this is necessary. Otherwise, that would be the attitude. Oh, I'm done with residential, so I don't need really aftercare. I'm sure I can handle things already. Not being involved with self-help groups in the community. Do you require them, if they're aftercare, to attend NA meetings? It's not a requirement, is it? Wala kayong NA meetings dito?
We are very fortunate, Doc, in Surgeon because we have a 26-year sober na recovery coach na who is already in our staff at OPD and ACP. So, he is holding the self-help groups po, Doc. So, nagkakandak po sila ng sessions po and also active po siya sa NAs located at General Santos City. So, I talked to him and shared the situation here in TRC Ilagan. So, he is aware of ang location lang daw pala, Doc, na malapit sa inyo dito po is Baguio City daw po. But now, ngayon po, nagre-research, pin-PM ko siya ngayon. Sorry, I am using my toy, Doc. But now, he is asking help po from the NA here in Northern Luzon para po i-share sa inyo dito sa TRC Ilagan.
Okay, so, NA, I'm surprised that you don't have any. Because even sa Legazpi, meron silang NA meeting there. They have AA meetings. Okay, so Manila, of course, they have. Anyway, so some programs they begin to actually do NA meetings in the TRC, or they want to. They plan to have one. Okay, here is the thing with that. You can, huh? Okay, but don't call it AA or NA. Okay, NA and AA are community based, and what happens there is confidential. Okay, you will encounter problems when you start doing NA or AA in your facility. Okay, because some clients, you know what's gonna happen? Listen, because in NA or AA, what you say there doesn't get out of the session. If you say, "Oh, you know, I used yesterday," and they just listen to to what you're saying, okay? Okay, that's the way it goes, and it's confidential. No, it should not get out of that session. So, what if you have a resident in optic care, and you have AA in your facility, and he self-disclosed that he's using? Big problem. You cannot take action on that. It's confidential. So it's a dilemma. You're gonna create a dilemma. Call it, maybe a self-help group, or you know what I'm saying, but don't call it AA or NA. It's not AA or NA if you're doing it in the facility. Because some TRC are doing it that way. I said, no, you can't do that. AA. It goes against the philosophy. And then you'll get into a dilemma when this thing happens. Somebody gets high and says, "Oh, you cannot actually take action on me because I revealed it in my AA meeting." And it's supposed to be confidential. Okay, clear? Okay. You can educate them about the AA philosophy or the NA philosophy. You can educate them about that. That's good. Okay? All right. Okay, now working an individualized recovery plan. Okay, recovery plan, not just a treatment plan. What's your recovery plan? Okay, yun yung sinasabi ko sa inyo na you have to work with your clients, develop like a schedule for them, a structure for them, and that's part of the recovery plan. Okay? You understand? Part of the recovery plan is a schedule, a structure outside. How he's gonna live his life. Okay? What he's gonna do. How much time spend in work, in school. Okay? Mga personal things that he likes to do, like running, biking, exercise. All of that is accounted for. Okay? And that is part of the recovery plan. Life structure. Okay? And then, what things that he needs to pay attention, that he needs to work on, continue to work on. There are life issues sometimes that cannot be fully resolved in treatment. There's not enough time to actually do it, right? They'll continue to work on that in outpatient program. Diba? Okay. Some clients need medication, even after treatment, right? That is part, if he's in aftercare, that's your job to continue to monitor that. Right? Some need ongoing counseling, right? Ongoing counseling, because they have actually some other issues that they have not resolved in the program. That is part of the recovery plan. Okay? Not having family members involved in the recovery activities. Not having family members. In other words, social support. What is the person's social support? In the Philippines, in our culture, our social support generally is our family. But some of the clients have none or very little support from their families. Some of them have families, but they're not interested. You have those? You have those. I don't give up easily. Okay. I used to actually call these people. Yeah. Okay, listen. So, I asked the resident, okay, when was the last time you with your family? Oh, tagal na po. Ano na nila ako. They disown me already because of what I did. No? They don't want to have anything to do with me. Do you have people like that? You have residents like that? They don't want to have anything with the residents anymore, the family. Parang nag-give up na sila. Okay. So we have those, no? So I wait until the resident actually gets so, farther in the program. When they have responsibility, they look different, they talk different, and I still give it a shot. So I call the family and say, listen, can you just come and visit your son? And then usually they argue and say, oh, wala, nag-give up na kami dyan. No, kung ano na ginawa namin, wala nang nangyari. Balik siya na balik sa drugs. Okay? Pinagbebenta yung gamit sa bahay. Pinagbebenta yung mga gamit sa bahay. Okay? Okay, so a lot of, resentment, anger, frustration, disappointment, all works. So I work with that family and say, just come. And if you feel like, it's not really worth your time, it's okay. So when they come and the resident is doing well already, meron na siyang position in the house, he looks good, put on some weight, right? Talks different now, right? I'm hoping that the family would actually begin to recognize that their son, it has changed, right? I like doing that. You know why? If I succeed in convincing the family to continue to visit, so I say, just visit, no commitment, no, just visit. Okay, so they come and visit, right? And then let's say they were able, and then before you know it, I'm doing counseling, family counseling. And then if the family, like continue to come, and later on, like, magbago na nga siguro tong anak ko, right? And I use that as a leverage for my clients. Really. Okay, listen. Your parents, you said they don't care about you anymore. I managed to convince them to come, to talk to you, and they are obviously impressed because they see the change in you. Okay? So, listen. You want to continue that? You have to continue to take this over, right? Yeah. And sometimes I'm successful doing that. You just don't give up. Try. And if I cannot get the parents to come, I get okay, who are you close to in the family besides your parents? If it's an aunt, I call the aunt, come, visit. Your nephew, he wants to see you or something like that. Okay? Don't give up too soon, too easily. Try and explore it. Okay? And believe me, because that's going to be a big help for the client. The chances of him recovering and not going back is higher when there is a social support. Okay? Who has tried that? Who did that? You tried that, right? You called the family?
Dok, meron po akong dating case load. From Tondo siya, and then napunta po siya ng Rojas. Then nung naging officer pa siya dyan sa loob, akala ko nagbago talaga. Tapos nung na-pre-release, ayaw siyang tanggapin ng kanyang family members. So, ni-search ko po yung kanyang pinsan dito sa Kawayan. Ang sabi ng pinsan niya, ay ayaw namin tanggapin yan, sabog yan. Ganon. Tapos ni-try ko pong ni-search yung kanyang ate. Ayaw rin po siyang tanggapin. In short po, Doc, nung pina-schedule namin yung pre-release conference sa Rojas, ayaw rin pong tanggapin ng LGU ng Rojas kasi hindi siya residente ng Rojas. So, ang nangyari, Doc, dahil case load ko siya, pinakiusapan ko siya sa LGU ng Nagilian. Inadapt ko, inuwi ko siya, Doc. Tapos, parang kami na yung naging family niya. So, pinakiusapan ko yung LGU ng Rojas na sila yung mag-attend ng pre-release conference kasi i-endorse na ng PRC sa LGU. So, nung kinuha ko siya, Doc, pinasok ko siya doon sa bakery na bilang empleyado. Pumasok siya ng 1 week. And then, binigyan siya ng pera ni Atty. Alvarez na 1,000. Nung pagkatalikod ko, Doc, binili niya ng Red Horse. Di sabi ko, hindi ka ba nahiya sa akin? Kasi kinupkup na nga kita. Ibinili mo pa yung 1,000 ng Red Horse. So, andun na yung mga ilang araw, Doc, tumakas. Tapos hindi na yata siya nag-attend ng aftercare.
Okay, so, well, I salute you for the effort. Okay. So you didn't give up easily. So the difference here is that's not their family, right? Okay. The thing is really a family is different than your LGU and all of that, right? Okay, so malaking ano yan sa kanila, mga dalahin na ang family nila rejected them completely. So imagine yung self-esteem nila, right? Napakababa. Na wala na talaga sa akin tatanggap. Okay, so the point is not, don't give up, okay? And that guy, hopefully, kung may family siya, baka na iba yung dynamics ba ng konti. Okay? So, bago natin gawin yun, kailangan siguraduhin natin yung residente, medyo na talaga may recovery na siya. Okay? So, baka mamaya kulang pa talaga yung recovery niya, kaya ganun nangyari. Obviously, yung ginawa niya na, may 1,000 siya and bought that, that tells me a whole lot that he has not internalized a lot of the TC values. Correct? Exactly. Hindi siya, he was not going through treatment. Nagpapakitang tao lang siya. Okay? Okay, so obviously, he has not, like I said, he has not internalized the lifestyle, what the TC teaches him, our value system. Di ba? Hindi niya na-internalize yun. Kasi pag na-internalize mo yung value system, mahiya na yan eh. Okay, listen. So when I was working in the TC, right? I had no issue about, leaving things around them. Around them, leaving things. Things that they can steal. And it never occurred to me that they will do that. Because I know, mahiya na sila. At saka may value system na sila. Okay? In my 8 years, right? In my 8 years in working in there were only 2 incidents where a client stole from me. Just 2 incidents. In other words, in 8 years, 2 beses lang. So many of my clients know that if they want to break into my cabin, because I handle the money, I handle the budget of the center, I put it in my drawer. And I see that. They know that, right? Okay. So one broke in and broke that, right? That was exceptional. So there were so many chances the other residents would have stole from me, but only one person did. The other one, I left a radio on my drawer, and one of them stole it. Those are the only time that somebody actually stole from me. You can always steal those things because I leave them around. Okay? So I'm not saying that all of them really. So obviously, those 2 guys who did that, they did not internalize yet what the family is all about. Okay? So the guy who stole it, he was not doing well in the program. He was relatively new in the program. And the family was so embarrassed that to a point where they actually asked how much money he took. Reimbursed maybe the money he took. Okay? The other one, I knew who stole it. A very poor girl with very dysfunctional family. Okay? So, again, I think she did not really understand what it is to be in the TC. And I did not pursue it. I said, okay, I left that alone. Because I know if I confront her, she would lie anyway. She would not admit it. Okay? All right. So that means that a lot of our residents, right? They could have stolen a lot of things from me, but they did not. That means they have actually internalized a lot of the teachings in the TC. Okay, and these people, all of those residents had history of stealing. Because you have to steal when you're using drugs, right? That's how you actually support your habits. Do you know how many of our residents, how many of the parents that we had who complain about the residents stealing their wedding rings, their diamond rings, engagement ring, and selling them? A lot. A lot. Common, very common. Okay, so that's how they live. And then come into the program, you trusted them with money, they handle it very well. Our, we have residents who go marketing. They go to the market and shop. Okay, and all I ask is, give me a breakdown of what you bought. Just like that. Okay. Oh, how come you are able to trust those people when their history is this? They were stealing a lot. In other words, we are successful in pounding in their heads about the values of the program. You will get there. If we actually clean up our TC, become very effective in teaching them and really making the program to work on them. Believe me, I never trusted any environment better than the therapeutic community. Even in data, I would leave my bag all over, and then if I forget about it, I know I can go back and it's still there. Yeah. How is that? Right? Okay. So yes, we can train them. It's internalizing our values. Okay? So don't give up hope. Keep trying. Yeah? That you didn't succeed, that time, maybe next time you will succeed. You try your best. I have done the same many times. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. One time, right? Residents in the adolescent. I was talking to him. He says, I am ready to actually come in here and change my life. With only one thing I wish I could do. And that is to talk to my father. Okay? He just came in that day, right? So I said, listen, we'll try to find your father. We'll try to find your father. So we found the father. I got the father on the phone. And he talked to his father, right? And they had a conversation. I left that alone because that's between him and his father. And after that, I asked him, why was that important for you to talk to your father? Because my father is out in the street, still shooting drugs. And I wanted him to know that I came into treatment, hoping that that would encourage him to come to treatment. Okay? So I did that favor for him. Normally, we don't allow them to call families. Once they come in, they don't allow. But I have a position in that agency, so I can actually make some exception. So I made an exception to help this guy get him motivated in the program. The impact was, he says, I just wanted to do that. Whether my father would really come to get help or not, at least I told him where I am and what I am trying to do. And that's important, no? It's important to him. So the impact to him is like, oh, okay, this guy went out of his way, got my father on the phone. I talked to my father. He will remember that, okay, in treatment. You understand? So we do those things. We go out of our way, and that is, they remember that, and that actually they value that. Okay, it's one way of making them feel like we really care, right? And you know what? That residence, he will remember what you did later on. And say, wow, si mom went out of her way. Pa?
Nagchat po siya, nagpapasalamat dahil nakalabas daw siya sa rehabilitation at tinanggap ko siya nung pre-release. sa conference. Kasi nilakad ko yung papers niya, Doc, sa sa LGU ng Rojas saka sa korte ng Rojas. Pumunta talaga ako dun sa korte tsaka sa LGU.
Well, God bless you. Okay, so we do some of those things, and hey, that is part of our job. Sometimes we go out of our way. But believe me, they will never forget those things. And I'm sure that guy, I don't know where he is. He will never forget that he had a chance to talk to his father while he was in treatment. Okay? All right. Cool. I like those stories, no? Of you guys going out of your way and helping out residents like that. Okay? That's not required of you. It's, you did more than what is required of you. I like that. Okay. Problems in relationship with others. Okay. This is a high-risk situation. Don't get stuck with a relationship where every day you have to have a fight. That's not healthy, okay? And for them, that's not a good, healthy situation. Argumentative with others. Difficulty meeting people or developing new relationships. Okay? Difficulty trusting others. We have that. A lot of our residents have that. And you know what? Don't accept that. Find out why. And there is a history and reason why. Okay? You can break that down. That lack of trust with other people once you actually help him understand where it's coming from. Having none or few friends. Okay? Friends, spouse, significant others use drugs. Common among our clients. Right? Sexual problems. Fear of sober sex. Sexual problems. Okay. So again, one guy going out to re-entry. Okay? This is real story. A guy, nice guy, Hispanic guy, right? So I just happened to actually talk to him. I said, hey, how you doing? Good. I don't know the guy. I said, where are you going? I said, I'm done with the program. I'm going home. I'm going down. So I asked him, how was the program? Good. I really like it here. I got a lot from the program. And then, for some reason, he started talking to me about his fear. You see, except I'm really afraid to go down. I said, what are you afraid of? I'm afraid to have a relationship with a woman. Yeah. So I said, what's the problem? And then he started telling me, all right, before I come in here, the only time I can have sex with a woman is if I'm high on cocaine. Okay? Okay, so for a while, I did that. For a while, I would go out and use drugs and I have sex with a girl. But after a while, I forget the sex and I was just using drugs. Oh, I would get a girl, we go to the hotel, and then I get high, and that's all I did to get high. And I forget about the girl. Okay, so that's what his problem. So I am afraid to go out there because I don't want that to happen again. Okay, so I explored that. I realized the guy has sexual dysfunction, right? He doesn't understand sexual dysfunction. That's the problem. So I cannot do counseling with the guy because he's leaving, no? So what do I do? And the guy was in a house where I'm not a counselor there even, but the guy was leaving. So he needed actually a counselor who can help him understand that he is experiencing or suffering from sexual dysfunction, right? Whatever it is, okay? He cannot perform. He was a young, good-looking guy, young, good-looking Hispanic, very healthy. So, naku, may nagtatanong, ano daw ang numero? Anong number niya? Okay, listen. Okay, so you will encounter situations like that. But hey, I used to smoke marijuana because I cannot perform. I have to use shabu because I cannot perform. It's a sexual dysfunction that can be fixed actually, but you have to actually let him understand that you don't have to use shabu in order to perform. Just see a doctor, right? See a doctor and find out what is actually preventing your therapist. Maybe you had some trauma growing up. Maybe you had a sexual trauma. Okay, this kid might have a sexual trauma. That's that's why he was inhibited in sex. Anyway, so this is real thing. Sexual. That guy, if that is not resolved, he's gonna go back to using cocaine. Why? He was attractive guy, good-looking guy, healthy, and a lot of women will be attracted to him. Okay, so it's a very bad situation for him. That would be like his trigger would be women to get high. Okay, next is the impotence. There is actually probably physiological or psychological. Like I said, probably he was traumatized as a young person, sexually traumatized, and that's actually causing his sexual dysfunction. Specific problems in relationships, parenting, marital violence. Okay. Yes, Ruby.
With our patients who are having sexual problems, we cannot also blame them if na-exchange na nila yung desire nila to have a sexual contact with their partners or wives. It's because we have to recall or to remind ourselves that the dopamine level of the sexual in our brain is, the satisfaction is at the level of 250. So that's why, and methamphetamines are times 4. So as you can see, ang satisfaction talaga that's why they are opted for, nasisira talaga yung relationship ng mag-asawa.
Okay. Yes. It disrupts, the normal physiological functioning of the body. Okay. Okay. Urges, cravings, temptations, or testing control. People, places, and things trigger urges. We know that, right? We talk about that. Having drugs or alcohol in the home. Okay, that's a trigger. We know that. Stimulus control, remember? Or environmental evaluation. We talk about that. Get that alcohol out of there, out of your sight. Okay? Don't expose yourself to that, because those are what? Cues and triggers, right? Purposely testing oneself in a drug use situation. I want to try and test myself. So I'm going to go back to the places where I used to buy drugs or use drugs and see if I can fight it. Wrong. Right? That's not realistic. Having unexplained cravings. There is always a reason why you have cravings. Some might not be obvious why. Right? It could be in your mind. It could be in your environment. It could be in your emotional state. But there is a reason for that. Trying to have a few drinks or drug doses to see if control can be maintained. Have you had those residents say, I'm going to just try to drink a little bit and see if I can handle it? Okay, you're setting yourself up. Okay, I'm just going to smoke one time and then I'm not going to inhale. Huh? I'm going to smoke and then not inhale. Unrealistic. Okay. No, some clients say, oh, I'm just going to try and see if I can handle it. Okay. Other high situation, achieving success. You achieve something. Hey, let's celebrate. I deserve to reward myself. Okay. I work very hard. Okay. No. Never use drugs as a reward. No. Evenings or weekends? Oh, I'm just gonna use it on a weekend or an evening. Okay? Yeah, you start using it in the evening or weekend, but before you know it, I think I'll try it on Monday. All right. It doesn't stop there. Lack of ways of constructively structuring one's life works. That's why I'm telling you, the first thing you do when you're working with people in outpatient is do their life structure, the daily structure. Yes, that's the right. Look at that and help them. Let him develop their structure. You guide them. Okay, that's the key. Uh, okay, lack of hobbies or leisure time interest. Our residents are lousy when it comes to other interests, no? Okay. But some of them still have those. They like to play sports, okay? Go biking, skateboarding, whatever. Revive those interests. Ask them, before you get high, what are some of the things that you are really crazy about? You start from there, okay? And you're good at. Start from there. And then revive the interest to those kind of things, okay? Physical pain or problems? Yes. Physical pain or problems. Common causes of going back to drugs. Okay? Wanting to celebrate special occasions, holidays, birthdays, yes. We talked about that already earlier. Relapse prevention workbook. So in the workbook, you have actually the risks checklist, remember? Identifying high-risk situation for each individual. You have that checklist. And then the relapse prevention plan. If you pick up, you have sleep, what you gonna do, right? You had a relapse, what are the steps you're going to do? And then psychoeducation, what the client needs to know and learn, right? Identify ano yung mga dapat niyang matutunan. Okay? Role play, refusal skills. Okay? Role play, the refusal, saying no. Coping strategies. In the event that you find yourself in a highly stressful situation that normally will trigger you to think about getting high, what will you use to cope with that? Okay? Answer that question. And then self-inventory, craving inventory. There are actually inventories for those things. Okay, relapse chains. Relapse is caused by a progression of feelings and events leading to actual substance use. The relapse chain often begins with something the users believe is insignificant, apparently irrelevant decision, remember? Okay. Analysis of the relapse chain can help client understand the relapse triggers, help them detect relapse trip. What this is basically they pick up, right? You go back and see what are the chain of events that led them to pick up the drug. And along the way, you will identify what the feelings are, what the situations are, okay? What's going on in their lives. Those are the relapse chains, right? And certain decisions that they make, right, before they actually picked up, right? That's the apparently irrelevant decision. Remember that? Hooking up with a girlfriend, just getting the telephone number and saying, just a telephone number, and then ended up actually going out with a girl and then using again. Okay. Got it? Yeah. Ooh, we finished it? Oh my God. All right, questions, comments. Questions, comments. Questions? Walang questions? How about comments? Share. Okay, attorney.
Um, Meron po kasi kaming current, in connection with dun sa treatment-related problems when it comes to family. Meron po kaming client ngayon, marami na siyang absences. Under voluntary po kasi siya. Mostly kasi ng client dito is court mandated po. Pero under voluntary siya. So, meron siyang notion na pag voluntary, okay lang na mag-absent since wala namang order ang court. Tapos, nung tinanong, in-interview siya, ganyan, kung ano ang naging reason niya, bakit siya absent, busy na daw siya sa work niya kasi sa aftercare na po siya. Aftercare. Busy siya sa work po. Hindi siya maka-attend ng sessions niya dahil sa work. And then, nung in-interview din yung sa family niya, yun nga, yung family niya pa ang nagpupush na wag nang mag-attend kasi voluntary daw. Ganun. So, yun yung mga current na na-encounter po.
Okay. Pag ganun na situation, pag voluntary, okay, make them make a commitment. Okay, sign a contract. Yeah. We let them sign a contract and commitment to actually complete the program. Okay? So, yeah, you can do that. Okay, in the past, we handled volunteers through the court also. You know what we did? We were lucky to have a lawyer, a judge who worked with us. So the family would come, bring their children or child for confinement, and then we refer them to the sala of Judge Villaluz in Pasig, Rizal. Judge Villaluz would actually execute a voluntary submission court order. It's a court order. And then the family comes back with a court order. So the client knows that he has a legal court order. Okay, so that's the kind of contract that we have. We don't have to write a contract because it's the legal confined order, right? So in your case, since you don't have any, execute actually a treatment contract. Okay. So that's why, it's a contract. I know, but you have to make a commitment to stay here and complete the program. Huh? Then I would not admit them. Because it's a waste of your time and resources to do that. I would not admit the person if he's not willing to sign a contract. Because to me, that's a measure of, does he really want to change? Or he's trying to avoid somebody outside? Okay, listen. Some of them, they say, I volunteer for treatment. They're hiding from some people. Yeah. They owe a lot of money from a drug dealer, for example. Okay? And somebody is looking for them to collect. You know what they do? They volunteer into a treatment program to hide. And once that pressure is off they go. That's why I let them sign a contract. And then we try our best to find out what is your reason for coming in. Okay. Questions, comments? Thank you. Thank you for that, Abigail. All right. Questions, comments? Anything you want to share? Anyone want to share something? Comments? Doc, nawalan ka na ng question? Napagod na si Dr. Jelly. Siya lang ang tanong daw ng tanong. Nagro-role model lang sa inyo, pero hindi naman kayo sumusunod eh. Okay, questions, comments? No, I love your question, Dr. Jelly. Okay. Anything that's not clear about relapse prevention? Why we have to do relapse prevention training? No? Ah, Dr. Jelen. Yay! Okay, Dr. Jelen.
Doc, ano lang po, no, insight. Kasi sa mga asthmatic, they have this parang sheet po to track down kung may mga symptoms, night symptoms, day symptoms, so that more or less the doctor that will see the patient on follow-up would more or less assess kung ano na ang kanyang degree of severity when it comes to asthma. If that patient has a good control or not yet in control. So those sort of things. So is this relapse worksheet more or less similar to that po? I mean, identifying pag nasa aftercare po, parang they have this parang paper wherein they could write yung pong thoughts nila. So it's quite similar o parang pag nagpunta sila dito sa ano for session, the caseload manager would just see the worksheet or yung notes na yon if yung patient na yan is truly having a recovered state or there's a possibility for him to mag-relapse. So, parang some sort of that thing po. No?
Okay. The problem with that, Doc, it's really hard to predict. Okay, sometimes, I see a client, right? Oh, this client is not gonna last in the program. Right? But they prove me wrong. And sometimes, client comes in and, no problem, cooperative. And I say, this clients will be good in the program. Before I know it, he was involved in a serious incident. It's hard to predict, though. It's really hard. That's why I say this is more of an art than a science, really. This is like counseling. It's really largely an art more than a science to me. It's the same thing. We're dealing with people. It's really hard to predict what they will do, right? Okay, so it's hard to do that. I wish there is a way to do that, because that will make our work much easier. Yeah. Okay. Comments? Questions.
Ayun. Doc, ano po kaya ang maisasuggest nyo sa mga clients po natin na nasa outpatient or aftercare program pero nag-incur po ng maraming absences due to severe medical condition or sabihin po natin hindi na makapunta dito sa rehab dahil po sa sakit na hindi na makalakad. Sabihin natin, bedridden. Bedridden na po siya pero mandated by the court po to undergo.
Okay. Okay. All right. So pag ganon, no? Pag ganon, pwede ba nyo bang gawin medical discharge? Kasi
Doc, medical discharge, no? Pero, sige,
kasi kung hindi na makapag-comply, di ba, i-medically discharge na lang siya.
Kailangan po pagka ganun is may medical abstract or medical certificate na talagang yun. Na ipoprove yun. At saka, before na yun yung pag-uusapan po namin, baka need ng home visit din po before para ma-verify po.
You just don't discharge. You have to actually visit the person and establish whether that person really, cannot comply because of the medical situation. Yeah, you have social workers to do that, right? Yeah. Do that, no? Kasi, there's no point in keeping the residents, actually. Okay, if he doesn't, cannot come and comply. All right. Questions, comments? No comments? No questions? All right. Tomorrow. What's for tomorrow? We continue relapse prevention training, and we'll look at some of the strategies, okay? We'll look at that. I have some. I prepared some of that, and that's what we will talk about tomorrow. Okay, so well, I hope you have a good night.